in the stories we tell. If you liked the story, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel. Please make way, everyone, please make way a bit. At this moment, Eunuch Reed had already led Dr. Chen rushing over. The ministers hurriedly stepped aside, making a path for Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen carefully examined Sam's injuries, then stood up while ordering someone to quickly fetch the medicine box and stretcher. How is it? What's the condition of Sam's injuries? Emperor Ming also stepped forward, anxiously inquiring. Your Majesty, I'm afraid Sam has broken bones. What? Broken bones? Yes, Your Majesty. Looking at Sam's injuries, I fear he'll need to rest in bed for quite a long time to recover. Your Majesty, this old minister is useless, causing Your Majesty to worry. Sam saw the Emperor and all the ministers gathered around him, feeling somewhat guilty and self-reproachful in his heart. He forced himself through the pain to say a few words. Truly getting old, no strength left. How could I be so careless? My dear minister, don't worry too much. Just go rest and recover properly. Emperor Ming quickly comforted him. Sam was a veteran minister in the court, who had always been capable in his work. Though his rank wasn't high, even Emperor Min him in great respect. However, Emperor Ming couldn't help but feel puzzled. Everything was fine, so how did he fall? The ministers also felt confused, especially Eunuch Reed. To prevent the palace floors from being slippery and causing people to fall when entering court, the floors in the palace were all carefully treated. The palace servants cleaned and polished the floors daily until they gleamed, precisely to prevent slipping and falling. So for years, no one had ever fallen right on the court pathway. Though Sam was advanced in age, his body had always been robust, and his work was steady and careful. How could he have fallen? After the palace servants brought the medicine box and stretcher to take Sam away, someone suddenly discovered something on the floor. Oh, what's this? They saw on the ground something sticky that had been trampled flat. Everyone looked down at it. This thing, why does it look like a pastry? So could it be that little Miss Lily secretly ate pastries and carelessly dropped one on the ground? Oh my, so it was little Miss Lily. What a disaster. Poor Sam probably never dreamed in his wildest dreams that such a distinguished person would be brought down by his own little assistant. Sam, how could you be so careless? The floor is so level, how did you manage to fall? Lily had already slipped away, but hearing that Sam had fallen and fallen badly, she hurriedly ran back. After all, Sam was her direct superior, and when a superior met with misfortune, she should at least come to show concern. She understood this principle. Where's Sam? Lily ran in but didn't see Sam anywhere. She only saw a group of ministers and Emperor Ming, all looking at her in unison. Their gazes made Lily feel uncomfortable all over, and she unconsciously touched her mouth. What's wrong? Could it be that I was careless while sneaking food earlier and got food on my mouth? Otherwise, why are they all looking at me with those eyes? She glanced at her hand. Nothing there. System, what's going on here? System, are you broken? Master, it seems like when you were sneaking food earlier, you carelessly dropped a pastry on the ground. Then just now when Sam was leaving court, he didn't notice and accidentally stepped on it. That's how he fell. Lily, what? System, why didn't you remind me earlier that food had fallen on the ground? System, well, you didn't ask me about it. Lily, System, you're so stupid, so useless. At crucial moments you always make me lose face. What do I keep you around for? But thinking about how Sam was elderly and fell because of her, Lily still felt extremely guilty. Oh no, superior, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose. I hope you weren't hurt too badly, otherwise my guilt would be enormous. The ministers thought. Well, at least you have some conscience. Lily, wait, they won't discover that I was just sneaking food, will they? Otherwise, why is everyone looking at me with those eyes? The ministers thought. So now you realize. At this point, Emperor Ming could no longer turn a blind eye. He sternly scolded, Lily, you're quite bold. Just now someone saw you dare to sneak food right in the court hall, and you also dropped food on the ground, causing Sam to take a fall. Do you know your crime? Hearing this, Lily knew things weren't good. She quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg forgiveness. Your Majesty, please forgive my crime. This minister knows her fault. This minister shouldn't have sneaked food, shouldn't have dropped food on the ground without noticing. Lily's attitude in admitting her fault was indeed very sincere, Emperor Ming nodded with satisfaction in his heart. It seemed this time Lily truly knew her mistake. He would forgive her this once. Surely after this incident, Lily would learn to restrain herself and at least wouldn't dare sneak food in court again next time. But Lily thought, "System, tell me, why have I been so unlucky lately? No matter how you put it, it's still because you didn't remind me. If you had told me earlier that food had dropped, Sam definitely wouldn't have fallen, and no one would know I was sneaking food. So next time I eat, you absolutely must remember to remind me if I drop anything. Understood?" The ministers thought, "Emperor Ming, so after talking all this time, you still don't know where you went wrong, and you're still planning to continue sneaking food. Indeed, one can't expect anything from little Miss Lily." "Your Majesty, Dr. Chen just said Sam needs to rest quietly. How should Sam's work be handled? Please enlighten us, Your Majesty." Minister Miller from the Hanlin Academy quickly stepped forward to ask. In the Northern Dynasty, the court recorder position was managed by the Hanlin Academy. Though this official position wasn't high in rank, it was extremely important. Not just anyone could do it. Now that Sam was injured and temporarily unable to attend court, Minister Miller naturally had to seek Emperor Ming's guidance. Emperor Ming pondered for a moment, his gaze suddenly stopping on Lily. Lord Chen is the Grand Secretary of the Northern Dynasty, with profound learning and especially skilled at teaching others. So his daughter Lily surely can't be too bad, right? So Emperor Ming pointed at Lily. "Since this matter was caused by you, and you're also Sam's assistant, then you can temporarily take over Sam's work." As soon as Emperor Ming's words were spoken, Lily felt like she'd been struck by lightning on a clear day, screaming frantically in her heart. "Is His Majesty serious? Telling me to take over Sam's work, doesn't that mean I won't have a moment to rest? Please no. Besides, though I can write like a human being, my handwriting is clearly holding me back. With that chicken scratch writing style, it's better not to bring it out and embarrass myself." Lily didn't dare speak up, but hurriedly glanced at Lord Chen with eyes full of distress signals. "Father, father, father, quickly save your daughter. Father knows. Lily's worst skill is writing. If she messes up something important, I'm afraid it will implicate our entire Chen family." She frantically winked at Lord Chen. "Father, father and daughter share the same heart, surely father understands Lily's eye signals. Your daughter truly knows her mistake now. Next time I promise not to dare sneak food again. Sneaking food brings momentary pleasure to the mouth, but if I have to pay such a heavy price for it, it's not worth it at all." She had seen Sam's work before, from start to finish, writing non-stop without any rest. Just thinking about it made her feel exhausted. "Lord Chen, now you know to come find me to clean up after your daughter, knowing to fear implicating the Chen family. Where were you earlier?" But Lily wasn't wrong with her personality. Having her do recording work might indeed cause some trouble. "Sigh, who told me to be her father?" So Lord Chen stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, court recording is a weighty responsibility. Though my daughter has studied with Sam for a few days, she's still young with limited experience. I fear she'll struggle to shoulder such a great responsibility. Please choose someone else, Your Majesty." Fortunately, Emperor Ming only wanted to scare Lily, not actually have her replace Sam. After all, forget about whether Lily had sufficient capability. If she were doing the recording, she probably wouldn't even have time to enjoy her gossip. In the end, Emperor Ming had to let Minister Tang from the Hanlin Academy temporarily take over Sam's work. Lily also breathed a sigh of relief. When she returned home, Lily was still somewhat dejected. She kept feeling that she'd been rather unlucky lately, though she didn't understand why, but the system's words immediately made her cast aside her gloom. "System, does the host still remember Emma Morrison from before?" "Lily, of course I remember Emma, that shameless mother-daughter pair. What about her?" "System, there's big gossip about Emma right now, still hot off the press. Do you want to hear it?" Lily excitedly asked. "What? Just hearing about it makes me excited already. Where is it? Hurry and take me there." Hearing about such juicy adultery gossip, Lily immediately perked up, completely forgetting her earlier dejection. "System, it's in a room at Heavenly Fragrance House, south of the city." "Lily, what are we waiting for? Let's go." So one person and one system immediately set off straight for Heavenly Fragrance House. Lady Chen saw Lily hurrying out but didn't stop her this time. After all, She now knew His Majesty had secretly assigned guards to protect Lily, and she had personally witnessed how effective that protection system was. So she no longer worried about Lily's safety as before. Now that Lily was in a bad mood because of the weight loss issue, letting her go out to enjoy some gossip and cheer up wasn't a bad thing either. Under the system's guidance, Lily arrived at Heavenly Fragrance House. The manager, seeing little Miss Lily, didn't dare block her way, and could only watch helplessly as she secretly climbed up to the second floor. After all, everyone in the capital knew little Miss Lily's reputation. If he angered her and she publicly exposed some big scandals, he really couldn't handle it. So Lily smoothly slipped into the empty room next to Emma's room, where one person and one system pressed their ears to the wall to eavesdrop. At this moment, in the adjacent room, Emma was secretly meeting with the third young master of the Sterling family. Emma's eyes were red and her face full of grievance. "Zhang Lang, you truly are heartless. I gave you my whole heart, yet you betrayed me." Lily couldn't help but burst into giggles. What did Emma call him? Zhang Lang? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Even while eavesdropping, she kept her voice very low, even restraining her inner voice. Plus they were separated by a room, so Emma's side couldn't hear any movement from here. "System, it's like this, host, didn't you know? The third young master of the Sterling family is named Marcus Sterling, so Emma calling him Zhang Lang seems fine." "Lily, you're right, so it is Zhang Lang. Nothing wrong, but it's really funny. Nothing wrong, but really hilarious." Lily laughed until she could barely stand straight, but on the other side Emma was crying pitifully. "Wah wah wah. Zhang Lang, do you know? My father learned about our past affair, and I knelt in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. My knees nearly gave out, and I had to lie in bed for several days before I could barely stand up." Recently, Emma had indeed been living a difficult life. Ever since her father learned about the scandal involving her and her mother, his attitude toward the mother-daughter pair changed 180 degrees. At the slightest provocation, he would sternly scold them, no longer gentle and indulgent as before. Not only that, after the incident, her father also brought grandmother back to the estate and handed over household management to her. Grandmother had never liked Emma's willful and rebellious character, so she would scrutinize and criticize her daily, making her stand as punishment to learn proper behavior, and even publicly humiliated her in front of crowds. Moreover, the old lady forbade her from going out freely. Every time she wanted to go somewhere, she had to ask permission and get approval before being allowed to leave the estate. When going out, the old lady would have people closely follow her every step, and upon returning to the estate, she had to clearly report where she went and what she did, making her current life feel like hell. On top of that, she had nowhere to turn for help. Her father now completely sided with grandmother, while her mother was too busy protecting herself, being tormented miserably by the old lady daily. This time she had to secretly sneak out. Moreover, ever since her scandal was exposed by the system, every time she went out she was pointed at and gossiped about. So even when going out, she had to cover herself completely, afraid of being recognized, like she was doing something criminal. "Wim Yuan, it's all my fault, making you suffer such grievances." Marcus embraced her, gently wiping away her tears. "But I'm also quite wronged in this matter. It's my mother who keeps forcing me to marry the eldest daughter of General Shangguan. I truly have no other choice. You don't know, that eldest daughter Sophia Shangguan of General Shangguan's family is a real tigress. How could she compare to you, so gentle and lovely? So you must understand, from beginning to end, my heart has only been devoted to you alone. The person I want to marry is only you. Ah, Marcus once promised you happiness, to let you live the most beautiful days, making all the women in this capital jealous of you. But you also know, currently I haven't established my own household yet, everything still depends on my family. If I brazenly quarrel with my family, I'm afraid I won't even have support for food and clothing. How could I give you happiness then? Therefore, though I very much want to marry you and see you every day, I cannot be so selfish as to hastily marry you just to satisfy myself, only to make you suffer hardship with me." Marcus's words sounded extremely sincere, his deep eyes gazing at Emma. With just a few sentences, he cleverly shifted all the blame for being a heartbreaker onto his mother. After all, through many trials, this tactic was always the most effective. Lily, listening from the other side, kept shaking her head. Wasn't Marcus's excuse too clumsy? What's this about quarreling with family, having no support for food and clothing, unable to give Emma happiness? So for that reason, after deceiving her into bed, you turned around and married another woman. Don't even mention ancient times when people were strict about women's chastity. Even in modern times, a man doing such a thing would definitely be a certified scumbag. If it were me, I would have slapped him in the face long ago rather than listen to his smooth talk. Yet unexpectedly, Emma seemed to completely believe his words, warmth rising in her heart. So Zhang Lang still remembered what he had said to her. Thinking this, Emma's voice unconsciously softened, as if seeking confirmation. She gently asked, "Is everything you said true?" On the other side, Marcus's gaze was firm as he answered clearly, "Of course it's true. An Yuan, I'm completely devoted to you. Others may doubt my sincerity, but you absolutely cannot. I would even die for you. If you don't believe me, I'll immediately take a knife and cut out my heart to show you." Saying this, he pretended to reach for the knife on the table. "Stop, enough, enough. I believe you, all right. Don't say such things anymore, understand?" Emma hurriedly grabbed Marcus's hand. He took the opportunity to embrace her, sweetly saying, "I knew there was still room for me in Yuban's heart." But Emma still sighed sadly. "However, our affair has already been exposed by that lily. Now almost the entire capital knows I lost my purity before marriage and was abandoned by you. I've become the laughingstock of the entire capital. I fear it will be hard to hold my head up in the future, let alone remarry into a decent family. My life is probably ruined. How can this be? Yun, since I have you in my heart, I've naturally planned for our future. When I inherit the title and establish my own household with solid backing, I will definitely divorce that tigress at home, then use an 8-bearer san chair with phoenix crown and wedding dress to properly marry you as my legitimate wife, making you a countess with rightful name and status. Let's see who dares mock you then." "Really?" Emma's eyes sparkled with tears, her heart surging as if she had already begun anticipating that day from Marcus's words. Lily pressed her ear to the wall, listening to their conversation, and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Oh my God, Emma used to look so fierce, but she turned out to be such a lovesick fool. She actually believes such words, she deserves to be deceived. While thinking this, suddenly from the other side came a series of chaotic sounds like, "Phoenixes in disarray." Lily jumped, thinking to herself, "Oh my goodness, so fast. Is this something a single woman of 2 lifetimes like me should be hearing?" Though she said this, her body was extremely honest, pressing even closer to the wall. At the same time, downstairs at Heavenly Fragrance House, Sophia led 2 attendants charging in aggressively. "Where is Marcus Sterling?" Sophia had just entered and was already loudly demanding Marcus's location. This imposing manner startled everyone. Though the manager had never met Sophia, being experienced in life, he could tell from her bearing that this was probably the wife of 3rd young master, Sterling, coming to find someone. But Marcus was an important client of Heavenly Fragrance House, how dare he offend him? So the manager approached with a smile, saying, "This lady, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. Marcus, there's no such person here. Don't pretend with me. Marcus is clearly here. If you don't tell me, be careful or I'll have people level this Heavenly Fragrance House." As soon as these words were spoken, the manager wasn't frightened but actually chuckled inwardly. This woman talks big. No wonder people say Marcus married a tigress, quite true. But she's not someone easily intimidated either. Heavenly Fragrance House operated legally, doing nothing against the law. Even if General Shangan himself came, he couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, Heavenly Fragrance House had been operating in the capital for years, with many powerful patrons from the Northern Dynasty behind it. If there was real trouble, it was unclear who would be afraid of whom. Nevertheless, the manager maintained a courteous appearance on the surface. "Madam, please calm your anger." But before he could finish his sentence, one of Sophia's attendants had already drawn a sword to the manager's throat. "Don't be stubborn. Speak up. Where is Marcus?" The manager was frightened and trembling. He never expected this eldest daughter of General Shangguan to be so bold as to draw a sword right in Heavenly Fragrance House. But with the blade now at his throat, he wasn't foolish enough to suffer immediate consequences. So he quickly pointed upstairs, stammering, "Hey, he's upstairs. Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd said so earlier?" Sophia shouted loudly, her tone as sharp and cold as the blade at his throat. "No, quickly have someone lead me upstairs, or don't blame me for turning every room upside down." Her eyes flashed with a fierce look, as if ready to take the life of anyone who dared obstruct her. The manager clearly felt the cold aura emanating from the blade pressed against his throat and immediately didn't dare struggle anymore. He hurriedly called over a servant, signaling him to lead Sophia upstairs. The guard standing beside saw this and slowly withdrew the sword from the manager's throat, then followed behind Sophia, heading straight for the stairs. The manager slightly shrank his neck, his spine still trembling in waves. Good heavens! Truly worthy of being the beloved daughter of General Commander Shangguan, daring to brazenly draw a sword right in his heavenly fragrance house. This imposing manner probably even surpassed her father's. Though Heavenly Fragrance House's business operations were legal, his small life was clearly worth much more than that. He couldn't help but look up toward the room of Third Young Master Sterling on the upper floor, thinking to himself, "Third Young Master Sterling, I've done my best. You're on your own now." At this moment in the adjacent room, Lily was listening with rapt attention when the system suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, Master, there's big drama now. I just discovered that Marcus's legitimate wife, Sophia, has arrived here." Lily heard this and her eyes lit up brilliantly. "What, so dramatic? This is the legitimate wife coming to catch the cheater. Wow. Oh my goodness. There's going to be a good show now. Too bad I can only hear and not see. System, how about we secretly go out to watch and enjoy the drama at the same time?" The system eagerly responded immediately, "Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful." The system happily agreed, because getting to watch drama live while also consuming drama would bring in even more energy. So Lily gently cracked open the door, creating a small gap, preparing to wait for the right moment to act. At this moment, Sophia had already walked upstairs. She had just reached the door when she suddenly heard a woman's coquettish voice drifting from inside. "Zhang Lang, didn't you just say you would divorce your wife at home and properly welcome me in? This time you absolutely cannot betray me again." This was followed by Marcus's familiar voice, accompanied by some heavy breathing. "Rest assured, even if she doesn't want to, I can't wait any longer to divorce that tigress. She's fierce and crude, not worth even a single hair of yours. I truly don't want to live with her for even one more moment." As soon as these words ended, Sophia's entire body trembled, and she unconsciously stepped back several paces. Really? Was it really like this? Marcus dared to secretly have an affair with another woman behind her back. Though she didn't want to believe it in her heart, she had heard that voice clearly just now. It was indeed the voice of husband, who shared her bed, and moreover he had called her a tigress, even wanting to divorce her. Sophia only felt her mind spinning, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. She had been quite satisfied with Marcus before. Sophia had loved following her father in martial arts and swordplay since childhood, unlike other young ladies in the capital who were gentle and virtuous. Therefore, when she first married Marcus, she had worried that he would dislike her for not being tender enough. Who would have thought that Marcus treated her very well, exactly as people had spread rumors, a gentleman as gentle and refined as jade? Sophia had secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking she had found her ideal husband as wished, never expecting it was all false. He was a hypocrite. Everything was fake. The coquettish sounds in the room continued, and Sophia could no longer bear it. She gathered all her strength and kicked the door flying open with one foot. Beng. The door burst open, and inside the two naked figures jumped in shock, looking toward the door in panic. Sophia roared with fury reaching the sky. "You adulterous couple! How dare you hide here for your trust, truly shameless." Marcus's heart pounded frantically as he thought in panic. Oh no, how did this tigress find her way here? He hurriedly grabbed a robe to put on. As for Emma, who was lying beneath him, she screamed and frantically burrowed into the blanket. On this side, Lily saw that Sophia had charged into the room and gently pushed open her door, tiptoeing to follow to the front of Marcus's room door, carefully peering in. At the same time, the patrons in Heavenly Fragrance House heard the commotion and immediately flocked over. In no time, the area outside the room was packed with people. Throughout history, catching adulterers had always excited people's interest, and the citizens of the Northern Dynasty were no exception. With the room door wide open, those standing in front could see clearly what was happening inside. Those behind couldn't see clearly and were anxious as cats scratching, competing to stand on tiptoes and crane their necks to peek in, afraid of missing the climactic moment. Thanks to her advantageous position, Lily managed to squeeze into the front row. She was so excited her heart was pounding, but the scene in the room, how should she put it? It really wasn't something a young lady like her should be looking at least, not openly and brazenly in front of so many people like this. So she hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands, muttering, "Oh dear, how did I end up here by mistake? See no evil, hear no evil, see no evil, hear no evil." System. Master, if you're going to act, at least make it believable. The gaps between your fingers are so wide you could fit an apple through them. You're definitely not covering them for show, are you? The crowd looked down and discovered right at their feet was a young lady, none other than little Miss Lily, famous throughout the capital. They saw her leaning forward with her round head poking out, both hands covering her eyes, but looking closely, the gaps between her fingers were indeed so wide they covered nothing at all. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter, their whole body shaking with mirth. Truly worthy of little Miss Lily, in the entire capital, probably only she would dare do such a thing. Several secret guards mixed in the crowd also laughed hysterically. See no evil, hear no evil. What's that about? Looking at her, she's more focused than anyone else. Little Miss Lily's talent for blatant lying is getting more and more skillful, and that system is truly more and more interesting. Following one person and one system to enjoy drama every day, life is truly colorful and varied. Being assigned this mission is truly a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Their colleagues in the secret guard team are green with envy. As for Lily, she completely ignored the system's teasing, her eyes still glued to the people in the room. She saw Sophia, after kicking down the door, stride forward and slap Marcus with a resounding blow. Excellent, Marcus. Didn't you say you were going to compose poetry with friends? How's that? Composing poetry all the way to the bed? Lily applauded wildly in her heart. Wow, great hit. Truly worthy of General Commander Xianguan's daughter, really making all the women in the world proud. This type of philandering man should be beaten to pieces. Under the thin blanket, Emma immediately recognized Lily's voice upon hearing it. She couldn't help but clench her fists, hatred surging in her heart. It's you again. She hated Lily to the bone. Last time it was precisely because of her that Emma's affair was exposed to the whole world. She wanted nothing more than to tear her into 1,000 pieces. But right now she couldn't even take care of herself, let alone have the mental capacity to pay attention to Lily. Marcus standing beside her was completely unaware, having never heard Lily's inner thoughts, so he couldn't recognize that voice. To him, the voice just now was merely the clamoring of the curious crowd outside, those who loved watching spectacles. But the people standing outside the door suddenly came to their senses upon hearing this, as if they had just realized something. Marcus, isn't that the 3rd young master of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion, the Sterling family? Legend has it that 3rd young master, Marcus, has a gentle temperament like jade, with a distinguished family background, making countless young ladies in the capital infatuated with him. On the day he married the precious daughter of General Commander Xianguan, who knows how many young ladies cried themselves into fainting fits. Though the system later exposed Emma's affair, that day the system didn't clearly identify who had caused Emma to lose her purity. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Marcus remained the perfect young master as rumored from the beginning. Who would have thought that today they would witness such an earth-shattering secret? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, rumors weren't always trustworthy. The gentle young man of legend had actually been secretly hiding here having an affair. It was truly astounding. But it seemed this precious daughter of General Commander Xianguan was no pushover either. Today, 3rd young Master Sterling would probably have to suffer the consequences. At this moment Marcus's face was flushed red, but he still tried to face toward the door, desperately winking and pleading in a low voice. Wife, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by lust, but can we discuss this matter at home? Look how many people are watching and surrounding us out there. Who would have thought that Sophia wouldn't give him any face at all? She shouted loudly. Only now do you know shame. When you were secretly cheating behind my back, why didn't you think of today? Marcus knew he had truly angered Sophia this time. He covered his face and continuously begged, Wife, Wife, this time I truly know I was wrong. I swear from now on I absolutely won't dare do it again. Won't dare. Sophia said through gritted teeth. I think your courage is as big as the sky. Who was it just now calling me a tigress? Who dared to loudly demand to divorce me? Marcus, marrying you, I was truly as blind as a dog. Your dog mouth has never uttered a single truthful word. If I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes today, I truly wouldn't dare believe that Marcus could be such a hypocrite. It turned out that one of Sophia's close servants had accidentally overheard Marcus instructing a subordinate to deliver a message to someone. The general content was about meeting at Heavenly Fragrance House the next day. If they didn't meet, don't return home. But the servant didn't hear clearly who the message was for, only seeing third young master speaking secretively, looking like he was plotting something shady. After thinking it over, the servant reported back to Sophia. Initially, Sophia paid no attention, merely thinking her husband was meeting with friends, and even scolded the servant for being so suspicious. But the next day, when Marcus dressed up carefully and was secretly preparing to go out, Sophia happened to run into him. Seeing her husband dressed somewhat unusually, with a flash of panic in his eyes that was hard to detect when he saw her, though he quickly concealed it, Sophia's sharp eyes still noticed. This made her remember the servant's words from the day before. She deliberately asked him a question, but unexpectedly Marcus lied to her. Sophia immediately sensed something was wrong, so as soon as he left, she quietly followed him. At this moment Marcus was still continuously begging, but Sophia found his appearance only more disgusting. She pointed at the blanket rolled up on the bed and shouted loudly, "Why don't you come out quickly? Today I must see clearly what kind of fox spirit you value more than even a hair of mine actually is. Come out here, roll out here for me. When you were having your affair, you weren't shy about anything, daring to touch what belongs to me. What's this? You had the courage to cheat, but now don't dare show your face. I absolutely must let everyone see exactly which shameless creature dares to hide here having affairs in broad daylight." Emma hid in the blanket, trembling with fear. Right now she had not a stitch of clothing on, and outside the door was surrounded by a crowd of people. If Sophia dragged her out now, she would truly be finished. She didn't dare think any further, only sobbing and softly calling for help. Zhang Lang, save me." But Marcus showed not the slightest emotion, completely ignoring her cries for help. With just a light pull from Sophia, Marcus was easily dragged aside by her, not even bothering to struggle, clearly having no intention of protecting Emma under the blanket. Witnessing this scene, Lily couldn't help but feel indignant, cursing silently. Indeed a complete scumbag. Just now he was promising to marry her, and now he's just watching her fall into danger without lifting a finger. Though she didn't like Emma, she despised an irresponsible man like Marcus even more. The crowd outside shared Lily's sentiments. Looking at Marcus, everyone thought he was truly a man without an ounce of responsibility. Emma still had the blanket covering her head, completely unaware of what had just happened. She only thought Sophia was too fierce, preventing her Zhang Lang from intervening. But when she felt Sophia's hand grasping the blanket, she was terrified to the extreme. She desperately clutched the blanket, refusing to let go. This was her last line of defense, but how could she be a match for Sophia? In just an instant, Sophia had yanked away the blanket and thrown it forcefully to the ground, tearing away Emma's last cover. Thus Emma appeared naked before everyone's eyes. She was panicked, her face full of terror, tears streaming down. She frantically tried to find something to cover her body, but there was nothing around. She had no choice but to bow her head and use her hands to cover her chest, ashamed to the extreme. How stimulating! Isn't this a scene of spring exposed? The people standing outside the door watching the excitement began pointing and whispering about the woman on the bed who was now completely naked. However, because she was hanging her head low with disheveled hair covering her face, people couldn't see her features clearly and only knew she was a woman. Lily was also stunned by this unexpected scene. This visual shock was truly too great, even she couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, so stimulating. Emma is truly finished today." Sophia was clearly purple with rage, looking at that woman completely naked. In her mind she couldn't help but picture Marcus just now entangled with her. The sharp words that the two of them had spoken, piercing her heart, made her even more furious. While Lily was still in shock, Sophia could no longer contain her fury. She fiercely delivered a slap like thunder to Emma's face. Slap. Emma still hung her head, not daring to move. At this moment, both her hands were only clutching her chest for cover. She had no free hand to block. She could only let Sophia hit her, but tears were already streaming down as she sobbed. Her heart was filled with despair. Oh, if only someone could bring her a piece of clothing, even just something to temporarily cover her body. Where was her Zhang Lang? Where had her Zhang Lang gone? Why wasn't he coming to save her? Even if he couldn't stop Sophia just now, at least at this moment he should rush up to protect her. But Emma couldn't wait for Marcus to come save her. She only saw Sophia continuing to humiliate her. Suddenly, Sophia grabbed her hair and yanked her head up forcefully. Let me see, exactly what kind of extraordinary beauty are you? To make third young Master Sterling so infatuated and soul-stirred that he can't wait to divorce me to make room for you. Emma didn't want everyone to see her face. She had no choice but to release her hands covering her chest and desperately cover her face, crying out, "No, no." "What?" scared Ma. Sophia mocked. "Weren't you just urging Marcus to quickly divorce me? Now you don't dare lift your head. I thought you were so bold, willing to give up even your body to enter the Earl's mansion. Yet now you want to preserve your dignity. If you don't move your hands, don't blame me for calling guards to drag you down. No, no, no." Emma panicked and cried out 3 no's, in succession. Suddenly she remembered Marcus and screamed heartbreakingly, "Zhang Lang, save me." This cry made Lily just shake her head in exasperation. Emma is truly a lovesick fool, even at this point still hoping Marcus will save her. It's truly speechless. Save you? Who are you calling to save you? Zhang Lang, Marcus. Sophia suddenly turned to look at Marcus kneeling on the ground, her voice full of contempt. "Marcus, what are you hiding there for? Isn't this lowly woman the one in your heart? Didn't you say I'm not worth even a single hair of hers? Didn't you eagerly want to divorce me to make room for her? What's wrong? Now the one in your heart is calling for you to save her. Why don't you rush up and rescue her?" At this moment Marcus was too busy protecting himself to dare save Emma. Moreover, to him, Emma was just a plaything. Having her was fine, not having her didn't matter either. As for divorcing Sophia, he was just talking for the sake of it. How would he dare? Currently he absolutely wouldn't dare. If his mother found out, forget about her beating him to death. Even General Commander Xianguan on the other side, he wouldn't dare offend. Seeing Marcus cowering there, not daring to move, Sophia felt even more contempt. If Marcus had dared to step forward at this moment, even just to put clothes on that woman, she might have respected him a bit more. But now, he just stood watching that woman exposed before so many people, not only not moving but continuously begging forgiveness for himself. He was truly selfish to the extreme. She had indeed misjudged him before. Thinking this, Sophia suddenly felt pity for the woman on the bed. She could see that woman was also lovesick, but looking at Marcus's behavior, he clearly didn't value her at all. Suddenly, Sophia stretched out her hand and shouted for the guard beside her to bring a sword. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Could it be that Sophia really intended to kill someone? Even Lily was alarmed. System. Sophia isn't going crazy and planning to draw a sword to kill someone, is she? For a heartless man like that, it's not worth it. Lily was right, though Marcus having an affair was wrong. His crime didn't warrant death. If Sophia killed him or that woman because of this, she would violate Northern Dynasty law. Even if not executed, she could hardly avoid imprisonment. Sophia heard Lily's inner voice and paused slightly in her heart. So they were afraid she intended to kill someone. Did they think Sophia was that foolish? The guard hesitated for a moment, but finally obediently presented the sword. They had followed the young lady for many years and knew she always acted with restraint. Threatening people was one thing, but killing was probably not to that extent. Seeing his wife demand a sword, Marcus was so frightened he let out a cry and collapsed to his knees. "Wife, this time I truly know I was wrong. Wife, you know how I've treated you before. Since our marriage, I've always kept my place, respected you, loved you, never done anything excessive. You know this better than anyone. Today I was just momentarily confused and made this mistake." Hearing this, Sophia just sneered. "Is that really so?" Marcus said seriously. "Of course it's true. Marcus, I swear to heaven that I've never done anything wrong to my wife before. If I'm lying to you, may heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts." Before Sophia could speak, Lily outside the door couldn't help but giggle. She even mischievously made the sound of rumbling thunder. Rumble, 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 rumble. As expected, exactly as predicted, men's mouths are full of lies. Paffed. Everyone around almost couldn't restrain themselves from bursting into laughter. Originally they had thought Marcus spoke with such conviction that he didn't seem to be lying. But after little Miss Lily said this, they realized they too had been deceived by Marcus's smooth words. This Marcus is truly heartless. Everyone knows the people of the Northern Dynasty worship divine spirits, yet he dares swear by the spirits. He's truly risking his life. Marcus was angered by Lily's words, but since he was always standing sideways toward the door and didn't know it was Lily's inner voice, he paid no attention to the crowd outside. At this moment, he just found those people truly annoying and shouted loudly outside, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What's so interesting to see? Why don't you get lost?" But Sophia said, "What are you shouting about? This isn't your Sterling mansion. If people want to look, let them look. What can you control? Mind your own business." Facing Sophia, Marcus immediately became submissive and didn't dare say another word. Lily couldn't help but give Sophia a thumbs up in her heart. Excellent. Sophia no longer bothered with Marcus. She took the sword from the guard with one hand and pointed it straight at Emma. Emma trembled all over, so frightened she broke out in cold sweat. But before she could cry out, Sophia didn't swing the sword to strike anyone at all. She suddenly turned the sword tip toward the pile of clothes scattered on the ground, gently using the sword to lift them up, then threw the whole pile onto Emma's head, while coldly saying, "You lowly woman, do you plan to stay naked like this forever? You don't know shame, but I find it disgusting to look at. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Just now she had indeed been furious to the point of madness, but Sophia was after all a lady from a noble family. Though she had learned martial arts since childhood and had a free, spirited nature, she had also been taught quite a bit about the propriety and honor befitting an ancient woman. Though this woman was infuriating, being caught red-handed in adultery while completely naked before a crowd was already the greatest punishment for a woman. Moreover, it takes two to tango. When all was said and done, Marcus had to bear at least half the responsibility for this affair. Therefore, she restrained the hatred in her heart and decided to give Emma a bit of dignity, at least letting her put on clothes. The reason she had used the sword just now was because she didn't want to touch that pile of clothes with her hands. She found them dirty. Emma was momentarily stunned, then immediately grabbed the clothes and frantically put them on. Everyone around also breathed a sigh of relief. So Sophia had taken the sword to get clothes for Emma. It really startled them all. Lily was also relieved, and at the same time secretly admired Sophia in her heart. She never expected that even at this moment, Sophia would still think of preserving the dignity of the woman who had committed adultery with her husband. This truly showed her upbringing. If this happened to me, I absolutely couldn't be so magnanimous. I would definitely beat her face to a pulp and tear her chest apart. And I wouldn't spare that bastard man either. System. As if anyone would actually marry you when the time comes. Lily System, you bastard, what are you saying? Why are you saying no one would marry me? It's not that I don't want to compromise myself, it's that I don't want to demean myself, understand? What's so great about getting married? Especially in this era, having to serve some bastard man, bow respectfully to in-laws, give birth like going through the gates of hell. Not to mention having to endure a husband with 3 wives and 4 concubines. Good heavens, just thinking about it is enough. Everyone was stunned by little Miss Lily's reasoning. They had long heard that little Miss Lily was different, unlike ordinary people. They never expected her thoughts to be, how should they put it, so liberal. Most of the onlookers were men, and after hearing little Miss Lily's words, they couldn't help but examine themselves. Haha. What kind of man would it take to handle an extraordinary woman like little Miss Lily in the future? At this moment Emma had finished putting on her clothes, but in her heart she felt not the slightest gratitude toward Sophia. On the contrary, she was filled with resentment toward her. It was precisely Sophia who had stolen away the man she loved most. If not for her, how could Zhang Lang have broken his promise and married someone else? She had caused Emma to not only be punished by her father and controlled by her grandmother, completely losing the status and freedom of a young lady she once had, but also to be despised by the world. Don't think that just because she let Emma put on clothes now, Emma would be grateful. If not for her appearance, how could Emma have fallen into such circumstances? Seeing that Emma had finished dressing, Sophia finally spoke. So what now? Have you thought it through? Marcus, do you plan to continue your affair with this woman here? Or will you come home with me to report to our parents and then divorce? Or are you taking this woman home to the mansion right now? Sophia was someone who couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eye. If Marcus wanted to take a concubine, he could have spoken frankly with her. As long as the other party had upright character and was virtuous and gentle, she might not have disagreed. But for Marcus to do something like this, she absolutely couldn't tolerate it. Hearing this, Marcus, who had been kneeling on the ground, was completely panicked. Wife, I'll go home with you. Right now I'll go home with you, but I don't want a divorce. He suddenly pointed at Emma on the bed and said, Wife, please believe me. This time it was this woman who seduced me. Wife, I'm truly not lying to you. Wife, for the sake of our relationship, this is my first offense, please forgive me. Emma also panicked at this moment. She grabbed Marcus and said, Xianxia, don't be afraid. If she wants a divorce, just divorce her. I've thought it through. As long as I can be by your side, I'll accept anything. I'm not afraid of hardship. Even if you don't inherit the title, even if your mother throws you out of the house, I'm willing to stay by your side. After saying this, she even glared fiercely at Sophia and shouted, What right do you have to criticize me? Xianxia and I knew each other first, loved each other first. We're perfectly matched, with deep feelings for each other. The one Xianxia truly loves is me, the one he truly wants to marry is also me. If not for you interfering, I would already be his legitimate wife, properly married to Xianxia. Enough, Emma. Shut your mouth right now. Unexpectedly, hearing Emma's words, Marcus became furious. He disliked Sophia and wanted to divorce her, that wasn't wrong. But not now. If Sophia made a scene demanding divorce right now, not only would he be beaten half to death by his parents, but he would also offend General Commander Xianxia. After that, his inheritance of the title would be completely ruined. Marcus wasn't so foolish as to do something so stupid. Today he had sought out Emma simply because in recent days he had suddenly remembered her and thought of those intimate moments from before. So he had tried sending someone to give her a message, never expecting this Emma to be so cheap. As soon as she received the message she came running. Moreover, with just a few sweet words, he had made her forget all the terrible things he had done to her before. And she obediently fell into his gentle embrace again. Hearing Marcus's words, everyone suddenly came to their senses. Emma, isn't that the eldest daughter of Minister Morrison from the Hanlon Academy, the very person who was once exposed by little Miss Lily and her system? Good heavens. So according to what she just said, she had previously had an affair with third young Master Sterling, and was abandoned by him. Yet not only does she not recognize her mistake or resent him, now she's entangled with him again. Oh my, how can this woman be so foolish? Everyone began whispering and discussing, knowing full well that third young Master Sterling had deceived her last time. Yet she still throws herself headfirst into being deceived again, isn't she asking for it herself? Moreover, knowing full well that third young Master Sterling is already married, she still brazenly commits adultery with him. They really don't know what else to say. To think Minister Morrison is so learned, how did he raise such a daughter? Lily was also speechless. Does this woman have something wrong with her head? Even at this point she can still say such things. Could it be that even now she still can't see that third young Master Sterling not only doesn't want to marry her, but doesn't even love her? He's just toying with her. Otherwise, how could he just now watch her naked body, being surrounded and gawked at by everyone without showing the slightest emotion? It seems this Emma isn't just lovesick to the point of foolishness, she's truly an idiot. Emma was startled into confusion by Marcus's shout, standing there dazed for a long time without reacting. But Sophia had already regained her composure. She sneered. Oh, so you're Emma. Well then, tell me, Marcus, before marrying me, did you have an affair with this woman or not? Sophia had never liked socializing with the young ladies in the capital since childhood, so she wasn't acquainted with Emma. But Emma's scandal had spread throughout the capital recently, so she had heard bits and pieces about it, which is why she asked this way. It's not like that, wife, let me explain. Humph. Explain. What, planning to lie some more? Ah. Marcus's words were choked back in his chest before he could speak them. I have nothing more to say to you, just wait for the divorce. After saying this, Sophia didn't bother to turn her head and strode away. Even Lily couldn't help but silently praise her in her heart, truly a strong woman. Marcus wanted to chase after his wife, but was unexpectedly held back by Emma. Hearing Sophia say she wanted a divorce, Emma was overjoyed in her heart. Without caring about anything else, she hastily threw on a robe and rushed over, grabbing his sleeve. Zhang Lang, did you hear that? She wants to divorce you herself. This way I can properly marry you. Zhang Lang! You're crazy. Who wants to marry you? Get away from me. Marcus cut off Emma's words, flinging his sleeve and pushing her away forcefully. Emma was knocked down by his push, falling to the ground. She looked at him in bewilderment, almost bursting into tears, but still forced herself to suppress the pain in her heart and grabbed his pant leg again. Zhang Lang, what are you saying? Didn't you just say that when you divorce Sophia you would use a phoenix crown and bridal dress to welcome me into your household? Now Sophia has said she wants a divorce, isn't this exactly what you wanted? What are you waiting for? Marcus turned to look at her, showing an expression of disbelief, as if he were looking at a joke. Hey, Marcus had been acting for so many years, saying similar words countless times, yet this was the first time he'd encountered someone so stubborn. You. Having come to this point, I might as well speak plainly with you. Between you and me, it was nothing more than casual fun and games. Don't you look at your own status, your father is just a minor fifth-rank official, and your mother encouraged her daughter to secretly have affairs with men. What good is that? Your family, with such background, wanting to enter my earl's mansion, you're dreaming. Emma stood frozen in place, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Marcus lifted his foot to leave the room, abandoning her behind. Suddenly, a man charged in, colliding hard with Marcus who was about to exit. Do you want to die? Are you blind? How dare you bump into this young master? Why don't you get out of the way quickly? But unexpectedly, that man stepped back, then suddenly grabbed Marcus's sleeve and delivered a resounding slap, making Marcus stagger back several steps. Marcus hadn't even reacted yet, covering his face and looking in terror at the man before him. Everyone was also stunned. No one could recognize who this person was because he had his back turned to them. Lily looked on in confusion and quickly asked, "Who is this person?" The system and Emma on the floor almost shouted in unison. It's Minister Morrison, father. Emma looked at the man who had just charged in with complex emotions, her eyes showing both panic and grievance. Lily drew in a sharp breath. So it's Minister Morrison. Good heavens, a father catching his own daughter in the act, whether in ancient times or modern times. This is hard to imagine. I wonder if Minister Morrison saw what happened earlier from the beginning. Oh, just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. I suddenly feel so sorry for Minister Morrison. The crowd watching also felt deep sympathy. Among them, quite a few were like Felix Morrison, fathers with children at home. Just thinking about their own daughters falling into such a situation made them feel a chill down their spines, truly a fate worse than death. At this moment, Felix Morrison clenched both fists, his face ashen. Hearing Emma's voice, he didn't even bother to glance at her. He strode forward, his left hand grabbing Marcus's collar, his right hand raised in a fist, his eyes blazing with fire as if he wanted to take the other's life immediately. Seeing the fist about to come down, Marcus was trembling with fear, but suddenly he regained his composure. Just as Felix Morrison's fist was about to strike, he quickly reached out to grab it, shouting loudly, "Nuff, Minister Morrison. Do you know who I am? I am the third young master of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion, Marcus Sterling. Earl Sterling is my father, so I advise you to think carefully before you act." Marcus's voice was full of menace. Even Lily standing outside couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Felix Morrison. Good heavens, this Marcus is truly shameless to the extreme. Even at this point he still dares to use the power of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion to threaten others. What on earth did Emma see in this guy? The crowd had now seen through Marcus's true face. He was nothing more than a genuine spoiled young master, without talent, without responsibility, yet thick-skinned and shameless. The only thing he relied on was the reputation of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion behind him, wasn't it? But infuriatingly, this type of person was lucky enough to be born into a powerful family. The Zhongjian Earl's mansion had deep-rooted power, their authority like ancient trees with deep roots, firmly grasping the capital. Compared to them, Felix Morrison, a mere fifth-rank official, was no different from a grain of sand in the vast ocean. His family had no backing, everything depended on his own struggles, step by difficult step to achieve his current position. Today, facing the Zhongjian Earl's mansion, Felix Morrison's power was indeed too small to resist. If he accidentally angered the Earl's mansion, the consequences would be unthinkable. With such power, they only needed to secretly employ a few underhanded tactics like creating obstacles and difficulties to make Felix Morrison's official career tumble and his future become bleak. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but worry for Felix Morrison. Seeing his fist stop mid-air, Marcus felt smug inside, thinking to himself that indeed a small official like Felix Morrison wouldn't dare touch him. He became even more arrogant, pointing at Felix Morrison's left hand that was still gripping his collar, saying haughtily, "What now? Aren't you going to let go quickly, Minister Morrison? This young master needs to return to the mansion now." Such an insolent attitude, forget about Felix Morrison, even the crowd watching couldn't stand it. Seeing Felix Morrison standing frozen without releasing his grip, Marcus thought he had been intimidated by his words and was about to reach out to remove the hand gripping his collar. But unexpectedly, Felix Morrison's right fist suddenly swung up, aimed straight at Marcus's face and came crashing down. Sirasuke. A resounding punch. Marcus hadn't even reacted when a tooth flew out and rolled across the floor. The crowd was stunned by Felix Morrison's unexpected action. No one had expected him to dare disregard the power and strike Marcus, but in their hearts they felt incredibly satisfied. Someone like Marcus truly needed to be taught a lesson. Lily couldn't contain herself either, cheering for Felix Morrison in her heart. "Minister Morrison is absolutely awesome. A real man indeed, ha ha ha." Third young Master Sterling got his face smashed. "I wonder which tooth got knocked out just now. If it was a front tooth, then ha ha ha." Lily knew that in the Northern Dynasty there was no dental repair technology. Just imagining the scene of third young Master Sterling opening his mouth in the future, she couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. Hearing her say this, the crowd also burst into laughter. At this moment Marcus's face was a miserable sight. Felix Morrison's punch had clearly shown no mercy. Not only did it knock out a tooth, but the corner of his mouth was also bleeding, with bright red drops dripping onto the floor. Already furious, now hearing the mocking laughter of the crowd, he completely exploded. Having lived this long, he had never suffered such humiliation or lost face to this extent. He swung his fist intending to retaliate, but unexpectedly was no match for Felix Morrison. Seeing him dare to fight back, Felix Morrison immediately grabbed his fist and squeezed so hard that bones ground against each other with a grinding sound. Marcus groaned in pain continuously. Felix Morrison didn't release his grip immediately but said sternly, "Marcus, is that right? Perhaps you don't understand me clearly. This Felix Morrison, though I may be just a humble person, perhaps not worth mentioning before your Zhongjian Earl's mansion, Felix Morrison has backbone. As long as I live, I will never allow you to repeatedly bully my daughter. Furthermore, I've seen many spoiled young masters, but one as shameless as you is truly rare. I'm sure the innocent young ladies you've harmed aren't few, are they? I would dare say these words even standing before His Majesty. As for your Zhongjian Earl's mansion wanting to trouble me, feel free to come." Felix Morrison's words weren't without basis. Previously, when he heard Snow Lee tell about Emma and third young Master Sterling's affair, he had secretly investigated Marcus. Though his actions were very discreet, he still found some clues. Marcus was definitely not the good person rumored in the capital. But partly because the evidence wasn't sufficient, and partly because he was wary of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion's power, he had to temporarily set it aside. This time, if he hadn't been provoked to the extreme, he wouldn't have said such words either. Felix Morrison's actions made the watching crowd secretly applaud once again. Lily watched with her heart pounding, but couldn't help being curious. Really surprising, Marcus actually appears so weak in front of Minister Morrison. Minister Morrison is just a civil official, while Marcus is at least a young man full of vigor. How can he be so inferior? Also, is what Minister Morrison just mentioned actually true? System, quickly help me investigate what this is all about. The system, which had just been watching the excitement, finally spoke up. "Master, You guessed correctly again. I just deliberately investigated information about this Marcus character. Sure enough, I found something. It turns out this Marcus has never been anything good from beginning to end. He's a complete scumbag. Hearing the system say this, the crowd immediately perked up with interest. It sounds like there might be another earth-shattering secret about Marcus today. But what do you mean by not anything good? Can people really be described using good bird or bad bird? How confusing. Still, this doesn't affect their desire to listen to gossip. At this moment, everyone pricked up their ears, eagerly wanting to hear what the system would reveal. On Marcus's side, his face, already contorted with pain and anger, now showed additional panic. System Master, could it be that among those watching the excitement is the legendary Little Miss Lily? He finally reacted and secretly turned his head to glance, only to see a young lady standing prominently among the crowd. At this moment she was tilting her head, seemingly deep in thought about something. In that instant, Marcus's face turned pale as paper. No wonder there had been a chattering voice all along. It turned out Little Miss Lily was enjoying gossip right above his head. Legend had it that System knew everything. This time he was finished. Although this time he was caught red-handed with Emma, if it was only this matter, he believed his mother would definitely help him smooth things over. But if all the things he had done before were exposed, forget about inheriting the title. He didn't even dare think about whether his father would jump out and devour him alive if he learned about the things Marcus had caused. At this moment Marcus couldn't control himself and just wanted to rush over and shut up that system. But just as his gaze left Lily, he suddenly discovered a terrifyingly familiar figure in the crowd. That person's face was ashen, glaring at him. Marcus was so frightened he trembled uncontrollably, not daring to move, because he recognized that this was his father, Earl. It turned out that Earl had been handling business nearby and happened to encounter Sophia in a furious state. Upon inquiry, he learned that his good son had caused such an embarrassing incident at Heavenly Fragrance House. Hearing this news, Earl was shocked speechless, his heart surging with stormy waves. He had always placed great expectations on this third son. In his eyes, this third son had always been outstanding in both talent and character. Recently, he had even married the precious daughter of General Commander Xianxia. The two families' union was like adding wings to a tiger, their power multiplying. Earl believed that given time, his third son would definitely inherit and glorify the great reputation of the Zhongjian Earl's mansion, even elevating the family to new heights and making their fame resonate even more. But now, seeing the pained yet resolute expression of his third daughter-in-law, Earl knew this matter was definitely not false. He couldn't contain his fury, his face turning green with rage. He immediately called several close attendants and led them rushing to Heavenly Fragrance House. But as soon as he arrived, he heard the system's words. So he stopped in his tracks, wanting to hear what other shady affairs this son had caused. On Lily's side, she hadn't discovered anything unusual at all. At this moment, her curiosity had been completely aroused by the system's previous words, and she hurriedly asked, "System, hurry up and tell me, what exactly is this about?" The system answered, "It's like this. The modest young master image that Marcus has in the capital is completely fake. He's actually a debauched young lord. Apart from his studies being passable, he has never known restraint when it comes to men and women. The young ladies he has harmed are definitely not limited to just Emma. Before his marriage, almost all the servant girls in his quarters were violated by him. Some servant girls even became pregnant because of this, but were all forced to have abortions afterward. Among them was one servant girl who died along with her unborn child because of this. But because Lady Sterling was determined to have him inherit the Earl's title, all the troubles he caused were covered up by the household, and outsiders knew nothing about it. Later on, Marcus even got a woman from outside pregnant. Although this woman was of low status, she refused to give up and insisted that Marcus give her proper status. How could Lady Sterling allow such a lowly woman to enter the Sterling household? During the dispute, the woman accidentally fell and hit her head on a rock, dying just like that. To handle this matter, Lady Sterling spent considerable effort to suppress the incident. After this happened, Lady Sterling finally made up her mind, believing she couldn't let things continue this way and had to immediately find a wife strong enough to control him. Speaking of this, Master, do you remember? Before this incident, Lady Sterling had her eye on your elder sister, but firstly because of Emma's incident happening in between, and secondly because after this incident, Lady Sterling also changed her thinking. She believed that although your elder sister was good in every way, she was too gentle and might not have the strength to manage this son of hers. After much consideration, she finally chose Sophia Shangguan from General Shangguan's household. Hearing this, the entire crowd gasped in shock. Today's events were already enough to stun them. But who would have thought these were just the tip of the iceberg? So Marcus was actually this kind of person, and there was even blood on his hands, truly making people shudder. Even Emma in the room was stunned, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground, unable to believe her ears. Was the person the system was talking about really the gentle and refined Zhang Lang in her heart? Lord Sterling's face had turned purple like a pig's liver. For so many years, everything in the household had been managed by Lady Sterling. He truly never imagined that this mother and son would dare to do such unconscionable things behind his back, even causing deaths. And after such things happened, this rebellious son still didn't know repentance. Now this matter had been exposed by Lily's system. It would surely reach Emperor Ming's ears before long. With his understanding of Emperor Ming, the Sterling earldom would be hard-pressed to escape punishment. Minister Morrison, hearing the system recount these things, was not surprised at all. The information he had gathered before, though not as detailed as the system's account, based on what he knew, the behaviors the system described were indeed things Marcus could do. Now that this matter had been exposed by the system, Minister Morrison was not worried but felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Because without him having to act, Marcus's crimes had already been revealed, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the Emperor's ears. When that time came, the Emperor would surely deal with Marcus, which could be considered helping his daughter Yuan Yubin vent some anger. At this moment, Marcus's face was pale as paper, without a trace of color. Cold sweat as large as beans rolled down from his forehead, flowing along his temples, soaking his hair. He felt his body as if bound by an invisible force, stiff and trembling. He wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but knew it would be useless. The one exposing his crimes was none other than Lily's system. Even in the capital, from commoners to the emperor, everyone believed the system's words like imperial edicts. How could he argue? Moreover, everything the system said was the truth. Lily, hearing this, didn't know what else to say. Oh my. I already said that just looking at Marcus's appearance. You could tell he wasn't a good person. Who would have thought he had done so many evil things before? And that Lady Sterling doesn't seem to be a decent person either. System, tell me, if my elder sister had really married into this family, wouldn't her whole life have been ruined? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Speaking of it, we should really thank Emma. Haha, she must have been sent by heaven to save my elder sister. Emma, hearing these words, her face alternated between green and white continuously. Lily's words made her involuntarily remember how she had once sabotaged the marriage between Grace Chen and Marcus out of jealousy. Thinking about it now, she truly regretted it. If not for her jealousy at that time, she wouldn't have tried to approach Marcus, and probably wouldn't have fallen into today's miserable situation. Thinking carefully, she didn't know whether she was too stupid or Grace was truly blessed by fate. It turned out she had actually helped Grace avoid this scoundrel Marcus. So what was the point of her interference back then? Lily suddenly thought of something and sighed. System, tell me, if Lord Sterling learns about this, will he be so angry he coughs up blood? After all, he had placed such high expectations on Marcus. Wasn't it rumored in the capital that Lord Sterling wanted Marcus to inherit the title? Speaking of it, this Lord Sterling is quite pitiful too. I heard his eldest legitimate son was originally a rare talent, but unfortunately died in battle on a distant battlefield, and the second son is truly useless. Lily wasn't wrong. Previously, Lord Sterling had indeed prepared for Marcus to inherit the title. Although he had 3 legitimate sons, according to Northern Dynasty law, inheritance passed to legitimate sons, not bastards, to the eldest, not the worthy. So the position originally wouldn't have gone to Marcus. But life always has exceptions. A few years ago, the eldest son of the Sterling family, the one Lord Sterling had the highest hopes for, had sacrificed his life in a battle against foreign enemies. As for the second son, In the eyes of the capital's nobility, he was just a degenerate wastrel. People said he spent his days frequenting brothels and was a regular at wine houses and pleasure quarters. Not only that, he hadn't even married but had already secretly kept a mistress outside. As a result, no family in the capital dared to marry their daughters to him. Lord Stirling was also at his wits' end with this second son. The stricter he was, the more rebellious the son became. In his anger, Lord Stirling had expelled him from the Stirling Manor. To this day, the second son still lived outside, so Lord Stirling could hardly pass the title to him. Hearing this, Lord Stirling involuntarily remembered his eldest son David Stirling, who had died in battle, and his heart ached like being with a knife. His dear David, such a good child, not only of noble character but had also achieved many military accomplishments from a young age. Back then, everyone in the capital praised David's youth and talent, and his future was sure to be that of an outstanding general. Who would have thought that heaven was jealous of talent, and David had lost his life on a distant battlefield at only 15 years old. How unfair heaven was, to take away the son he treasured most. As for the second son, even now Lord Stirling still didn't understand how two brothers born of the same mother could be so different. Compared to David, the second son, just mentioning the second son made him grind his teeth in anger. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. Initially, he thought the third son at least had some promise. Though he couldn't compare to David, he was still a talent that could be cultivated. He had even planned to disregard public opinion and pass the title to the third son at any cost, but who would have thought the third son would be so worthless, truly disappointing him greatly. Thinking of this, Lord Stirling's anger blazed, and he was about to step forward to teach Marcus a lesson. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out again. Speaking of this matter, there's still another earth-shattering secret. What? There's still another earth-shattering secret. Hearing the system's tone, this secret was probably not small, but what exactly was it? The crowd was already anxiously impatient, even Minister Morrison was curious. According to what he had secretly investigated about Marcus, what had just been revealed was everything. So what was this earth-shattering secret the system mentioned? Marcus himself was also confused, not knowing what secret the system was referring to. Lily was even more curious, urgently asking, "What is it?" "System, don't mysterious, hurry up and tell us." "System, Master, you surely know that Marcus actually doesn't share the same mother as his two elder brothers, right? The original wife of Lord Stirling died in childbirth when giving birth to the second son. Afterward, Lord Stirling remarried the current Lady Stirling, who is Marcus's mother." Lily said, "Of course I know. This isn't a secret in the capital." "System, that's right, it's not a secret, but it's precisely because of this that the other secret begins." Lily. What happened with this matter? The crowd also squinted their eyes, showing doubt. You have to know that almost everyone in the capital knew that Lady Stirling treated her stepchildren well, even caring for the two stepchildren more than her own child. Speaking of people in the capital, who wouldn't praise Lady Stirling as virtuous and kind? But hearing the system's implication, there seemed to be some hidden story. Lord Stirling also pricked up his ears to listen. To tell the truth, when his first wife died years ago, Lord Stirling suffered a heavy blow. To him, his first wife was like the bright moon in his heart. In his eyes, his first wife was perfect in every way. So her sudden departure left Lord Stirling unable to recover for a long time. Although afterward the family arranged for him to remarry, his heart always remained with his deceased wife. With the current Lady Stirling, to be frank, Lord Stirling only had the obligation of husband and wife, but not much love. Even so, Lord Stirling still felt that Lady Stirling, whether as the household's mistress managing the family or as a wife and mother, had no faults to speak of. She not only arranged household affairs perfectly, but her way of dealing with people was also incomparable. Most importantly, she treated David and the second son like her own children, never favoring one over another. This point was truly rare. Therefore, he was somewhat puzzled about what the system's words really meant. This time the system didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Don't be fooled by Lady Stirling's outward fair treatment of the three children. Even people in the capital say she treats her two stepchildren better than her own child. But in reality, that's just an appearance, it's part of her scheme. In truth, Lady Stirling has always been plotting for her own son from beginning to end. Ever since her son was born, she had her eye on the Sterling earldom title. The reason she treated the two stepchildren well was partly to win Lord Sterling's favor, and also to build the image of a kind stepmother in the eyes of the capital's people. But most importantly, she wanted to thoroughly ruin these two brothers through unlimited indulgence. As someone who shared his bed and pillow, Lady Sterling understood Lord Sterling's character best. He was someone who put the family's interests above even life itself. Therefore, although according to Northern Dynasty inheritance laws, titles passed to legitimate sons, not bastards, to the eldest, not the worthy, if she could make the two obstacles preventing her son from inheriting the title become worthless, then with Lord Sterling's character, he would never feel at ease in trusting the future glory of the Sterling earldom to such dissolute wastrels. Everyone hearing this took a sharp intake of breath. My God, how deep is this woman's scheming? She's truly calculating beyond measure, coming up with this method to get her son to that position. Not to mention Lord Sterling as the person involved being blinded. Even outsiders like them couldn't see through such deep machinations. Lord Sterling was even more stunned as he listened. Heaven and earth, was this real? His wife was actually someone with such deep schemes. Everything she had done for David and Vincent Sterling had ulterior motives. He truly couldn't imagine that after rolling around the political arena for so many years and encountering many cunning people, he would end up being schemed against by his own bedside companion. Hearing the system say this, even Lily couldn't help but admire Lady Sterling's scheming. Heaven and earth, she truly was a talent. To accomplish this level required more than just a day or two. In other words, for over a decade, Lady Sterling had been acting from beginning to end, not only deceiving Lord Sterling but also deceiving everyone in the capital. This acting ability and scheming were truly exceptional. In this case, the second son of the Sterling family was truly pitiful, losing his birth mother from childhood and encountering such a scheming stepmother. It would be hard not to become worthless. But the eldest son of the Sterling family was very admirable. Despite being schemed against from childhood, he remained strong and didn't fall due to Lady Sterling's deliberate indulgence. On the contrary, under those circumstances, he became a young man praised by almost the entire capital. It's just a pity that heaven was jealous of talent and let him die in battle so young. System, tell me, if the eldest son of the Sterling family hadn't died, Lady Sterling's plan would have failed, right? System, ha, Master, you're really underestimating Lady Sterling. After scheming for so many years, how could she just watch her plan fall apart? If the eldest son of the Sterling family truly threatened her son, then even if he didn't die on that battlefield, he would have died somewhere else. Everyone hearing this was stunned again. What did the system mean? Could David's death be related to Lady Sterling? But didn't David die on the battlefield? No matter how capable Lady Sterling was, she was still just a woman. Could her reach really extend to the battlefield? Even Lord Sterling felt the system's words this time were somewhat exaggerated, because even if his wife really wanted to harm David, David was on a battlefield thousands of miles away. How could his wife possibly kill David no matter how capable she was? His wife's social circle had always been limited to the capital, mainly interacting with officials' wives and young ladies, at most her natal family members. First, speaking of the wives and young ladies in the capital, according to the system, his wife always built an image of virtue and kindness in their eyes. How could she ask for help with such matters? And even if she did, probably no one would agree to help. As for his wife's natal family members, they were all civil officials of not high rank. Even if they agreed to act, with their status, wanting to reach into military camps was impossible. Moreover, David had indeed died at enemy hands at that time. Many people on the battlefield witnessed this, including General Mason. With General Mason's status, position, and character, it was absolutely impossible for him to lie. So obviously there was nothing suspicious about this matter. If so, what did the system's words really mean? Lily had the same question. System, you mean David's death was also related to Lady Sterling? This seems impossible, doesn't it? System, Master, even you think this is impossible. That's exactly right, this is precisely Lady Sterling's brilliance. She wanted David to die on a battlefield thousands of miles away, so no one would ever suspect her. A stepmother staying thousands of miles away. Lily, my God, so it really was related to her. System, hurry up and explain exactly how this happened. System, It's like this. This story is quite long. The Sterling family's eldest son had shown exceptional talent in martial arts and military strategy from childhood, so Lord Sterling loved him dearly. Moreover, this child seemed only interested in military books and martial training, not indulging in the pleasures and entertainments outside. No matter what schemes Lady Sterling employed, David remained devoted to martial arts and military strategy. Lily couldn't help sighing. That's right. I once heard the servants mention that this eldest son of the Sterling family was truly obsessed with martial arts. Someone like that, if he had lived, would surely have had great prospects in the future. System. Exactly, and David became more outstanding as he grew older, gradually gaining fame. Later he gained some reputation in the capital, and even received praise from Emperor Ming at a palace banquet, making Lord Sterling value him even more. If things, the Sterling earldom title would undoubtedly belong to him in the future. Lily. So Lady Sterling began to feel jealous. System? Exactly. Seeing the title about to slip from Marcus's grasp, Lady Sterling became anxious. She thought, and finally decided that if she couldn't prevent David from becoming more outstanding, then she would eliminate him. Lily, cruel woman. You're listening to stories on Bao Bao audio channel. If you find it interesting, don't forget to like and subscribe to support Bao Bao in creating more engaging stories. But why didn't she think in other directions? The two Sterling brothers had lost their mother from childhood, and she was their only stepmother. Moreover, I heard that this eldest son of the Sterling family had noble character and was very respectful to his stepmother. Not only that, from childhood he had wholeheartedly cared for Marcus, treating him like his own flesh and blood. So if David became successful later, wouldn't Lady Sterling and her son also benefit? Lily's words were indeed very reasonable. As the saying goes, when one person achieves enlightenment, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. In ancient times, family clan concepts ran deep. If someone in the clan succeeded, not to mention brothers and sisters, the entire clan would benefit. Lord Sterling thought the same way, which is why from beginning to end he never suspected that Lady Sterling would scheme to harm his two sons. Who would have thought she was so vicious, not only wanting the two brothers to fall into ruin, but even harboring murderous intentions? She. How dare she? System. Master, you're not wrong, but don't humans have a saying about greed being like a snake, trying to swallow an elephant? Lady Sterling was exactly this type of person. She wasn't content. She thought that although David was very outstanding, her son Marcus wasn't inferior either. Lord Sterling often praised him for being intelligent and having the qualities for learning, and she also believed that Marcus would surely achieve great things in the future. So why couldn't her younger inherit the title? Just because he was born later. She felt this was unfair. She resented David for blocking her son's path to succession. Therefore, she was determined to eliminate the eldest son of the Sterling family. But doing this without leaving traces was not easy. She also knew that if even the slightest clue was discovered, not only would she face disaster, but Marcus would certainly be implicated too. Just when Lady Sterling was plotting how to secretly eliminate David, Lord Sterling brought back news that foreign enemies had invaded and the war situation on Northern Dynasty's front lines was tense. The Emperor urgently ordered conscription throughout Northern Dynasty, then immediately set out to reinforce the front lines. Hearing the news, David's blood boiled with patriotism, and he immediately decided to join the army. Although Lord Sterling was extremely reluctant, he ultimately agreed to his son's decision. But they absolutely never imagined that Lady Sterling would see opportunity in this. She suddenly thought, if David died on the battlefield, his death would absolutely not be connected to her. But specifically how to implement this plan was another problem. Then she thought of someone. This person was named Wade Chu, who was also Marcus's real father. Everyone, what? Real father? What does this mean? What are they thinking? My God, this secret is so unexpected. Lord Sterling had been listening intently, wanting to know who exactly had killed his dear David, when the system suddenly spoke and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. What? Who is Wade Chu? Saying Wade Chu is Zhong'er's real father, then what am I? At this moment, Marcus standing nearby was also stunned. The system's words were like thunder from a clear sky, leaving him completely dazed. Marcus wasn't stupid. He had somewhat known about his mother's schemes over the years, and he was also very grateful to his mother, because he too coveted that title. Therefore, over all these years, he had always tried to follow his mother's requirements, making an effort to display an obedient and studious appearance before his father. He had also put effort into his studies, presenting himself as a child with ambition. Not only that, under his mother's embellishment and his own cooperation, over the years he had built the image of a modest gentleman in the capital. But the one thing Marcus couldn't control was his own desires. Initially he only dared to target the servant girls in his quarters. Those servant girls naturally didn't dare resist. Even when servant girls became pregnant and his mother found out, although she would strictly punish him each time, she never failed to help him handle things smoothly. Gradually, his courage grew larger, and he began reaching out to women outside. But this person named Wade Chu or whatever, he truly didn't know who that was. Not only that, Marcus had never heard his mother mention this name Wade Chu before, but according to the system, Wade Chu was his real father. Could it be that he wasn't of sterling blood? No, how could this be possible? Marcus didn't want to, and refused to believe this was the truth. Lily had just been busy thinking, not knowing what methods Lady Sterling had used to kill David. Suddenly hearing such big drama, she nearly choked on her saliva and hurriedly asked the system, what? The system meant that Marcus wasn't Lord Sterling's biological son. My God, what's this about? So Lady Sterling cuckolded Lord Sterling, and that man is this guy named Wade Chu. Oh my, this dramatic. System, why didn't you give a heads up? Such big drama makes me unable to swallow it all, no psychological preparation at all. The system hurriedly replied, Master, stay calm, don't get excited. It's mainly that there's too much drama today. I temporarily didn't know where to start properly, so my way of expressing was a bit inconsiderate. Just digest this drama for now. Lily, fine, but who exactly is this guy Wade Chu? The system continued to explain. Wade Chu is actually Lady Sterling's former lover. He has no background, originally just someone who practiced martial arts for Lady Sterling's elder brother Lam Thean, specifically responsible for training with Lam Thean. But this Wade Chu was handsome and also a martial arts master. When Lady Sterling was still an unmarried lady, she often ran over to watch her brother practice martial arts. Day by day, the two developed feelings and secretly carried on. Later, when the Sterling earldom came to propose marriage for the Lam family, this was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity, and the whole family was overjoyed. Lady Sterling also understood clearly in her heart that even if she liked Wade Chu, she couldn't marry him. Not to mention the family would absolutely not agree. She herself knew that following Wade Chu would have no future, so she didn't resist at all and obediently married into the Earl's manor. Fortunately, Wade Chu was also someone who knew his place and didn't entangle with Lady Sterling. On the contrary, after she married, he left the Lam family and went to a martial arts school to make a living by teaching martial arts. Lily commented after hearing this. Hearing it this way, this Wade Chu isn't that bad, even somewhat pitiable. After all, being born of low status isn't his fault, right? Wait, system, if they had already broken up, then where did Marcus come from? Could it be that when Lady Sterling married Lord Sterling, it was a buy one, get one, free deal with pregnancy included? Paf. The crowd nearly burst into laughter. Truly worthy of being Lily with lightning, fast reactions. Everyone hadn't even thought of this point yet, but she had already asked the key question that everyone was curious about. The system continued. It's not like that. Lady Sterling became pregnant with Marcus after secretly meeting with Wade Chu following her marriage. Lily, what? Became pregnant after marriage, so they never really cut contact. The system explained. Not exactly that they never cut contact. At least in the beginning after marrying into the Earl's manor, they truly didn't interact. But before long, Lady Sterling discovered that Lord Sterling's heart still always missed his deceased first wife. Marrying her was completely the old Earl and his wife's idea. Compared to that, although Wade Chu was of low birth, he was devoted to her with all his heart, his love deep as the ocean. Lady Sterling told herself that he would never betray her. Thinking of this, Lady Sterling thought the disparity was too great. About a year later, she happened to meet Wade Chu again and learned that he not only hadn't married but still loved her deeply. In the end, she couldn't restrain herself. It was exactly that time that she became pregnant with Marcus. Afterward, the two continued their entanglement, and whenever she suffered grievances or unhappiness at the Earl's manor, she would find ways to meet him. Wade Chu was truly a devoted lover. He always secretly protected Lady Sterling, and to this day has never married or had children. Marcus, hearing this, nearly went mad. He truly wasn't of Sterling blood, and moreover, through the system's words, he clearly understood that Wade Chu was just a lowly martial arts instructor from a wealthy family. Of humble status, how could he be worthy to be his father? He didn't need such a person as his father. It was over, everything was over. He even began to resent his mother. Why did she do such shameless things? His future, his title had now turned to smoke and clouds. On Lord Sterling's side, he also couldn't take it anymore. My God, he absolutely never imagined that the Lamb woman would dare to cuckold him. Moreover, Marcus wasn't even his son. Lord Sterling's blood pressure surged violently, and if not for the quick support of the guards beside him, he would have collapsed on the spot. This shock was too great for him. Now he finally understood the feeling of the Emperor, when the entire court witnessed the drama of being cuckolded. It truly was worse than death. But compared to these matters, he now wanted even more to know how his dear David had been killed by the Lamb woman. So he gritted his teeth and continued listening. Lily digested the information for a moment, then asked further, "System, hurry up and continue. How did Lady Sterling arrange for Wade Chu to deal with the eldest son of the Sterling family?" After Lady Sterling and Wade Chu secretly discussed, they quickly decided to have Wade Chu join the army with David, so they could take the opportunity on the way to battle to eliminate David. Lady Sterling also deliberately arranged for Wade Chu to join David's personal guard unit. To avoid his suspicion, she claimed this was someone Lord Sterling had specially arranged for her to assign because he was worried about his son's safety. David, knowing his father cared about him, naturally didn't suspect anything. Of course, Lord Sterling knew nothing about this matter, Lily, so that's how it was. But I still don't understand, didn't the eldest son of the Sterling family ultimately die at enemy hands? What does it have to do with Wade Chu? The crowd immediately pricked up their ears, especially Lord Sterling. This was exactly what he couldn't understand. System, the situation is this. According to the original plan that Lady Sterling and Wade Chu had discussed, they were indeed planning to have Wade Chu secretly find an opportunity to act. But unexpectedly, an accident occurred midway. It turned out that Lord Sterling was uneasy about letting the eldest son go out to fight alone in distant battlefields. Therefore, he had secretly sent several masters to follow and protect the eldest son's safety. It's just that he knew this son had just enlisted and didn't want to make things too special. He wanted him to rely on his own abilities to establish himself in the military camp. Therefore, Lord Sterling didn't tell David about this. Nevertheless, these masters were still arranged beside David. From then on, throughout the entire journey to the frontier, these masters hardly left the eldest son's side for even half a step. Even when sleeping at night, they took turns keeping watch, afraid that something unexpected might happen to David. Therefore, Wade Chu wanted to act but completely couldn't find an opportunity. Lily. So that's how it was. It seems Lord Sterling really valued this eldest son back then. System, exactly. After all, David was not only the most suitable person to inherit the Earl's title, but also Lord Sterling's son with the woman he loved most. He naturally cared extremely much. Lily nodded and continued asking, "Then what happened after that?" System. After that, Wade Chu had no other choice. After all, if he forcibly acted, he was no match for those masters. It continued like this until they reached the battlefield. Wade Chu still couldn't find an opportunity to kill David. He could only hope that when they actually went into battle, he would find the opportunity to act accidentally with swords and blades. In the midst of battle between two sides, even masters would find it hard to protect themselves completely, and then there would surely be an opportunity. Lily, it seems this Wade Chu is also someone with deep thoughts, not a reckless type. If it were someone else, they probably would have gotten anxious and exposed themselves long ago. The crowd also nodded in agreement. The system continued. Who would have thought that as soon as they arrived at the military camp, they encountered General Mason, and moreover, the other party seemed to have already known about David's enlistment. Not only that, General Mason had already heard that David not only had outstanding martial arts, but had also read many military books, was knowledgeable about military affairs, and had some achievements. At that time, they were facing a difficult problem, so they tried asking David's opinion. Who would have thought David would come up with an excellent strategy? General Mason was extremely satisfied and immediately decided to keep him by his side for strategic planning. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but secretly admire. Although Marcus was far from his reputation, this David was truly a talent. At such a young age, he was already valued by General Mason. He truly was extraordinary. Lily, it seems this eldest son of the Sterling family was truly a rare talent. System. Exactly, but this made Wade Chu completely helpless. Because like this, relying on his strength alone, wanting to kill David became even more difficult. Nevertheless, Wade Chu still wasn't willing to give up, because he had long known that Marcus was his biological son. Although as a father he couldn't acknowledge his son, for his son's future, he had to do his utmost. Speaking of coincidence, in one battle, Wade Chu was unfortunately captured and became a prisoner of the enemy army. Lily wept, so did he betray. If this Wade Chu already wanted to take David's life, if it were me, I would definitely exaggerate to the enemy army how formidable David was. That way the enemy army would be wary of him and would certainly find every way to eliminate David. System. Master, you're very clever, you guessed correctly. Just as Master thought. After being captured by the enemy army, Wade Chu immediately conceived the idea of borrowing the enemy's hand to eliminate David, so he told everything he knew to the enemy army, even adding salt and pepper, deliberately exaggerating David's achievements. He said that David was like General Mason's eyes, and all the strategies against the enemy army were devised by him. If they could eliminate this person, they could definitely defeat the Northern Dynasty army. Although the enemy army didn't completely believe it, following the principle that it's better to believe than not, they still investigated David and subsequently discovered this person was indeed extraordinary. He not only had outstanding abilities but was also the eldest legitimate grandson of the Sterling earldom in Northern Dynasty. So the enemy army truly targeted David. But initially they planned to capture him alive to threaten Northern Dynasty, not to kill him. It's just that they didn't expect to underestimate David's martial arts. When implementing the plan to capture him alive, not only did they fail to capture him, but they were counterattacked by David, nearly losing their general. In the end they had to change their plan and join forces to kill David. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel heartbroken. As people of Northern Dynasty, they knew clearly that today's peaceful life was thanks to Emperor Ming's wisdom, thanks to the sacrifice of Northern Dynasty's generals and soldiers, but more importantly, thanks to talented generals like General Mason. The principle that 1,000 soldiers are easy to find but one general is hard to obtain, everyone understood. From the system's account, everyone realized that this eldest son David was clearly a rare military talent. Moreover, he was young and wholeheartedly devoted to Northern Dynasty. If properly cultivated, he would surely become an outstanding general like General Mason in the future, perhaps even surpassing him. Who would have thought that just because of a villain like Wade Chu, he would die young? Even the crowd listening felt indignant. Lily also felt a chill down her spine. Hemph, although I guessed it, hearing about David dying so unjustly, I really don't feel good at all. Lord Sterling, hearing this, finally couldn't contain himself anymore. He clenched his fists, his eyes like he wanted to kill. Wade Chu, you're really something. Lamb woman, you're also excellent. You pair of adulterers, how dare you conspire to kill my dear David? I swear I'll make you both torn to pieces. And that bastard too, I'll definitely make him pay with his life for my dear David. In the room, Marcus heard these words and his heart pounded violently, scared out of his wits. He couldn't believe that his elder brother had actually been killed by his mother and that Wade Chu guy in conspiracy, and their entire purpose was just so he could inherit the title. If this matter had been revealed under different circumstances, perhaps he wouldn't have thought it was such a big deal. After all, his mother had once said that as long as he obediently did his own job well, he didn't need to worry about other things. All the obstacles preventing him from inheriting the title, she would personally clear away. He had never doubted his mother. But now this matter had been exposed by the system right in front of his father. The situation was completely different. Everyone knew how much his father had loved his elder brother back then, the entire capital knew. Now that his father knew the truth, he would definitely not forgive his mother. And that damned system even dared to question whether he was a biological son. Wouldn't he also be doomed? Thinking of this, Marcus's cold sweat poured like a fountain. He raised his head and suddenly met the ice, cold, murderous gaze of Lord Sterling. His whole body trembled with fear, unconsciously stepping back 2 paces. What to do? What to do? What should he do now? Would his father kill him on the spot in anger? Just when Marcus was trembling with fear, Lord Sterling forced himself to restrain and not act hastily. Because at this moment, Lily's inner voice rang out again. That's right. System, you said David's death, surely there must be some loose ends. Where is that Wade Chu guy now? Wasn't he captured by the enemy army back then? What happened after that? System, Master, don't be hasty, I'll tell each story one by one. First, let's talk about Wade Chu. Back then, after being captured by the Northern Border Army, the enemy didn't kill him. On the contrary, because he provided useful information, they decided to use him. Later they came up with a plan. They beat Wade Chu half to death, then released him. To Northern Dynasty, they said he had escaped on his own, but in reality the Northern Border wanted to use Wade Chu as a spy within General Mason's army. Of course, they would pay Wade Chu based on the value of the information he provided. Lily, this is a classic honey trap strategy. Obviously Wade Chu ultimately agreed, right, System? Exactly. For Wade Chu, national affairs had nothing to do with a petty person like him. He originally didn't go to battle out of idealistic killing motives. His goal of killing David had already been achieved. He didn't want to lose his life by refusing the Northern Border's request, and he could also profit from providing information. So he agreed without much thought. In the time that followed, Wade Chu relayed information to the Northern Border many times. He even once secretly stole an important document and gave it to them, causing over 1,000 Northern Dynasty soldiers to die unjustly. Fortunately, Wade Chu's position wasn't high, so the information he could access was quite limited and insufficient to affect the overall situation. In the end, Northern Dynasty still won the war. Regrettably, Wade Chu's treasonous behavior wasn't discovered by anyone. After the war, except for some soldiers who stayed to guard the frontier, everyone else returned to the capital. Wade Chu also returned to Northern Dynasty with the main army. Don't be surprised, Wade Chu's luck was really good. His direct superior on the battlefield quite valued his talents, so after returning to the capital he recommended him. From then on, Wade Chu navigated the political arena and has now climbed to the position of deputy commander. The system's words made everyone grind their teeth in anger. Who would have thought Wade Chu not only killed David, but also served as a lackey for the Northern Border, betraying Northern Dynasty and causing over 1,000 soldiers to sacrifice unjustly. This man deserved to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Yet this criminal not only still lived but lived comfortably, even getting promoted to deputy commander. Truly, good people don't live long. While evil lasts 1,000 years, heaven is so unfair. Lord Sterling's eyes were now red with indignation. Wade Chu had killed his dear David, yet now still lived carefree and comfortable. His dear David truly died with unrest. But now, besides his anger, he also had some rationality. If Wade Chu were just an ordinary person, with Lord Sterling's status, making him disappear from this world wouldn't be difficult. But now he was already a 6th-rank official. Although his rank wasn't high, wanting to kill him without leaving traces wasn't easy, and might even implicate the Sterling earldom. Moreover, Lily had just mentioned whether David's death had left any clues, so he would patiently listen a bit more. Sure enough, Lily, after hearing this, was so angry she ground her teeth and exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? System, I'm about to go crazy listening to this. This guy caused so many crimes, yet still gets promoted and lives comfortably. If David and over 1,000 soldiers who died unjustly because of him knew about this, even their coffin lids would be blown off. System, Master, don't be hasty. Don't humans often say, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself? Although Wade Chu's killing of David back then was done secretly, it's not without loose ends. Lily immediately perked up on hearing this and hurriedly asked, Oh, System, hurry up and tell me. System, it's like this. When Wade Chu was captured by the Northern Border, there was a Northern Border soldier responsible for translating information from prisoners like Wade Chu. This person had a wife who was a citizen of Xianxia in Northern Dynasty. His wife's family ran a pawn shop in Xianxia. After the Northern Border was defeated, this person followed his wife back to Northern Dynasty to help his father-in-law manage the pawn shop. He's currently in Xianxia. Lily was so excited she nearly jumped up. My God, this is absolutely perfect. So if we can find this person, maybe we can bring all of Wade Chu's past crimes to light. This is already very good. Lily had originally planned to say that having additional physical evidence would be even more perfect, but this matter had happened so many years ago that having such a witness was already not easy. As long as there was a witness, if she reported this matter, it wouldn't just be empty words. Maybe someone would be willing to investigate further. Unexpectedly, the system continued, "That's right, it's not over yet." Back then, the northern border used a honey trap on Wade Chu to prevent him from betraying them upon return, and they specifically kept a token from his person, along with a letter written by Wade Chu himself. That token was nothing other than a jade pendant that Lady Sterling had given to Wade Chu. This jade pendant was from when Lady Sterling was still an unmarried lady, secretly commissioning it. Inside the jade pendant were carved the maiden name of Lady Sterling and Wade Chu's name in small characters. These characters were copied in Lady Sterling's handwriting. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't discover them. Wade Chu considered this jade pendant extremely important and always carried it with him, almost never leaving it behind. If not for that special situation, he absolutely wouldn't have borne to take it out. As for that letter, it clearly recorded Wade Chu's crimes, intended for blackmail to prevent Wade Chu from changing his mind midway. When the northern border was defeated back then, the northern border soldiers were busy fleeing, and he took the opportunity to pick up these two items. That northern border soldier was also cunning. Seeing the jade pendant was exquisite, he gave it to his wife, lying that he had bought it himself. As for the letter, he casually stuffed it into the box containing the jade pendant, and perhaps even he forgot about it later. His wife couldn't read, so she didn't pay attention to the letter, but she really liked the jade pendant, and always kept it in the box. Back then, they brought it from the northern border to Northern Dynasty and took it to Jiangzhou. Upon hearing about Jiangzhou, Lily laughed delightedly. What perfect divine timing. Lily, this is truly divine intervention. So as long as we can find that person and figure out how to get the jade pendant, with both witness and physical evidence complete, Wade Chu definitely won't escape. Haha, later when I return to the manor, I'll organize everything that happened today and see how to clearly present the cause and effect. So father will agree to let me go to Anzhou to find the person, then bring this great traitor of Northern Dynasty to justice according to law. Haha, it feels like I'm finally about to accomplish 1040-48, so one's in 41-47 great deed. Just thinking about it makes me excited. That's right, since it's come to this, I'll be a good person to the end. System, hurry up and help me check, is there any way to substitute for blood lineage testing? Didn't you say you know many friends in the system world? Just casually ask them for something like a bloodline identification charm or whatever. Anyway, as long as we can expose Marcus's true identity, that's enough. System. I really do know many systems, but their items are all designed specifically for their masters. How could they give them to me? Lily Chen, fine, then is there really no other way? Thinking about how this guy once wanted to harm my elder sister makes me so angry I could grind my teeth. System, master, wait a moment, let me check. There really is a way. Marcus has 3 plum blossom-shaped moles on his buttocks. Marcus is very proud of these 3 moles because he feels this mark is not only unique but also special. So every time he's intimate with women, he often shows them off, even jokingly calling it 3 plum blossoms. Paffed. Lily nearly couldn't contain herself. Great 3 plum blossoms, truly a talent. Daiquine probably never imagined that the name 3 plum blossoms she made up would turn out like this. Haha, wait, system. But what does this 3 plum blossoms have to do with the bloodline identification I mentioned? System. Because the 3 plum blossoms he's so proud of are actually inherited from his biological father. Wade Chu also has 3 identical plum blossom moles on his buttocks. What's strange is that not only Wade Chu has them, but his father, his grandfather, and even his brothers all have this special mole, like a family crest of the Chu clan, passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, Lady Sterling also really likes these 3 moles. Lady Sterling even deliberately embroidered plum blossoms on many things in the manor like pillow covers, handkerchiefs, and even the sleeves of many of Lord Sterling's garments have 3 plum blossoms embroidered on them. Because Marcus also has this mole, Lord Sterling just thought his wife liked plum blossoms for that reason and didn't think much of it. Lily, paffed. System, are you sure? Lady Sterling doing this wasn't to get revenge on Lord Sterling. After all, although Lord Sterling married her, his heart always remembered someone else, and that person was already dead. System, Master, your story reading hasn't been in vain, your mind is getting sharper and sharper. Lady Sterling doing this was indeed meant to get revenge on Lord Sterling. Lily, my God, I guessed right again. It seems Lady's also a formidable person. I just wonder if Lord Sterling would be so angry he'd cough up blood if he knew everything. After all, every night sleeping on pillows and wearing clothes all marked with traces of his love rival. I don't dare think about it, clothes all marked with traces of his love rival. I don't dare think, it's truly eye-searing. But this way, Marcus is indeed the illegitimate child of Lady Sterling and Wade Chu, authentically undeniable. When the time comes, just strip the pants off both of them to compare, whose son will be immediately clear as day. Marcus was now completely desperate. He never expected that the 3 plum blossom moles he had always been proud of would ultimately become the last straw that crushed him. Lord Sterling, why is he here again? Lily, so what exactly is happening today? Could it be that Lord Sterling and Minister Morrison made an appointment to come catch adulterers together? Just moments ago, Lily had been busy imagining the scene of stripping Marcus's and Wade Chu's pants to verify their father-son relationship. Suddenly she saw someone burst in, with 2 other people following behind. The person leading was none other than Lord Sterling of the Sterling Earldom. Lord Sterling had been waiting all along, and now that the evidence was clear, there was nothing left to hesitate about. He immediately sent people to notify the guards in the manor to rush to Jiangzhou immediately and invite that northern border soldier back to the capital. Jiangzhou wasn't far from the capital. If things went smoothly, they could bring the person back tomorrow. As for Marcus, no, he didn't deserve to bear the Sterling name. He would take this bastard back with him. Once witness and physical evidence were complete and the crimes of that pair of adulterers were verified, he would deal with all 3 at once. Let them prepare to reunite in the underworld, you bastard. Lord Sterling stepped forward to Marcus and suddenly delivered a slap like thunder. This slap he had wanted to deliver for a long time. He even regretted not being able to kill him with 1 strike. Father. Marcus held his face and looked pitifully at Lord Sterling, as if still harboring some final illusion. After all, for over 10 years, he believed that Lord Sterling had once truly loved him. Perhaps he would remember their past affection and spare him a way to live. After all, the one who did wrong was his mother, was that despicable man, not him. Unfortunately, with an angry roar from Lord Sterling, his last illusion vanished. You bastard don't deserve to call me father. Guards, quickly bind this bastard and escort him back to the manor. Lily, standing nearby, was still confused. What's happening? Does Lord Sterling already know that Marcus isn't his biological son? Suddenly the system shouted. Oh no, Marcus is going for the knife on the table. Indeed, seeing Lord Sterling order his subordinates to arrest him, Marcus knew the situation was bad. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he suddenly grabbed the knife from the table, then lunged forward to seize Lord Sterling, pressing the knife to his neck. You bastard, what are you trying to do? Put down the knife immediately. Lord Sterling was startled by Marcus's sudden action and immediately shouted loudly. But at this moment Marcus was already extremely agitated and didn't care at all. Like a madman, he roared, Old man, if you're already so heartless, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone back away, or I'll immediately take this old man's life. Everyone was clearly frightened by this scene and unconsciously stepped back several paces. Lord Sterling's subordinates were also flustered, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Minister Morrison, who was standing closest to Marcus, quietly shifted his feet, as if wanting to take advantage of his inattention to rescue Lord Sterling. But he had only taken 2 steps when Marcus noticed. He immediately pulled Lord Sterling back and shouted loudly, I already said, everyone back away. Come any closer and don't blame me for acting. After speaking, his hand tightened, the blade moved slightly, leaving a small scratch on Lord Sterling's neck, blood faintly visible. Even Lord Sterling panicked and quickly shouted, All of you step back first. Everyone immediately retreated, clearing the way to the door, leaving only Lily standing dazed in place, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Why don't you hurry up and get out of the way? Marcus actually didn't consider Lily important at all, just thinking she was a little Miss Scared Silly. Seeing everyone had moved away, he shouted while escorting Lord Sterling toward the door. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Master, quickly charge forward. The protection mechanism has been activated for you." Today the system consumed such a huge drama fruit that its energy is unprecedented. Right now it's not being stingy and is unleashing all its power. Lily, alright, watch me. Heya! Marcus hadn't even had time to react when he saw Lily suddenly leap up from where she stood, then charge straight at him like she was flying. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Miss Lily, she's really flying. But before they could see clearly, Lily had already glided past Marcus, raising her leg to deliver a powerful kick right to his head. Bang! Lily's speed was astonishingly fast. Marcus couldn't react in time and was kicked down to the ground. At the same time, his hand loosened and the knife pressed against Lord Sterling's neck fell to the floor. Amazing! Lily was steadily hovering in mid-air. That's right, thanks to the protection mechanism, she was truly flying. Everyone watching this scene was stunned speechless. This is the legendary protection mechanism. So amazing. Lily was also extremely excited. Just now she had only been focused on saving people and hadn't realized she had flown up. At this moment her heart was indescribably thrilled. Ha ha ha, I really flew up. System, you're truly at the peak. Look at me like this, don't I look like a fairy? Ha ha. System, look quickly, everyone is stunned. They must think I'm super cool too, but it seems like something's missing. That's right, if there was a little wind it would be perfect, plus some mist, with my dress flowing in the fairy aura, gently fluttering. So beautiful. System, can you add a little wind and mist? Everyone had just been extremely shocked. What was Miss Lily thinking? Being able to fly was already heaven-defying enough, and she still wanted to create wind and mist. Did she think everyone here was an idiot? Wasn't she afraid people would find her behavior too supernatural? Even the system couldn't take it. Master, what are you thinking? This is inside a guest room. Don't you see the windows are tightly closed? Right now you're asking me to create wind and mist, not to mention I don't have that ability. Even if I did, I wouldn't dare. So many eyes are watching. Aren't you afraid your supernatural powers will be suspected? Lily now scratched her head and laughed foolishly. Oh right, why did I forget about this? Well then, let me quickly come down. So saying, she spread her arms wide, gently lifted one leg, and struck a descending pose that was extremely majestic. Seeing this scene, the crowd all cooperatively applauded thunderously, with some even calling out loudly. Miss Lily truly is a heroine among women. That moment just now was truly like a fairy descending to earth. Exactly. Truly worthy of being Northern Dynasty's #1 female official, indeed extraordinary. Right. If only I could have martial arts skills like Miss Lily, truly enviable. That's right, Miss Lily. That move just now was so powerful. What's it called? Lily was flattered to the point of floating, her mouth grinning so wide it almost couldn't close. She tried to control her expression and happily replied, "You're all too kind. That move just now is called the Buddha Mountain Shadowless Kick." Speaking of this Buddha Mountain Shadowless Kick, it has quite a history. When I was young, I happened to meet an enlightened high monk who saw that I had exceptional natural talent, truly a rare martial arts prodigy, so he taught me this martial arts technique. The light body technique just now was also taught by that high monk. But I'm naturally modest and usually don't like to show off my abilities in front of others. If it weren't for today's urgent situation, I wouldn't have acted. Hearing Lily seriously making things up, the system was truly speechless. Before this, how did I not know my master had such talent for fabricating stories? Lying without needing to draft anything, and being so earnest about it. You don't know, I'm afraid she might really fool people. However, master, you should stop while you're ahead. If you say more, you'll be exposed. What exceptional natural talent. I only see a bunch of meat on your body, where are the bones? The crowd truly lived up to their reputation of being hilarious beyond measure. Paffed. Ha ha ha. Everyone really couldn't hold it in anymore, laughing until they nearly stopped breathing. The corners of everyone's mouths twitching continuously as they tried to suppress more laughter for fear of internal injury. Ha ha. Marcus was now lying flat on the ground, regretting so much he was beating his chest and stamping his feet. My brain is truly pig-brained. She has a protection mechanism. Why didn't I remember that just now? Oh, such a blunder. but everything is too late now. At this moment he had already been bound by several guards of Lord Sterling. Lord Sterling, having just been rescued, suddenly stepped forward to Lily and respectfully bowed. "Thank you very much, Miss Lily, for your assistance just now. Another day I will definitely personally come to your door to express my gratitude," Lily said outwardly. "Oh, Lord Sterling, you're too polite. It was just a small matter, not worth mentioning." But inwardly she thought, right, remember to praise me a lot in front of my parents. Otherwise they always think I only know how to cause trouble and can't accomplish anything worthwhile. And if you could conveniently reward me with some material things, that would be even better. I'm not greedy for money, it's just that I've been a bit short on cash lately. Paffed. Haha. The crowd now really couldn't contain themselves anymore. This inner voice was too genuine, even Lord Sterling probably pretend not to hear it. Haha, Miss Lily is truly interesting. Even Lord Sterling almost couldn't help laughing, but his mood was too heavy right now, he really couldn't laugh. Moreover, the truth was now clear and he still had a pile of matters to handle, so he didn't linger long. After thanking Miss Lily, he hurriedly left. Only then did Lily suddenly remember, "Oh my, what's wrong with my brain? Why was I so busy daydreaming, just now that I forgot to tell Lord Sterling about the real cause of David's death, and the witness in Xianxia? Well, forget it, I can slowly think this through carefully when I get home and figure it out later. It's not too late." Tisk. Seeing Marcus being taken away by Lord Sterling, Emma couldn't contain the resentment filling her heart. She pulled on Minister Morrison's hand and softly sobbed. After hearing the system say so much, what was there left for her not to understand? Marcus had been deceiving her from beginning to end. Hearing this aggrieved crying, Lily suddenly remembered there was still Emma. But now, she really didn't know whether she should pity this woman. After all, Lily extremely despised mistresses like this, whether in her previous life or this one, especially deliberate mistresses like Emma, who were even more detestable. But seeing how miserable she was as a mistress, completely manipulated by Marcus, gaining nothing in the end and falling into ruin and disgrace, and just now being caught red-handed in bed, exposing her body before so many people, in this era, Emma's future fate could be predicted, so Lily didn't know what else to say. Emma cried until her tears and snot were a mess, but what she waited for wasn't her father's comfort, but a slap like thunder. Minister Morrison showed no mercy, directly delivering a slap to Emma's face. Her cheek immediately showed a clear red handprint with all 5 fingers distinct. Emma was stunned, looking at her father in shock. This image was completely different from the father, who had just risked his life demanding justice for her. The crowd was also startled by this scene, but they quickly understood Minister Morrison's feelings. Marcus was indeed infuriating, but Emma wasn't innocent either. On the contrary, she was terribly wrong. Today's retribution was completely deserved. Why don't you hurry up and get out of here? Minister Morrison tried to suppress his anger to avoid fainting. He didn't dare look at anyone, feeling like everyone was pointing and whispering. He forcefully pulled Emma and hurriedly dragged her out of the blue house, stuffed her into a carriage, and headed straight back to the manor. He was truly furious. Today, having just finished handling official business and returned home, he heard his mother say that Emma had gone missing. After strict questioning, her maid couldn't take it anymore and confessed the truth. It turned out the young miss had deliberately disguised herself as a maid to go meet someone and wouldn't let anyone accompany her. Hearing this made Minister Morrison's head buzz, and he hurriedly ran straight to the Blue House. Who would have thought that upon arriving at the Blue House's guest room entrance, he would see Emma with no self-respect, clinging tightly to Marcus's trouser legs, crying miserably, constantly babbling things like, "Divorce Sophia," and "escort me into the household with phoenix crown and ceremonial robes." And then was Marcus with a face full of contempt, saying insulting words about the Morrison household that made listeners want to bury themselves. My God! What must Minister Morrison's state of mind have been at that moment? Truly tragic. Minister Morrison had relied on continuous effort over many years to achieve his position today. Though the path was difficult, he had always conducted himself uprightly, with nothing to be ashamed of. Because of this, he had earned everyone's recognition. Even Emperor Ming had praised him endlessly. Who would have thought that now, just because of this daughter, he would be humiliated like this? Oh, Why won't this child ever learn her lesson? She had just made a mistake before and was made to kneel in the ancestral hall. Yet before long she had forgotten everything and shamelessly ran off to curry favor with others again. This child, how can she be so disgraceful? Now that things have come to this, what should be done in the future? At the same time, in another corner, the secret guards had quickly reported this situation to Emperor Ming. After hearing this, Emperor Ming didn't know what to say either. What exactly is going on with this Minister Morrison? The previous incident already happened like that. Yet he still didn't learn from experience, letting his daughter cause such disgraceful trouble again. Although this matter can entirely blamed on Minister Morrison, he can't even manage his own family, letting such things happen repeatedly. It seems his prospects for promotion need to be reconsidered. But compared to Minister Morrison, Lord Sterling was obviously in a much more miserable situation. Emperor Ming truly hadn't expected that the eldest son of the Sterling family had sacrificed his life on a distant battlefield, while the second son had been deliberately raised to be worthless by Lady Sterling herself, and the third son that Lord Sterling had placed so much hope in turned out not to be his flesh and blood at all. Just thinking about it was suffocating. But when he heard about the real cause of David's death, Emperor Ming was even more shocked. This eldest son of the Sterling family, Emperor Ming still had a deep impression of him. Years ago, before the princes, he had praised David and told them to take him as an example. This eldest son not only had outstanding martial arts but also knew military strategy like the back of his hand. Moreover, at such a young age, he already carried an iron-hearted patriotism. Since ancient times, heroes emerge from youth, he was probably referring to someone like David. Initially, Emperor Ming had also placed great expectations on him, hoping that one day David would become a pillar of Northern dynasty like General Mason, perhaps even surpassing his predecessors. Who would have thought David would die young on a distant battlefield? When he heard this news, Emperor Ming had felt endless regret, never imagining that David's death concealed other inside stories. When he heard that Wade Chu had not only killed David, but also colluded with the northern border, selling important court intelligence and causing over 1,000 Northern Dynasty officers and soldiers to die unjustly, Emperor Ming gritted his teeth in fury. He truly hadn't expected that such a treacherous traitor seeking glory would not only avoid proper punishment but brazenly serve as an official right under his nose. Wasn't this the greatest joke in the world? How could those sacrificed officers and soldiers rest in peace? Fortunately, Lily and her system had exposed everything. Otherwise, he would truly have wronged those officers and soldiers who had risked their lives for the country on the battlefield. Now he just needed to wait for Lord Sterling to bring back evidence of Wade Chu's crimes. He would definitely seek justice for the fallen soldiers. The next morning, during the early court session, Lord Sterling had already reported Wade Chu's case to Emperor Ming. Everything went much more smoothly than expected. Last night, Lord Sterling's people had ridden non-stop from Zhangzhou, bringing back a northern soldier, and the evidence the system had mentioned the day before. This northern soldier was currently living quite well in the Northern Dynasty. Over the past 2 years, thanks to his help, his wife's family's pawn shop business had flourished. When business grew large, it inevitably involved government connections or required protection from officials. Therefore, he didn't want to offend the Northern Dynasty court, especially when the visitors were from the Earl of Zhongjian's manor, a significant power in the Northern Dynasty. Consequently, when he learned of their intentions, this soldier was very cooperative. Not only did he provide handwritten letters from Wade Chu himself from years ago, but he also voluntarily expressed his willingness to accompany them and personally testify to Wade Chu's crimes. Emperor Ming made a decisive decision right there in court, immediately ordering the arrest of Wade Chu and Lady Sterling's born lamb, and assigning this case to the Ministry of Justice for thorough investigation. If the accusations proved true, severe punishment was definitely warranted. The other ministers in court had actually heard rumors about this yesterday, so they weren't overly shocked. On the contrary, Lily standing below was bewildered as if lost in fog. What was happening? How did Lord Sterling uncover the truth so quickly? He even brought back people from Zhangzhou along with evidence. Could it be that when interrogating Lady Sterling yesterday, she couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed everything? It must be so. Excellent. This way, Wade Chu and Lady Sterling won't be able to escape. Ha ha ha, indeed heaven has eyes. As the ancients said, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. And another saying, it's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Everyone hearing these words from Lily felt both amused and amazed that little Lady Chen spoke so correctly. Not only that, but other thoughts arose in their hearts. Since little Lady Chen appeared in court, everything had changed. Her system was truly too powerful. Before it, anyone was transparent, every deed they'd done was known to it completely. Combined with little Lady Chen's love of gossip and excitement, the situation was no longer, if you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself, but rather, as long as you do it, the system will know. Therefore, from now on, whatever they did, they would have to consider carefully beforehand. Wade Chu's matter was quickly concluded, and then the ministers began discussing other state affairs. Lily soon felt bored again. Today she wasn't sleepy, but having nothing to do, she began looking around. Before long, her gaze stopped on Minister Tang, who had arrived today. Minister Tang had originally been a compiler at the Hanlin Academy and normally didn't need to attend court, but because court recorder Sam had unfortunately broken his leg yesterday, Minister Tang had to temporarily take his place today. At this moment, Minister Tang was hunched over his writing, sweating profusely, so busy his hands and feet were in disarray. Don't think that being a court recorder responsible for documenting court proceedings seemed simple, just recording what happened each day in court. It sounded easy, but in reality it wasn't easy at all. Especially for someone newly taking over like Minister Tang, he was always worried about missing or recording something incorrectly. Therefore, he was constantly in a state of tension like a taut bowstring. Compared to Lily sitting beside him, it was truly like heaven and earth. As Minister Tang's colleague, Lily not only didn't feel anything was wrong, but leisurely began chatting with the system about Minister Tang. She whispered mentally, "System, this Minister Tang looks scholarly and refined. Surely there's nothing interesting about him to discuss." The system replied, "Master, you really don't know. As people say, you can't judge by appearances, and the ocean can't be measured with a bucket. For me, as long as it's a person, there's definitely a story to tell. Moreover, Minister Tang's story is quite significant." While hunched over writing, the brush in Minister Tang's hand suddenly trembled, and a drop of ink fell onto the paper, startling him. "Lily, you're supposed to be the assistant court recorder. If you won't help me, fine, but you dare to gossip about me. Do you still know what propriety means?" As a compiler at the Hanlin Academy, Minister Tang naturally knew all about little Lady Chen. When he received the imperial edict yesterday to temporarily replace the court recorder, he felt both joy and worry. Joy because this was a heaven-sent opportunity. Not only would he have more audiences with His Majesty, but perhaps this could open up his path to promotion. After all, the court recorder was already old, and retirement was just a matter of time. But at the same time, Minister Tang was also anxious. He feared that on his first day in court, he would become little Lady Chen's target. Although he considered himself always respectful and law-abiding, never doing anything illegal, everyone had some private matters they didn't want others to know, especially in this court setting. Therefore, since receiving the imperial edict, he had secretly prayed not to become the unlucky one. To avoid attracting Lily's attention, today he deliberately acted as humble and lowly as possible. Who would have thought that what was meant to come would still come? Emperor Ming and the ministers were starting to eat gossip again. They were also curious about what secrets this Minister Tang had, especially Minister Miller from the Hanlin Academy. Could it be that Minister Tang was truly so unlucky that on his very first day in court he was targeted by little Lady Chen? Nevertheless, Minister Miller was equally curious. Minister Tang had worked under him for years, always humble. Apart from his hobby of poetry and prose, he really didn't know what big secrets Minister Tang could be hiding. So everyone perked up their ears to listen, wanting to know the full story. But to avoid Lily noticing, they continued discussing the ongoing topic. Although Minister Tang was so worried his heart was hanging by a thread, not knowing what embarrassing story the system would reveal about him, since court was still in session. The brush in his hand dared not stop for a moment. He sighed inwardly, "Oh heaven, why am I so miserable?" Lily had no idea how embarrassed Minister Tang was and curiously asked, "System, speak up. What exactly is it?" The system answered, It's like this. Minister Tang has a hobby. He's extremely obsessed with writing poetry in daily life, to the point where you could say he's obsessed to the point of foolishness. Lily was stunned. Writing poetry. For a scholar of ancient times, isn't this normal? How obsessed does one have to be to call it foolishness? Don't tell me he actually eats poetry. The system, master, how did you guess so well? Emperor Ming and the ministers. What? When the system said this, could it be that Minister Tang really eats poetry? How can poetry be eaten? How is such a thing possible? Hearing this, Minister Tang's face turned green as vegetables. Oh heaven, why bring this up? I'm dying of embarrassment. He knew it. Whenever little Lady Chen targeted someone, nothing good would come of it. He just wanted to find a crack in the earth to crawl into. Seeing the system's reaction, Lily was also amazed. Ha! I was just guessing randomly and got it right. I was just joking. Could he really eat poetry so terrifyingly? The system continued. Exactly. If not, why call it being obsessed with poetry to the point of foolishness? It's just that he doesn't eat his own poetry, but poetry by a great poet from a previous dynasty named Wang Bai. Minister Tang regards Wang Bai as his idol and worships his poetry to the extreme. He always dreams that one day he could create verses as exquisite as Wang Bai's. But no matter how hard he tried, his poetry skills showed no improvement. Once when he fell ill, he went to see a physician. The physician told him about a theory called "you are what you eat." For example, eating pig brain supplements the brain, eating kidneys supplements kidneys, drinking bone soup is good for bones, eating pig skin is good for skin, eating blood supplements blood, and so on. Minister Tang felt this made great sense. So he connected this to poetry writing. If you are what you eat, then eating Wang Bai's poetry might enable him to write poetry as well as Wang Bai. Therefore, he copied Wang Bai's poems and burned them to ash, planning to eat the ash. But eating ash directly was incredibly difficult to swallow. So he thought of mixing the ash with honey, eating 3 spoonfuls every morning. And he persisted in doing this for over half a year. Paf! Emperor Ming and the ministers finally understood upon hearing this. So that's what it was. They had also heard of the "you are what you eat" theory, and most had even tried it. For instance, when feeling slow-witted, eating a bowl of pig brain, but burning poetry to ash and eating it like Minister Tang, they were truly hearing of such an absurd thing for the first time. Lily almost burst out laughing. So did he manage to write good poetry afterward? The system, of course not. The "you are what you eat" theory was fundamentally unscientific. Lily. Haha, exactly. If it were that easy to write good poetry, wouldn't everyone be able to skip the hard work of studying? Just burn some good literature from predecessors to ash and swallow it to become talented instantly. Looking at it, Minister Tang doesn't seem like a fool either. How could he not understand such a simple principle? The entire crowd turned their eyes toward Minister Tang. Right, looking at this person, how could someone so simple not think of this? At this moment, Minister Tang's face was already red as a ripe apple. Actually, even he couldn't understand why he had done such a foolish thing back then. Probably his brain had been addled by stones at the time, but now regretting it was too late. The system. How to explain this? Don't your people have a saying? Those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. Some principles are clear as day to outsiders, but to those involved, they're like clouds obscuring their vision. They just can't think it through. For example, your emperor previously always criticized Fifth Prince for being slow-witted, right? Then he heard somewhere about the "you are what you eat" theory. So he kept forcing Fifth Prince to eat pig brains continuously. The result was that Fifth Prince vomited violently, but his wits didn't improve much. Paffed. Second Prince and Fourth Prince standing next to Fifth Prince almost couldn't contain their laughter. They knew this story well. Back then, Father Emperor forced Fifth Brother to eat pig brain every day without any mercy. He really assigned people to supervise every meal. Calculating it, Fifth Brother continuously ate pig brain for over 3 months, probably close to 100 pig brains. Later, Father Emperor expectantly tested Fifth Brother with a few questions, and the result almost made Father Emperor die of anger. Because not only did Fifth Brother not become smarter, but his brain seemed even more sluggish than before, stumbling over even the simplest questions. Father Emperor then completely gave up, saying, "Truly pig brain, eating so much of it, hasn't he turned into a real pig brain?" This made them laugh until their stomachs hurt. The system's words inadvertently stirred up fifth prince's childhood trauma, and his expression immediately turned ugly. Heaven knows that incident truly frightened him so much that just hearing the words, pig brain, made him want to vomit. Emperor Ming's eyes were full of helplessness. Oh, with this fifth son of mine, I've truly exhausted all my efforts, but it seems to have no effect. I really don't understand how I gave birth to such a simple-minded child with no cunning like fifth prince. Lily's cheek muscles also trembled from trying to hold back laughter. Haha, poor fifth prince, how unlucky can you get? But he's really foolish too, truly too honest. When His Majesty told him to eat pig brain, he just obediently ate one every day. Why didn't he think of some way to deal with it? Everyone looked puzzled after hearing this. What other way was there? After all, that was His Majesty's order. Could fifth prince dare to defy it? Fifth prince himself widened his eyes in shock. This girl dares to call me foolish. Little Lady Chen really speaks without feeling the pain. He wanted to see what clever plan little Lady Chen would have if she were in this situation. Only Lord Chen seemed to suddenly realize something upon hearing Lily's words. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lily continued, actually, years ago father also forced me to eat pig brain, but I only ate it for 2 days before father didn't dare make me eat it anymore. Because on the night of the second day after eating pig brain, I deliberately pretended to sleepwalk, snuck into my parents' room, put one hand on father's head, held a book in the other hand, and mumbled, such a big pig head, chop 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 it up, burn 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 it, eat, so delicious. Father was so frightened he was beside himself. The next day he immediately forbade me from eating pig brain. The reason I had to wait until the second day to act was because on the first day I found pig brain didn't taste too bad, but by the second day I couldn't stand it anymore. Puffed, ha. The civil and military officials pinched their thighs hard, trying their utmost not to burst out laughing, but they really couldn't hold it in. Any family with a daughter like little Lady Chen would surely be lively as a festival every day. Duke Ning also laughed until tears flowed, remembering this incident. When Nanny returned home to visit, she had recounted this story, startling him greatly. He had even scolded Lord Chen for being foolish. Nanny was so clever. Why make her eat pig brain? To the point of eating herself sick. Who would have thought it was actually like this? Ha, worthy of being my nanny. Her mind is truly sharp. That blockhead Wei Wei really needed Nanny to teach him a lesson. Ha. Fifth prince looked bewildered, touching his head. This actually works. Emperor Ming's mouth twitched violently, holding back laughter until tears welled up. Worthy of little Lady Chen, truly talented. To think of such a countermeasure. Wei Wei is also strange. If you could think of this method, why would your brain need pig brain supplements? In my opinion, Lily isn't foolish at all. In fact, she's very clever. This is great wisdom appearing as foolishness. If fifth prince had half of Lily's wit, he wouldn't have foolishly eaten 100 pig brains. Eunuch Reed standing nearby saw through everything but said nothing. Not to mention how fifth prince could get close to His Majesty in the middle of the night. Even if he could do what Lily did, with His Majesty's temperament, I'm afraid fifth prince's arm would be broken and his bottom beaten to bloom. Who would dare disturb the sovereign? Therefore, in his opinion, what environment nurtures what character? Little Lady Chen's boldness is due not only to her natural temperament, but largely thanks to Lord Chen's extreme tolerance. On the other side, Lord Chen was so angry his nose was practically smoking. Lily, you truly deserve a beating. Normally when I tell you to study some proper knowledge, you get sleepy, but these mischievous tricks, I don't know where you learned them. At that time I was truly frightened to death. I thought, what if you were holding not a book but a knife? I didn't dare let you eat pig brain anymore. Who would have thought it was all just your pretense? At this point, Lily snapped out of her reminiscence. She continued asking, so what happened next? Minister Tang ate it for half a year. Why did he stop? Was it because he discovered his talent wasn't improving? The system, not exactly. The main reason was that after Minister Tang ate it for a full half year, his body developed problems. Minister Tang got constipated, and this wasn't ordinary constipation, but the most severe constipation of Minister Tang's entire life. Every day he could only take in but not release, making his belly swell like a drum. He suffered unbearable pain daily. His belly wasn't just swollen but also ached with pressure. Finally it swelled to the point where he couldn't even sleep peacefully. Minister Tang truly ran out of ways to cure his constipation. He ran everywhere seeking medical help, drinking laxatives almost daily like eating rice, yet there was no effect whatsoever. Nearly a month passed like this, with Minister Tang still only taking in but not releasing, his belly swollen as if about to explode. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Among those present, quite a few had experienced constipation. It was truly an indescribable pain. People had to eat every day, only taking in without releasing. Even a few days would be unbearable. Let alone Minister Tang going a whole month only taking in without releasing. One could imagine how great that suffering was. Lily, oh heavens, a whole month without bowel movements. If true, that would be extremely painful. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Eating ash for half a year, it would be strange if he didn't get constipated. So what happened next? The system continued. After that, Minister Tang's mother somehow heard of a folk remedy. She said people claimed that no matter how long the constipation lasted, just drinking this medicine would guarantee shooting through 1,000 miles in one go. Minister Tang's mother immediately had someone quickly prepare the herbs. To prevent her son from having diarrhea too severely after drinking this medicine, she even specially bought 2 soft shell turtles. She said after Minister Tang was cleared out, she'd make turtle soup to nourish him. Soon the medicine was prepared, and the 2 turtles were placed in the kitchen, ready for when Minister Tang finished his business to make soup. Minister Tang didn't completely trust it, but with the attitude of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he still drank a large bowl of the medicine. After all, this constipation was truly too painful. Who would have thought that just minutes after drinking it, Minister Tang felt his entire intestines churning. Then he hurriedly ran to the latrine to test the effectiveness. Lily listened with excitement. Looks like this time it really worked. Everyone also listened intently, wanting to know what kind of miracle drug this was. If it was truly effective, they could inquire about it later. Only Minister Tang at this moment felt like he was hearing a horror story. He truly didn't want to recall this dark period of history at all. The system, not knowing Minister Tang's feelings, continued, "Master, don't be hasty, let me tell you slowly. This gossip is very interesting." After Minister Tang went into the latrine, everyone outside waited anxiously. Minister Tang's mother and his wife. They knew best how Minister Tang had been tormented by constipation recently, and all hoped this medicine would work. Just at this moment, Minister Tang's 2 sons returned home from playing outside. At that time, Minister Tang was just a scholar, and his household didn't have many servants. The few servants were all busy with Minister Tang's affairs, following the old lady. When Minister Tang's 2 sons returned home hungry, they went to the kitchen looking for food and saw the 2 turtles. These 2 boys had never seen turtles before and immediately became mischievously interested. So they discussed taking the turtles to the back courtyard to play. Each grabbed a stick and used it to tap the turtles' 4 legs. Seeing the turtles retract their legs, they then used the sticks to poke at the turtles' nostrils. The turtles were probably a bit annoyed but still hadn't reacted strongly. Who would have thought Minister Tang's 2 sons still weren't satisfied? One boy put down his stick, grabbed the turtle's tail with his hand, flipped the turtle upside down, and shook it back and forth, playing with great delight. Unexpectedly, this action completely enraged the turtle. It suddenly extended its neck and bit hard into the hand of Minister Tang's youngest son. The severe pain made the little master jump up. He struggled violently, finally managing to fling the turtle off. Who would have thought the turtle would land with extreme accuracy, straight into the latrine? Immediately after, a terrible scream came from the latrine, frightening the 2 boys so much they jumped. Hearing the commotion, they knew they had caused trouble and quickly ran away. Lily, oh no, don't tell me the turtle bit Minister Tang directly. The system, exactly. That turtle landed precisely on Minister Tang's bottom, then aimed right at his buttocks and bit down hard. So Minister Tang in the latrine stuck his bottom up in the air and began thrashing wildly. As it turned out, he had just started to feel the urge to relieve himself when suddenly something fell from the sky, and then he felt excruciating pain. Minister Tang looked back and saw a turtle clamped firmly onto his bottom, absolutely refusing to let go. The turtle had probably just been tormented by Minister Tang's 2 sons, so at this moment it was venting all its anger on Minister Tang's bottom. The severe pain made Minister Tang panic. He first tried shaking it off, but seeing no effect, he used his hands to grab the turtle, wanting to pry it off his bottom. Who would have thought the turtle seemed determined, even with its neck being pulled nearly to breaking? It refused to open its mouth. Suddenly, just at this moment, whether it was because Minister Tang was in too much pain, or because the medicine he'd just drunk began to take effect. In any case, Minister Tang's intestines seemed to be completely unblocked. With just a thunderous sound, Minister Tang exploded violently in this instant. At this moment he was like a giant spraying machine, countless golden substances shooting in all directions. That scene was truly so magnificent that words couldn't describe it. Hearing the system's vivid description, everyone immediately visualized the scene clearly. Ooh. The ministers in court, including Emperor Ming sitting on the dragon throne, suddenly felt their stomachs churning like waves hitting the shore. Oh heavens, how disgusting. Lily was already laughing almost to the point of breathlessness. Ha ha ha, this scene is truly wonderful. Minister Tang's toilet this time truly became magnificently golden and brilliant. Paffed. The crowd, whose stomachs had just been churning, were now completely confused by Lily's phrase, magnificently golden and brilliant. They wanted to laugh and vomit at the same time. Magnificently golden and brilliant could be used this way. Lord Chen covered his face, not knowing what to say about this daughter anymore. Say she's uneducated. The vocabulary in her head was truly layered upon layered. There was nothing she didn't know, just things she hadn't thought of. But say she's educated. What serious scholar would use magnificently golden and brilliant in this situation, having been used this way by her? From now on this phrase would probably reek of excrement. He didn't know what others thought, but he personally never wanted to use this phrase again. Fifth Prince, however, saw nothing wrong with it. He reimagined that scene in his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Haha, little Lady Chen is truly talented. He learned another new phrase. Lily, unaware of everyone's reactions, continued, how should I put it? Minister Tang truly gave birth to two great filial sons. If not for these two divine assistants, I'm afraid he wouldn't have achieved such effectiveness. This time Minister Tang truly shot 1,000 miles in one go. If this were in modern times, the physician who prescribed that medicine would definitely take this opportunity to advertise vigorously, becoming famous in the constipation treatment world. The constipated patients of our great northern dynasty would definitely flock to him. The threshold of that physician's home would probably be trampled flat. I'm truly too talented. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. I suddenly want to share this marketing trick with that physician. At this moment, Minister Tang's face looked as if he'd just swallowed a dragon. The conversation between Lily and the system had powerfully dragged him back to that painful memory. His bottom even twitched reflexively. The pain from years ago was truly etched into his bones and heart, but only now did he realize that the damn turtle was thrown in by his two good sons. These two rotten boys had caused him such misery. Not only did they not admit their mistake afterward, but they also secretly mocked him for a long time. Damn it, when he got home today he definitely had to teach these two boys a lesson. The system continued, Master, you're overthinking. This is ancient times, how easy is it to advertise like that? Moreover, even if that physician wanted to advertise, he'd need Minister Tang's agreement first. Think about it, such an embarrassing matter, how could Minister Tang bear to let others know? He's a scholar, and a compiler of Han Academy with proper credentials, with future prospects for promotion. Doesn't he need face? I'm afraid no matter how much benefit that physician offered, Minister Tang wouldn't agree. Such an embarrassing matter. If the civil and military officials knew about it, Minister Tang would have no face to meet anyone in the future. Minister Tang. System. You damned thing. You also know that if this matter got out I'd have no face to be human. Yet you're still gossiping right in front of all the civil and military officials. Sometimes he truly couldn't understand whether this system was genuinely stupid or pretending to be stupid. Wasn't it supposed to be a gossip-loving system? So why didn't it know about such an important matter as its conversation with Lily being overheard by everyone? Who could believe it? The crowd was already laughing almost to the point of fainting. Now there's no need for that physician to advertise. They all know everything. Several people with chronic constipation had even secretly begun calculating. After court dismissed, they definitely had to go inquire about that physician. Constipation, only those who'd suffered from it understood the misery. Even Emperor Ming secretly glanced and signaled to Eunuch Reed. Eunuch Reed immediately understood. As Emperor Ming's close eunuch, how could he not know? Emperor Ming often sat for long periods and was precisely a veteran constipation patient. Now that there was a miracle cure, naturally they had to try it. Lily tried to hold back her laughter and continued. System, what you say makes sense too. Fine, I won't daydream anymore. Continue the story. What happened after this? The system then continued. After that, Minister Tang's mother saw that he'd been in the latrine for half a day without any movement, so she sent a servant to check the situation. Who would have thought that, as soon as the servant stepped into the latrine, he was completely stunned. He saw Minister Tang all alone with his bottom pointing skyward, and hanging from his bottom was a turtle. At this moment, he was lying face down in a pile of excrement, and the entire latrine was golden in color. That scene was truly magnificent beyond description. The servant immediately began retching violently. He hurriedly covered his nose and mouth with his hand, planning to approach and see how Minister Tang was doing. Who would have thought that just as he stepped closer, Minister Tang couldn't control himself and sprayed another round, this time directly onto the servant's face. Ugh! Everyone around almost couldn't hold it in and wanted to vomit simultaneously. Oh, Buddha and Tathagata, why is today's gossip so pungent? Anyone with a slightly weak constitution would definitely have to vomit up everything they ate this morning. Lily was also about to give up. Oh my goodness, that servant won the jackpot. Isn't this like officially becoming a golden person? The system replied. Exactly. That poor servant was so panicked he lost his mind. He no longer had the mental capacity to worry about Minister Tang. With just an sound, he rushed straight outside. He truly couldn't bear it. At this moment, even if he faced punishment or beatings, he had to endure it, but first he had to run out and wash himself clean. The people waiting anxiously outside the door suddenly saw a golden person rushing out, covered from head to toe in yellow substance. They watched this servant run past, the golden substance on his body still flying in all directions with the wind. That scene, oh my, was truly indescribable. Look. The ministers' faces were now flushed red, not from holding back laughter, but from trying not to vomit. Oh heavens, who could bear such a scene? How about letting them go outside to vomit for a while before returning to court? Emperor Ming was also about to lose it. Eunuch Reed quickly and discreetly handed him a handkerchief. Emperor Ming immediately used the handkerchief to cover his mouth tightly, struggling to hold back from spewing. Even Lily, who was normally psychologically resilient, couldn't take it anymore at this point. She quickly said, enough, stop. System, you don't need to describe it in such detail. Skip this part, what happened next? The system replied, alright, I understand. I was just afraid of missing details you wanted to know. After the servant ran out, the people outside all couldn't help but dry hive upon seeing that scene. Minister Tang's mother witnessed this and suddenly remembered the physician's words about shooting 1,000 miles in one go. She cried out, oh no, and immediately rushed inside. At this moment she couldn't care about anything else. After all, her son was still the most important. Minister Tang's wife, seeing the situation, also guessed roughly what had happened. She immediately ordered the servants to quickly go help, though the servants were extremely reluctant. They had no choice but to hold their breath and reluctantly enter. As soon as they entered, they faced a magnificent scene that nearly blinded them. Even though they held their breath, they still couldn't help but retch continuously. Minister Tang's elderly mother hurriedly approached to help Minister Tang up, but as soon as she got close, a concentrated stench hit her directly in the face. No matter how much she loved her son, she couldn't help but retch violently, and the servants dared not approach even more. After Minister Tang had expelled his last bit of essence, he finally collapsed in exhaustion and fainted right in the middle of that fragrant pile. Lily laughed until she nearly squealing. Ha ha ha, fainting from defecating. Throughout history, Minister Tang is probably the first. And to think you're a court recorder, not a military officer. Ha ha. The ministers and Emperor Ming were like having their laughter acupoints pressed, trembling all over continuously. They secretly glanced at Minister Tang. Seriously. You're unlucky to this extent. Minister Tang just wanted to bury his face in the pile of papers in front of him, feeling his entire face burning. Someone save me. I don't want to do this court recording job anymore. It's too embarrassing. When will Minister Sam's leg heal? Lily secretly wiped away tears from laughing and continued asking, "System, continue the story. What happened after that?" The system replied. After that, Minister Tang was carried back by several servants, because even Minister Tang's elderly mother and his wife truly couldn't handle Minister Tang in that condition. After the servants had thoroughly washed and cleaned Minister Tang, the physician summoned by the old lady finally dared to take action. That physician expended considerable effort and finally managed to extract the turtle. But the turtle had been dead for a long time, who knows if it died from the fragrant fumes. Afterward, the physician administered a few acupuncture needles, and Minister Tang gradually regained consciousness. As for that turtle, Minister Tang's mother thought it over and felt it would be a waste to throw it away, so she had a servant take it to make soup. But in those circumstances, who could swallow it? Just looking at the bowl of turtle soup, everyone immediately remembered that scene. Who could bear it? Not to mention not being able to drink it then. They probably never wanted to touch turtle again for the rest of their lives. Especially Minister Tang, now just hearing the word turtle made his face turn pale. The ministers silently nodded in agreement. Putting themselves in that situation, who would dare touch turtle again? Lily nodded and continued asking. So what happened to that bowl of turtle soup afterward? The system replied, later. Minister Tang thought, throwing it away would be such a waste. Better to give it to someone else. So he remembered the servant who had been sprayed in the face earlier. Minister Tang was also a generous person. Not only did he not blame the servant for not rescuing him when he saw the fragrant scene, but he felt guilty for not being able to control himself and soiling the man's face. So to compensate, Minister Tang decided to reward the servant with the bowl of turtle soup. Paffed. Lily almost burst into laughter. System, are you sure? Isn't Minister Tang using another way to get revenge on that servant? The system replied, ha ha, probably half and half. In any case, that poor servant had to reluctantly drink that soup in front of everyone. That was truly the most richly flavored turtle soup of his entire life. Afterward, he retched for 3 straight days. Puffed. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lily suddenly remembered something and casually asked, what about Minister Tang's latrine? Ha ha ha, with fragrance spread everywhere, I just want to ask, was that latrine still usable afterward? The system replied, not using it wasn't an option. Minister Tang's household wasn't wealthy, building a new latrine would be too extravagant. So this arduous task naturally fell to the servants who specialized in cleaning latrines. That scene, oh, the fragrance was unbearable. The entire court was about to burst into laughter. Emperor Ming and all the ministers could barely contain themselves, nearly doubling over with laughter. Truly unexpected, absolutely unexpected. Minister Tang, who appeared so scholarly and refined, actually had such an astonishing dark history. This story really reeked to high heaven. No, it wasn't just a little smelly, it was unimaginably foul, but you had to admit it was so hilarious that people couldn't stop laughing. Especially the 5th prince, his face and neck flushed red, clearly struggling to suppress his laughter to the point of internal injury. Haha, as long as the system didn't expose his own secrets, he would definitely be the happiest person laughing in the entire court. Poor Minister Tang, his face was now red all the way down to his collar, his whole being wanting to disappear from embarrassment. Truly humiliating, absolutely the most humiliating thing possible. But the system on the other side still wouldn't let up, continuing its gleeful storytelling, clearly determined to expose Minister Tang completely. It continued. Actually, Minister Tang's big secrets aren't limited to just that one incident. Besides that, he has another peculiar hobby, and this hobby is also related to poetry writing. Lily became curious upon hearing this. Related to poetry again? This Minister Tang is truly a poetry fanatic. System, quickly tell us what peculiar hobby this is. Emperor Ming and the ministers had just wiped away tears from laughing, and now hearing there was more juicy gossip, immediately perked up their ears to listen. Meanwhile, Minister Tang was now completely in despair. He was just a minor court recorder, temporarily filling in for the absent court historian, truly nothing important. With so many important figures in the court, why did it have to target a minor character like him for exposure? The system leisurely continued. It's like this, Minister Tang is extremely fond of smelling stinky feet, almost obsessively so. The stinkier the feet, the better. Especially the kind that haven't been washed for a long time, Minister Tang simply can't resist. That's why Minister Tang himself almost never washes his feet. Even when bathing, he only washes other parts of his body, but absolutely never touches his feet. This habit started when he was young. Back then, whenever he encountered troubles or got stuck while writing, Minister Tang liked to lift up his own feet and fiddle with them. And after sniffing for a while, inspiration would naturally flow. Oh, the civil and military officials had just breathed a sigh of relief, but now they nearly vomited again. Today's main theme was truly all about smelly stories. They had really opened their eyes regarding Minister Tang. Minister Tang, loving poetry is a good thing, but why do you have such a bizarre hobby? Even Lily couldn't hide her disgusted expression, glancing at Minister Tang's feet. Good heavens, how stinky must those feet be? If this story spread outside, even stinky feet would have to be renamed extraordinarily fragrant feet. The system still wasn't finished, continuing its exposés. That's not all, his own feet weren't enough. After getting married, Minister Tang became obsessed with his wife's small feet, because his wife's feet were much more enjoyable to play with. So Minister Tang made a special request to his wife. She was absolutely forbidden to wash her feet. At first, when his wife heard this request, she was dumbfounded, thinking her husband was a pervert. But having already married him, and considering that divorce was extremely difficult for women in ancient times, moreover, could she really divorce Minister Tang just over this? After all, aside from this strange hobby, Minister Tang was quite good in other aspects, so afterward Mrs. Tang had to grit her teeth and endure it. Now, Minister Tang has evolved to the point where he must smell his wife's feet every day before he can fall asleep. Ha ha ha, this is truly insanely funny. The civil and military officials were all shaking from suppressing their laughter. Duke Ning was so afraid of bursting out laughing that he pinched his thigh until it hurt. The court these days was truly getting more and more interesting. Paffed. The fifth prince finally couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The second prince quickly pinched him, whispering, "You really have no fear of death. Aren't you afraid of little Lady Chen hearing you? Quickly stop." Though the second prince himself was also struggling painfully to suppress his laughter, the fifth prince quickly pinched his own buttocks hard. His old wounds from previous beatings hadn't healed yet, so this pinch was indeed effective, finally managing to stifle his laughter. Unexpectedly, the very next second, Lily spoke up. It seems I just heard someone laughing." Lily stealthily glanced around, then her gaze suddenly stopped on the fifth prince. The fifth prince seems off today. Why do I feel like he's doing something suspicious? The entire court immediately held their breath, hearts nearly jumping to their throats. Oh no, were they discovered? But they still pretended nothing was wrong, continuing to discuss state affairs. It must be said their acting skills were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Emperor Ming pretended to listen to the minister's reports while shooting the fifth prince a warning glare. Can't even suppress a laugh when told to. What else are you good for? If you're really discovered by little Lady Chen, I'll show you what I'm capable of. The fifth prince was startled and panicked. It's over, it's over. Was he really discovered? How to handle this now? Father values Lily so much. If because of him they could no longer hear her inner thoughts in the future, Father would definitely not spare him. He could already feel the murderous intent in Emperor Ming's eyes. Unexpectedly, just at this moment, the system suddenly made a strange sound. Ha, I know what's happening. Recently the fifth prince has been secretly eating dog food. Everyone, what? Secretly eating dog food, is this real or fake? Emperor Ming, hearing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lily still hadn't discovered they could hear her inner thoughts. But wait, what did the system just say? The fifth prince has recently been secretly eating dog food. Emperor Ming immediately became furious. Why is it the fifth prince again? Can't he do anything proper all day long? The previous incidents were strange enough, and now he's secretly eating dog food. The royal family's dignity has been completely lost because of him. Emperor Ming immediately glanced at the fifth prince, his eyes blazing with anger as if they might catch fire. At this moment the fifth prince didn't dare raise his head at all. Heavens, why was he so unlucky? He only accidentally laughed once. Why did this little Lady Chen target him again? Moreover, the matter of stealing dog food wasn't intentional on his part either. He was truly starving to the point of madness. Understand? Lily was also puzzled by the system's statement. What, stealing dog food, impossible. What is the fifth prince up to now? The system explained. Host, don't you know yet? His Majesty heard that you were on a diet, so he also had Royal Physician Wang create a diet meal plan for the fifth prince. So recently the fifth prince like you has to eat diet meals. Lily. What? The fifth prince is also eating diet meals. Ho ha ha, why do I suddenly feel balanced inside? So that's how it is? Fifth prince, little Lady Chen, you're really not kind at all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to eat these horrible diet meals. How dare you gloat over my suffering? Detestable. Lily said with interest. So the fifth prince turned his attention to dog food because the diet meals weren't filling. The system. Exactly. Actually, the fifth prince is just like you, a true glutton, and his normal food portions are quite large. Not to mention the fifth prince loves eating meat most and absolutely hates those vegetables. So eating diet meals is like torture for him. Lily protested. System. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean like me? When have I ever had large portions? The system. That's not important. What's important is that the diet meals are not only hard to swallow for him, but the tiny portions don't fill him up. So he was suffering terribly. What happened? Last night he went to pay respects to Concubine Grace, and happened to see Concubine Grace's dog eating. After a few seconds of complex psychological struggle, he finally couldn't restrain himself and performed a dramatic scene of stealing food from the dog's mouth. Lily, oh my, he's a prince, how could he bring himself to do that? The system? Host, you don't understand. Actually, dog food isn't what you think. In the Northern Dynasty, the food for dogs raised by nobles and royalty is quite good. They either don't keep dogs or if they do, they must keep them well. For them, dogs aren't just pets but important protectors. They believe that feeding dogs well makes them more loyal, healthy, and strong. In case of danger, the dogs will spare no effort to protect their masters. Moreover, for nobles, dogs are also symbols of status. For these reasons, dogs of nobles are usually fed very well. For example, Concubine Grace's dog, every day Concubine Grace has the imperial kitchen prepare special food for it, basically braised pork, meatballs, chicken legs, various meat soups all properly cooked. So faced with these delicacies, the fifth prince simply couldn't resist. Emperor Ming was clearly furious, his eyes red with anger. He truly wished he could pick up a stick and give the fifth prince a good beating. The ancients said, "One heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on someone. It must first temper their will and strengthen their body. Now I only asked you to eat diet meals, and you treat my words like wind in your ears, don't you? Stealing dog food. No matter how well dogs eat, it's still dog food. Do you really have no shame left? Very well, very well. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being harsh." The civil and military officials didn't know what to say either. Emperor Ming, wise all his life, how did he end up with such a worthless son? Tell me, no matter how spoiled you are, you shouldn't steal dog food, right? This is basic reasoning that even children understand, let alone you're a prince of the Northern Dynasty. If this story spreads outside, you won't be the only one losing face. Fifth prince, even the entire Northern Dynasty, might be laughed at by others. The second and third princes standing next to the fifth prince stealthily glanced at their unlucky younger brother. Tell me, you clearly know things are different now, right? Now there's little Lady Chen and her system. What can escape the system's eyes? Why don't you restrain yourself a bit? You're really something. Not only do you refuse to control yourself, you're getting worse every day. First reading novels and falling into a latrine, then secretly applying cosmetics, now even more outrageous, stealing dog food. If you're not unlucky, who is? The fifth prince looked innocent. He didn't want it to be this way either, but he was truly starving to madness. Heaven knows, even a dog eats better than him. A prince, nobody would believe it if told. Lily, you're also eating diet meals every day so you deeply empathize. What? Dogs are treated that well. Good heavens, now I eat worse than a dog. There's no justice in this world. Thinking of this, Lily immediately felt her mood plummet, mainly because she was craving. She really wanted to eat meat now. Seeing Lily looking dejected, the system continued, "Hey, host, don't be sad anymore. Let me tell you, last night in the imperial palace was very lively. Besides the fifth prince stealing dog food, there were several other big stories. Do you want to hear them? Emperor Ming, not finished yet. Why is there more palace gossip? Why do I suddenly have such an ominous feeling? The ministers immediately got excited again. Haha, more palace gossip. Why do I suddenly feel so thrilled? Lily was also immediately intrigued and quickly asked, "Excellent, system, quickly tell me." The system said cheerfully, "Your emperor drank child's urine last night." Lily was stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter in her heart. Ho ha, His Majesty drank child's urine, did he think it had some special effects? Lily knew that in ancient times, child's urine was attributed with mysterious powers, believed to have special effects and often used as a medicinal guide to treat diseases. Lily's laughter echoed throughout the great hall, wave after wave hitting everyone's hearts. Emperor Ming's ears were starting to burn, and even the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Damn it, I knew it, nothing good ever comes of this. Lord Chen was currently hanging his head, not daring to look up at His Majesty. He felt that Lily was truly the epitome of, give her 3 days without a beating, and she'll climb up to tear the roof tiles off the house. After all, His Majesty's patience had limits too. If one day Emperor Ming suddenly couldn't take it anymore, it would be the end. The princes below were looking at Emperor Ming with somewhat strange expressions. Father drank child's urine. What exactly was happening here? The civil and military officials also secretly glanced at Emperor Ming, their eyes clearly showing curiosity and inquiry. Could His Majesty really believe those rumors about the benefits of child's urine? Emperor Ming felt goosebumps from all these strange stares. What are you all doing? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? It's really not what you're thinking. The system continued. In ancient times, people indeed believed that child's urine had special effects, but your emperor drinking child's urine yesterday was actually just an unexpected accident. Lily. Oh, what exactly happened? System, quickly tell me. The system. It's like this. The first prince recently had a little grandson. Right, unexpectedly, Emperor Ming, who has always been stern with his sons and never shown a relaxed smile, is incredibly gentle and attentive toward this little grandson. Every time he sees the little prince, his face lights up with smiles. Recently, whenever he has free time, he has the first prince bring the little grandson to the palace to play. Hearing this, the first prince felt comforted inside. After the incident with his mother's concubine, he thought father would completely abandon him. He never expected that the birth of this child would seem to turn things around. For some reason, father seemed particularly fond of this child, and because of that, his attitude toward him had improved significantly. Lily. Oh, I never expected His Majesty to have such a side. Could this be what they call grandparental affection? Perhaps so. The story is that yesterday His Majesty, as usual, went to visit the little grandson and carried him to the imperial study to play. At first everything was cheerful, but suddenly, for some reason, the little grandson started crying. Emperor Ming was momentarily flustered, not knowing what to do. Suddenly he remembered seeing an uncle lift a small child high up, making it laugh delightedly. So he tried lifting the little grandson above his head too. Who would have thought the little grandson would suddenly urinate, the stream shooting straight down and spraying all over His Majesty's head and face. His Majesty was caught in an unexpected shower. The urine ran down his cheeks and went directly into Emperor Ming's mouth. The little boy, probably feeling refreshed after urinating, looked at His Majesty's miserable state and started laughing cheerfully again. This left Emperor Ming not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Puffed, ha ha. The ministers were now suppressing their laughter so hard their nostrils were flaring. Honestly, they had never seen the usually dignified Emperor Ming in such a state. This was truly a classic case of, even the finest horse stumbles. And importantly, he couldn't even get angry at a baby. Haha, absolutely hilarious. At this point Emperor Ming's face had turned pale. He truly never expected his first attempt at the lift high game would cause such a big joke, and now he had to relive this scene in front of all the civil and military officials. The first prince was covering his mouth, secretly laughing below. He had been wondering why father had Eunuch Reed take the child home so quickly yesterday. So this was why. Ha ha. Lily was also laughing until she could barely breathe. Phew, haha, I never expected the wise and mighty Emperor Ming to fall victim to a newborn baby. The important thing is this was entirely self-inflicted. I bet when the little grandson kept crying, he probably needed to urinate, right? Speaking of which, it must be because His Majesty had little experience with babies in the past, so he didn't know. Emperor Ming's mouth twitched. In the past, when he heard Lily praise him as wise and mighty, he was always as happy as a blooming flower. But today, this title of wise and mighty somehow didn't sound so sweet anymore. Now he just wanted to quickly end this topic. The system. Although His Majesty drinking urine was an unexpected incident, there really is a concubine in the imperial palace who relies on drinking urine for health maintenance. Lily was immediately intrigued and asked curiously. There's really someone like that. Who is it? Regarding this matter, Lily had heard about it before, but that was in her previous life, just some funny stories online. She never knew whether they were true or false, but she never expected this to actually happen in the imperial palace with a concubine. The civil and military officials were also extremely curious, all perking up their ears to listen. The system continued. It's none other than concubine Grace. Ever since concubine Grace read in a book that morning urine not only maintains health, but is also a miraculous beauty elixir. She drinks her own urine almost every morning. She's persisted for over a decade now, and even when she was pregnant with the 5th prince, she never stopped. Paffed. Lily nearly burst out laughing upon hearing this. So the 5th prince has been indirectly drinking urine since he was in the womb. I feel like I've found the reason why the 5th prince's brain isn't very bright. It turns out he had such an unreliable mother. Oog. The 5th prince nearly vomited. Good heavens, he had no idea his mother had such a bizarre hobby. Hearing about it felt absolutely unbelievable. The civil and military officials were also stunned upon hearing this. Concubine Grace was really risking her life. Although they had heard that child's urine was beneficial for health, they really couldn't stomach that taste. Yet concubine Grace drank her own urine every morning and persisted for over a decade. How could she possibly swallow it? Just thinking about it made them want to vomit. Emperor Ming suddenly felt his stomach churning like roiling waves. Yesterday he had the fortune of tasting child's urine, and he still felt nauseous and uncomfortable even now. He truly never imagined concubine Grace could be so resilient. To go to such extremes for health maintenance. Just thinking about it made him want to throw up. No matter what, he felt that recently he didn't want to visit concubine Grace at all. The system continued. That's not all. Concubine Grace doesn't just drink fresh morning urine upon waking. She also persists in applying urine to her face, claiming it has miraculous effects on the skin, helping to make it smooth, firm, and radiant. Lily at this point didn't know what to say either. It seemed that when women became determined, even they themselves had to be afraid. Who would have thought concubine Grace would be so extreme for the sake of beauty? To be honest, this was somewhat admirable, but unfortunately concubine Grace lacked knowledge. After all, the belief that child's urine could cure all diseases was quite common in ancient times, so she couldn't be blamed. The system continued. That's right. Actually, urine is more than 95% water, with the remaining 5% consisting of electrolytes like sodium ions, potassium ions, chlorine with urea, creatinine, and various waste products from the body's metabolism. The so-called idea that urine can maintain health or cure all diseases is complete nonsense. Moreover, drinking too much urine is not only unhelpful but can actually be harmful due to excessive urea levels. As for child's urine, compared to adult urine, the composition isn't much different at all, let alone having any miraculous healing properties. Everyone suddenly had a great awakening upon hearing this. So the so-called miraculous effects of child's urine were just fabrications. Thank goodness they had never tried it before. Haha, if concubine Grace knew this truth, who knows if she'd be furious enough to go mad. Drinking urine for over a decade, not only useless but potentially harmful to the body. Just thinking about it was enough to make one feel suffocated. The system was clearly addicted to gossip, mongering. After finishing the child's urine story, it continued. Actually, there was an even bigger incident in the imperial palace yesterday. Host, do you want to hear more? Lily was getting excited and quickly replied. Of course, of course. Anyway, sitting here with nothing to do, listening to these stories is much more interesting than hearing those ministers discuss boring matters. Everyone. Emperor Ming, though everyone wanted to continue listening to gossip. Lily, isn't your description a bit too much? The system continued. It's like this. Recently the second prince has been obsessed with researching explosives. He read about a new explosive making method in an ancient book and wanted to experiment with it himself. After all, if successfully created, this could significantly enhance the combat capabilities of generals and soldiers. For the Northern Dynasty, this would be a matter of great importance. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming nodded approvingly. Finally, something reliable. Speaking of this second son, he was very pleased with him, not only intelligent and capable, but always devoted to the Northern Dynasty, surely able to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. The ministers also looked at the second prince with admiring eyes. As the legitimate eldest son of the Northern Dynasty, the second prince was flawless in both character and ability, and now he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Northern Dynasty, even personally researching explosives. It seemed that if things continued this way, the position of Crown Prince of the Northern Dynasty would very likely belong to the second prince. However, they only dared think such thoughts privately. Ever since the incident involving Grand Tutor Zhang last time, the ministers hardly dared mention establishing a crown prince, fearing it would bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing the system say this, the other princes looked at the second prince with envious eyes. Why are you so lucky? When others get exposed by the system, it's all embarrassing nonsense that they can't avoid fast enough. Even their father wasn't an exception. Could it be that the second prince had no flaws at all? Yet the system immediately built up an image of him as an ambitious and praiseworthy son. How enviable. Especially the fifth prince, who was a specialist in being gossiped about. His stories were either falling into a latrine while reading novels, or secretly applying cosmetics and getting allergic reactions, or worse, stealing dog food. Actually, he had done some proper things too. So why did the system always choose his embarrassing stories to tell? Now everyone thought he was a prince who was both stupid and unreliable. It was so unfair. Nevertheless, he looked at the second prince with an envious expression, whispering softly, "Second brother, I truly admire you. Unlike me, I'll probably get beaten again when I return. Second brother, remember to put in a good word for me. Maybe if father sees how excellent you are, he'll go easy on me." The second prince's face was completely red at this moment. Admire him. Admire what exactly? As long as you don't mock me later, I'll be grateful to heaven and earth. Unlike the reactions of Emperor Ming and the ministers, after hearing the system's words, Lily felt curious rising in her heart. Researching explosives. But as far as I know, the second prince has never had any experience with this before. Explosives aren't something anyone can just research if they want to. This second prince wouldn't cause some kind of trouble because of this, would he? At this point, the system's tone became excited. Ha ha, host, your mind is getting sharper by the day. Indeed, the second prince did cause trouble yesterday, and it wasn't a small incident either. These words filled everyone with amazement. What exactly happened? What kind of trouble that wasn't small? What exactly did the second prince do? What happened? Everyone was immediately filled with curiosity, pricking up their ears to listen intently. Emperor Ming frowned. What? Did the second prince also cause some embarrassing incident? Lily, upon hearing this, immediately became excited and quickly said, "Aha, I guessed right again. Recently this intelligence of mine is so sharp I can't even be modest about it." System, quickly tell us, what exactly did the second prince cause yesterday? The system. It's like this. Yesterday, after the second prince returned to his residence from court, he saw servants in the residence hurriedly carrying wooden sticks and running toward the back courtyard. The second prince, being curious, asked what was happening. The servants replied that recently there had been many rats appearing in the prince's residence, and now they had finally discovered a large rat hole in the back courtyard. That must be the nest of those rats. So the servants were preparing to take sticks and smash that rat nest. Upon hearing this, the second prince became interested. He quickly called everyone to stop, saying that beating them one by one like this wasn't efficient. It would be better to let him think of a way to eliminate the entire nest at once. Lily. So the method he thought of was to use explosives to blow up the rat hole. The system. Excellent, my host. Your mind is getting sharper these days. The second prince indeed thought exactly like that. He planned to use this rat hole to test the power of the explosives he had recently been researching and creating. At the same time, he could eliminate the entire rat nest, truly killing two birds with one stone. Lily. This idea sounds quite good actually. But when it comes to execution, it probably wasn't as simple as that, right? The system. That's right. But you have to admit the second prince is indeed intelligent. Before blowing up the rat hole, he didn't rush into action but made meticulous arrangements. First, the second prince had heard the saying, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows," so he thought these rats probably didn't have just one hole either. To maximize the explosive power, they had to block all other exits. The servants immediately followed orders, dividing up to search, and indeed discovered 3 more auxiliary holes in other locations. According to the second prince's orders, they planned to later lure all the rats into the main hole, then seal these 3 auxiliary holes with earth, leaving only the front entrance. Second, to lure all the rats into the hole for easy elimination. The second prince thought of another method. He had servants bring some food and secretly place it near the rat hole, then stationed several people to hide in ambush in dark places. Finally, the second prince also had servants prepare a grass ball. After throwing the explosives into the hole, they would use this ball to seal the whole entrance, so the rats couldn't escape. The second prince was extremely satisfied with his arrangements. He carefully considered everything once more, and seeing nothing else needed to be added, he had the servants continue keeping watch here, while he ran back to a room in the front courtyard to make explosives. This room had previously been cleaned by the second prince's servants and was specifically used for researching and creating explosives. While the second prince was busy preparing explosives to destroy the rat hole, the servants hurriedly came to report that the rats had secretly come out and taken the food into the hole. The second prince immediately brought the finished explosives and rushed to the scene. Next, the second prince lit the explosive and threw it forcefully into the rat hole. The servants immediately took the prepared grass ball and tightly sealed the whole entrance. The second prince covered his ears and quickly hid behind an artificial mountain. The servants had never seen anything like this before, and seeing the second prince do this, they followed suit, quickly covering their ears and finding places to hide. Hearing this, the civil and military officials couldn't help but once again look at the second prince with admiring eyes. The saying goes, great things can be seen from small ones. Though this was just a minor rat extermination matter, it was enough to show that the second prince thought comprehensively and meticulously, truly rare indeed. Though they didn't know what the so-called accident the system mentioned was, judging just from what had been told so far, the second prince truly had nothing worthy of criticism. Emperor Ming sat on the dragon throne, seeing the sincere admiring looks the ministers gave the second prince, and similar thoughts arose in his heart. Indeed, this second son of his had always acted properly and thought thoroughly. Even if the system said he would encounter an accident next, it probably wouldn't be too serious. After all, the second prince had considered everything so carefully. Thinking this, even Emperor Ming's back straightened a bit. Today, fortunately, the second prince was there to save face. If not, the royal family would have been continuously embarrassed. No wait, counting concubine Grace's incident, that would be 3 big scandals. This face was truly completely lost. Now with the second prince bringing honor, the royal family's reputation wasn't too terrible. Who would have thought that at this moment, the second prince's head hung even lower, his face red all the way to his neck? Because only he knew what would happen next. Even Lily nodded approvingly upon hearing this. Worthy of being the second prince, his approach to problems is indeed thorough. Those operations just now sound completely flawless. So what happened next? What exactly was the accident the system mentioned? The system continued. That's right, originally the preparatory work was indeed extremely thorough, with hardly any loopholes to be found, but what happened next was completely beyond the second prince's control. Everyone waited for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, but still heard no movement from the rat hole. The second prince began to get anxious, thinking that perhaps his explosives had problems. Waiting so long without any explosion, it might have failed. But to be safe, the second prince still sent 2 servants forward to check the situation, while he and the other servants quietly followed behind them. Who would have thought that when one servant tremblingly removed the grass ball blocking the whole entrance, a terrifying scene appeared. Countless rats suddenly rushed out from the hole. These rats, whether angered by everyone's actions or not, were now charging straight at everyone like they were possessed. Lily couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, good heavens, are crazed rats that scary? So they're planning to bite people. The system? Exactly? Before everyone could regain their composure, those rats had quickly found their targets and, without hesitation, pounced to bite and tear at everyone. The scene immediately fell into chaos, with most people unable to escape in time. Some were bitten tightly on the ankles by rats, others had rats gnawing on their arms, and some even had rats biting their ears. Even the second prince couldn't escape the rat's claws. At this moment, he was being bitten hard on the buttocks by a rat, the pain piercing to his heart. The sharp pain made everyone unable to stop screaming miserably. Everyone tried their best to struggle and shake off the rats, but these rats seemed possessed. The more they struggled, the tighter they bit. In an instant, the entire back courtyard echoed with continuous pitiful cries. The second prince was so frightened his face turned pale. In his heart, he felt both pain and fear, secretly thinking he was the second prince, the eldest legitimate son of the Northern Dynasty's empress. Could he really be bitten to death by a rat like this? Lily, hearing this, was also shocked. Damn! Good heavens, how tragic! But then she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but burst into laughter in her heart. Ha! What's to be done now? This is naturally hilarious beyond endurance. Phew, haha, civil and military officials, Emperor Ming, second prince, this brutal Lady Chen truly has no compassion at all. Things are already so tragic, yet she can still laugh. Even the system was puzzled. Host, didn't you just think the second prince and the others were quite pitiful? Why are you suddenly laughing? Isn't this a bit immoral? Lily struggled hard to suppress her laughter and said, well, I apologize, but I just remembered that Minister Tang was also bitten by a snake before, and it was also right on his buttocks. System, tell me, of all places to bite, why do they always target the buttocks? Phew, ha ha ha, I wonder whether being bitten by a snake hurts more or being bitten by a rat hurts more. Ha ha! After saying this, Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Hearing her say this, everyone immediately imagined that scene in their minds and nearly burst out laughing too. Only Minister Tang and the second prince, being the parties involved, couldn't laugh at this moment. Of course, Emperor Ming couldn't laugh either. Lily laughed for a while before finally stopping, but she immediately thought of another problem and quickly asked, good heavens, system, I almost forgot something. I heard that being bitten by rats can potentially cause plague or rabies or something, and these diseases all have incubation periods. The second prince looks fine now, but if he's really infected, and there are no vaccines in this era, I'm afraid this could be fatal. Upon hearing this, quite a few civil and military officials instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat, silently worrying for the second prince. Even Emperor Ming became tensy. Good heavens, don't joke with me like this. That's my second prince whom I value highly. The second prince, who had been hanging his head in shame, broke out in cold sweat upon hearing Lily's words. Because he had never thought about this problem before. Yesterday when he was bitten on the buttocks, though it was extremely painful at the time, after simple treatment by the resident's physician, the pain had subsided. So aside from feeling embarrassed, the second prince didn't think it was anything serious. But little Lady Chen was saying he might lose his life because of this bite. The second prince was so frightened he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, just at this moment, the fifth prince finally proved reliable once quickly catching him. The fifth prince's mood at this moment had truly done a 180-degree turn. Just moments ago he was envying the second prince, but now he was beginning to feel sympathy for second brother. After all, his own incident of secretly eating dog food was embarrassing but not life-threatening. But second brother this time was not only embarrassed but potentially facing death. Thinking of this, the fifth prince immediately felt much better and even began comforting the second prince. Of course, how could the second prince at this moment hear the fifth prince's consoling words? Fortunately, just then, the system's words made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. System, you're not wrong. Being bitten by rats does have the potential to contract infectious diseases like that, but fortunately the second prince and the others weren't infected. Lily also sighed in relief before continuing to ask, oh, that's fortunate. So what happened next? How did the second prince and everyone finally drive away the rats? The system continued. Oh, it's like this. The second prince and everyone making such a commotion in the back courtyard quickly attracted attention from the front courtyard. The second prince's consort thought some servants were fighting and causing trouble in the back courtyard, so she immediately led a group of servants running over. As the mistress of the prince's residence, managing the servants was also the princess's responsibility. With such noise in the back courtyard, the second prince's consort naturally had to come investigate. But when the second prince's consort arrived, she witnessed a horrifying scene. She saw a group of people being besieged by rats, and the second prince was among those being attacked. The second prince's consort had never seen such a scene, and immediately screamed in terror. She quickly ordered the servants who came with her to immediately remove the rats from the second prince. Who would have thought that just at this moment, another rat suddenly rushed out from the hole? This rat headed straight for the second prince's consort, charging over at extreme speed. Lily, no way. So the second prince's consort was also bitten by a rat. The system, not exactly. But what happened to the second prince's consort was even more tragic than being bitten by a rat. Because that rat, when it ran out, had something in its mouth. Before anyone could see clearly what it was, the rat had run up to the second prince's consort. Fortunately, two quick-witted servants managed to shield the second prince's consort in time. Who would have thought that just as the second prince's consort breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly a thunderous explosion rang out. This explosion not only terrified everyone present, but also frightened the rats that were biting people to the extreme. The rats that had been biting tightly and wouldn't let go immediately became so scared they released their grip and scattered in all directions. Thanks to this, everyone was rescued by that explosion, but the second prince's consort was in trouble. At this moment, all three people, including the second prince's consort, were immediately surrounded by thick smoke from the explosion. Seeing this scene, the second prince was also stunned. He no longer had the mind to pay attention to his severely aching buttocks and quickly limped over to see if the second prince's consort was all right. But when he reached the spot, he was immediately shocked, because the smoke had now cleared, and he could see the two young servants standing in front, their clothes blown full of holes, with smoke still rising from their bodies. Their heads were now black and disheveled because their hair had been nearly burned off, and their faces were also blackened. The second prince immediately felt his heart sink heavily. He quickly pushed the two aside and saw the princess standing there, her hair singed here and there, her eyes vacant, obviously dazed by the explosion just now. Her face was completely black, with smoke still rising from her head. Only the whites of her eyes remained white on her entire person, truly beyond description with just the word, tragic. Lily quick would ask. Good heavens. So what the rat was carrying in its mouth was the explosive that hadn't detonated earlier. The system, exactly. Who knows why the explosive that didn't go off before suddenly exploded now, and how it happened to explode right in front of the second prince's consort. Lily, alright then, this princess's luck is truly unmatched. So what happened to the princess afterward? The system. Oh, speaking of this, it's really strange. Though the scene looked terrifying at the time, fortunately no one was seriously injured. Otherwise, the second prince probably wouldn't have made it to court today. There's misfortune within fortune, isn't there? Hearing this, the civil and military officials were also stunned. Good heavens. This incident was truly too chaotic. How tragic could it get? Though no one was seriously hurt, she's a princess, yet her hair was completely burned off. My goodness, wouldn't this be too embarrassing if word got out? Emperor Ming was even more speechless. Just moments ago he was inwardly praising second prince as reliable. Who would have thought he'd cause such a big incident? Tell me, it was just exterminating rats. How could it cause so many problems? Good heavens, why doesn't anyone among you give me less to worry about? Lily was about to laugh herself to death. Ho ha. Truly a major accident scene. In ancient times, they valued the body and hair as gifts from parents. Burned clothes are fine, but this hair, tell me, she's a princess, and her hair is completely burned. This is truly too tragic. Even if hair can grow back, it definitely won't be as long for several years. Ho ha, it seems this time the second prince has caused quite a big disaster. The system continued. Exactly. When the second prince's consort regained consciousness from her dazed state and discovered her hair was almost completely burned, she really just wanted to die. She cried repeatedly last night. After learning the full truth of the matter, she became even more furious. So angry she made the second prince kneel outside the door all night. Everyone, the civil and military officials, didn't know what to say now. They silently looked at the second prince beside them. At this moment, the second prince's head was hanging as low as possible, red with shame to his collar, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl underground. Today was the first time he had been gossiped about, and right from the start it was a super-level scandal. The feeling of being gossiped about was truly uncomfortable. Somehow it felt even more embarrassing than yesterday's rat bite on the buttocks, and being punished by the princess to kneel. He really wanted to die of shame. Lily was laughing until she could barely breathe. Paffed, haha. Another person who was punished to kneel last night. It seems the second prince truly has a strict wife. Everyone, wet. What is little Lady Chen saying? What do you mean another person punished to kneel last night? Was there someone else punished to kneel last night? Just as everyone was wondering, Lily spoke up again. But last night my mother only symbolically made my father kneel for a little while. After all, my father didn't commit any major offense, and his attitude in admitting fault was very good. So comparatively speaking, the second prince is still more miserable. Ha ha, puffed. The ministers couldn't hold it in anymore this time. Ha ha ha, why do I suddenly feel? Ha, Lord Chen, this hateful little brat, why does she suddenly drag me into this, when things were going fine? This morning in court, the civil and military officials had their fill of gossip and all left satisfied. Of course, except for Minister Tang and the entire imperial family. Lily was completely unaware of all these events. As soon as court ended, she had hurriedly rushed to get on the carriage. But throughout the journey, she didn't chat with the system anymore and just kept busily calculating something. When the carriage stopped in front of the Chen residence gate, Lily had almost finished thinking. So she greeted Lord Chen once, and then ran straight to find Lady Chen. Lord Chen had matters to handle, so he didn't pay attention to her and went to take care of his own business. Over here, Lady Chen was busy in the back courtyard when she suddenly saw Lily running over. Before she could speak, Lily had already grabbed her sleeve and said extremely earnestly, "Mother, I want to raise a dog." Lady Chen was bewildered by Lily's sudden idea. What was this sudden commotion about? Everything was fine, why did she suddenly want to raise a dog? She remembered clearly that Lily had always disliked dogs, hadn't she? Especially after being chased around the streets by 2 large wolves. Every time she saw a dog, the girl just wanted to take a detour. What had gotten into her today? But looking at Lily's face full of expectation, it didn't seem like she was joking. So she seriously asked, "Why do you suddenly want to raise a dog? Don't you dislike dogs?" Lily put on a serious expression and replied, "Mother, you remembered wrong. I've always liked dogs. Those fluffy, soft. Mother, please let me raise one. I'm begging you." Her eyes were full of sincerity. Lady Chen prodded, "So what kind of dog do you want to raise?" Lily, hearing there was hope, rolled her eyes and said, "It's best if it's a bit bigger. Small ones get sick easily and aren't convenient to raise. Big dogs eat more, and the operational space is also larger." Lady Chen, "What do you mean by operational space?" "Mother, please agree." Seeing Lady Chen stunned, Lily quickly pressed her advantage. Lady Chen was suspicious, always feeling something wasn't right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Well, let me discuss this with your father first." So she replied, "Let me think about this matter more." Lily, hearing that her mother didn't outright refuse, secretly felt this might have prospects, and was delighted inside, quickly adding, "Mother, take your time thinking. Oh, I guarantee that if I raise a dog, I'll take excellent care of it and absolutely won't bother you." "I know. I still have things to do, go play. When I've finished thinking, I'll tell you." "Yes, Mother, you're the best in the world." Only then did Lily skip away to her room, humming her favorite tune as she ran. Dinosaur fights wolf, fights. Dinosaur fights wolf, fights. I don't sing. I buy song. Heishi B sound effect. The reason Lily didn't speak to her father was because she knew that in this household, all matters big and small were decided by her mother. As long as mother agreed, father would definitely not object. So she fundamentally didn't bother asking for father's opinion. Who would have thought that Lady Chen, watching Lily's excited retreating figure, became even more suspicious. mainly because she understood this daughter too well. Everything was fine. Then she came back from court and immediately demanded to raise a dog, and suddenly became so enthusiastic about it. The saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be something strange going on. There's definitely something fishy. Lady Chen guessed that perhaps something that happened in court today had given the girl this idea, so she decided she must ask her husband clearly. After finishing the matters at hand, Lady Chen went to find Lord Chen to clarify things. When Lady Chen mentioned this matter, Lord Chen was drinking tea. Upon hearing that Lily wanted to raise a dog, he immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk. Could this girl want to learn from the fifth prince to raise a dog so she could steal dog food? Good heavens, she really dares to think of anything. Lady Chen listened as Lord Chen recounted in detail the events in court today related to the fifth prince, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. What? Raise a dog to steal dog food? Though she had thought there was something strange about this, she never expected it was for this reason. Good heavens! What exactly does Lily's brain contain? Why do I suddenly feel my hands getting itchy again? At the same time, elsewhere, Lily had no idea her plan had been exposed. The girl was still lying on her bed, dreamily imagining how she would secretly eat the dog's food without anyone knowing once she got to raise a dog. She had even thought up a detailed plan. Seeing the host thinking until she was almost drooling, the system didn't know what to say either. But as a reliable system, it still decided to give more advice, hoping the girl would abandon this crazy idea. Mainly because having such a host made it truly lose face in the system community. So it advised earnestly, "Host, how about you give up the idea of raising a dog? Stealing dog food sounds really bad, doesn't it? Moreover, didn't you just mock the fifth prince in court? And you said, if people find out about you stealing dog food, it would be so embarrassing, wouldn't it? When that time comes, I'm afraid you'd face another beating. Host, tell me, is it worth it?" Who would have thought Lily would act completely indifferent? You little system, what do you understand? The fifth prince stole food from a dog raised by his mother's concubine. I'm raising my own dog and sharing delicacies with it. How is that stealing? Moreover, if you don't do things because you're afraid others will find out, then how can you accomplish anything? This is called knowing there are tigers in the mountains, but still heading toward the tiger mountains. Furthermore, food obtained through one's own intelligence tastes the sweetest. System, well, shameless people are truly invincible. This host really has no equal. But to save face, the system still added one final comment. Alright, if the host has thought it through, when your parents team up to beat you later, don't beg me to activate the protection mechanism. Lily was getting a bit impatient. Oh, I know. Why is this system so long-winded? All those words just because you're stingy about a bit of your energy. Lily Chen swears that if I get beaten because of this, I absolutely won't let you activate the protection mechanism, okay? Her plan was so perfect, how could she possibly get beaten? After Lily finished thinking through her plan, she was now idle with nothing to do. Since being bored was being bored anyway, she asked the system to tell her about the follow-up developments of several recent gossip stories. First was about Emma Morrison. Her incident at Heavenly Fragrance House had quickly spread throughout the capital. Emma's reputation was now completely ruined, not just Emma, for the Morrison family. The person who suffered the most collateral damage was Linda Morrison, Minister Morrison's second daughter. Though she was only 12 years old, in this era, girls usually matured early. Upon hearing this news, Linda immediately burst into tears and demanded to seek death. She was truly too unlucky to have such an elder sister. Originally, with her status, when she came of age, Minister Morrison would certainly find her a good marriage. If not a lifetime of wealth and glory, at least it wouldn't be too bad. But now, all hope had turned to smoke. In this era, with the Morrison family having an Emma who became the laughingstock of the world, she as the younger sister would also be implicated. Good families were out of the question. Even marrying into an ordinary family, after joining her husband's household, she could only keep her head down for life. Linda thought it was better to die than live like that. At this time, Minister Morrison's mother spoke up with a decision. Anyway, Emma was already ruined, they couldn't let the innocent young ladies in the house suffer because of her. She then proposed an idea to Minister Morrison. Why not grit their teeth and beat Emma to death, then throw her out? though doing so was somewhat cruel. Currently only this method could preserve the Morrison family's dignity. Externally, they might even gain a reputation for strict family management. This way, the reputation of the female relatives in the house would also be protected, minimizing damage to the lowest level. If that didn't work, they could write a severance letter, remove Emma's name from the family registry, and directly drive her out of the house. Minister Morrison originally couldn't bear to do it. After all, Emma was a daughter he had once loved dearly. But thinking of the innocent Linda and other female relatives in the house, Minister Morrison finally steeled his heart to write the severance letter, completely cutting ties with Emma and driving her out of the Morrison residence. As for Snow Lee, she couldn't escape responsibility for Emma's downfall. Initially, Minister Morrison had thought of keeping her in the residence out of sentiment for bearing and raising a child for him. But this time, Emma's incident made him extremely furious. Minister Morrison thought if she had never truly loved him, it would be better to take this opportunity to cut ties completely. So he gave Snow a divorce letter and simultaneously drove her out of the Morrison residence. Regarding this outcome, Lily didn't find it surprising at all. After all, in this era, female chastity was more important than everything else. Emma not only lost her own chastity but also implicated the other female relatives in the house. Such a person, to put it bluntly, was completely selfish, only thinking of herself. Minister Morrison doing this to protect the Morrison family's reputation and the female relatives in the house was completely understandable in this era. To put it harshly, not beating her to death was already quite merciful. As for Snow, there was even less to say about her. After finishing the Morrison family story, the system continued telling Lily about the Earl Sterling residence. Now that the truth was clear, the affairs of Wade Chu and Mrs. Sterling had been exposed. Their fate naturally needed no discussion. As for Marcus Sterling, after Sophia Xianxia left Heavenly Fragrance House, she ran straight back to her mother's family. General Xianxia had been away for 2 days, but General Xianxia's wife, upon hearing this news, angrily slammed the table. She would handle this matter. General Xianxia's daughter was born to enjoy blessings, not to suffer grievances even once. With Marcus's character, let alone him being a bastard born from Mrs. Sterling's affair with an outside man, even if he were a legitimate son, even if he could inherit the Earl title in the future, she wouldn't care. General Xianxia's daughter absolutely could not continue living with such a terrible man. Divorce had to happen immediately, so she immediately had someone draft a divorce letter. Without waiting for General Xianxia to return, she personally brought the letter to the Earl Sterling residence. Because she believed that even if General Xianxia were present, he would agree with her approach. Lady Xianxia didn't even let Sophia return to the Earl Sterling residence. She thought that previously she hadn't seen Marcus's true character clearly and hastily chosen this marriage for her daughter, which had already caused her daughter to suffer. Now she didn't want her daughter to face those filthy matters anymore. So this time she directly brought the documents already signed and sealed by Sophia straight to the Earl Sterling residence. At that time, Earl Sterling was present. Regarding this matter, he knew he had wronged Sophia and wronged General Xianxia. So, Earl Sterling said nothing and immediately signed the divorce letter. Not only that, he also had people bring all the dowry that Sophia had brought, along with the servants who came with her, and returned everything intact. Sophia was the treasure beloved by General Xianxia and his wife, so her dowry that year was naturally extremely generous. Furthermore, Earl Sterling also proposed compensation for Sophia, mainly because he didn't want to offend General Xianxia. Lady Xianxia naturally understood this, but she only took back what belonged to them. As for compensation, General Xianxia's residence didn't need it. She only hoped that her Sophia would never have to suffer any more grievances from now on. And that would be enough. Hearing this, Lily couldn't help but silently applaud Lady Xianxia. Indeed, what kind of family environment raises what kind of children? Sophia's character was open and decisive. Faced with what her husband had done, she could avoid being wishy-washy and resolutely divorce. This strength definitely couldn't be without the love and protection from her family since childhood. Meeting such parents, let alone in ancient times, even in modern times this would be rare. Though divorce for a woman, regardless of the reason, was never a glorious thing. Even in later generations, countless parents held the thinking of Better to tear down a temple than destroy a marriage. Even knowing their daughters lived unhappily, they would still advise their daughters to endure and not divorce. Those who worried about their daughters and feared divorce would make their lives difficult could still be understood. But the most infuriating were those who outwardly advised their children to live well, stuffing them with thoughts that women suffering grievances was normal, telling them to continue maintaining the marriage. But in reality, it wasn't for their children's happiness but for their own face, afraid that having a divorced daughter would be embarrassing. Even more terrifying, such parents were not few. Therefore, Sophia having such a mother was incredibly precious. As for Marcus, though he didn't directly participate in the murder case, with the stigma of being a bastard, Earl Sterling didn't want to see him even for a moment. He not only immediately removed his name from the family registry and wrote a severance letter, but also didn't leave him a single coin, directly driving him out of the Earl Sterling residence. Marcus was penniless, forget about having somewhere to stay tonight. He didn't even have food to eat. He tried seeking help from a few friends who used to call each other brothers, but with his current situation, anyone could figure out with their toes that besides a few insults, no one would help him. He wanted to find work, but now he had a terrible reputation, and no one dared offend the Earl Sterling residence, so basically no one wanted to hire him. So now he was wandering the streets looking for food. Continuing like this, it wouldn't be long before this young master, who had been pampered from childhood, would soon become a street beggar. But to put it harshly, even being a beggar wasn't something he could do just because he wanted to. After all, begging in the capital had its own territories, and these beggars were extremely sensitive to information. With someone like Marcus, even in the begging community, he might not be able to squeeze in. Moreover, who knows if Earl Sterling might casually find some excuse to have him killed. After all, Sterling had caused so much trouble, how could he let such a bastard continue existing in this world? Just wait and see soon. Marcus would either starve to death or mysteriously disappear from this world without anyone knowing. Regarding Marcus's fate, Lily naturally felt no sympathy. As for Earl Sterling's side, after driving Marcus away, he immediately personally went to bring back the second son he had previously driven away. This was his only real son. Thinking about it, it was because he had been too busy with court affairs in the past, paid little attention to this child, and easily believed the words of that evil woman Mrs. Sterling, which led to today's situation. He only hoped that now the truth was clear and everything could still be salvaged. After Lily finished listening to these scandals, a servant came to call her for dinner. Only then did she feel hungry, so she happily went to eat. At the dinner table, seeing that Lady Chen never mentioned raising a dog, Lily winked at her as a hint. Who would have thought Lady Chen acted as if she didn't see and continued eating? Lily thought her mother had forgotten and quickly asked, "Mother, about what I asked you this morning, what do you think?" Lord Chen immediately became angry upon hearing this. He had originally thought that if this girl didn't bring up that matter again, he'd let it go. But who would have thought she was actually serious about it? This was truly unacceptable. But thinking they were eating, he suppressed his anger and pretended to be calm, saying, "Your mother and I have already discussed this matter. Raising a dog is not appropriate right now. We'll think about it later." He had spoken very diplomatically, but who would have thought Lily wouldn't accept it? Anyone could understand the feeling of a carefully prepared plan suddenly being rejected. Moreover, Lily had previously been confident that she had made enough promises and that her mother would definitely agree. She never expected to be refused, so she continued pleading several times, but to no avail. Finally, Lily deployed her ultimate technique, first crying, second making a scene, third threatening to hang herself. Of course, before reaching the hanging stage, Lord Chen and Lady Chen had already joined forces with their combined swords. Let you cry and make scenes and threaten to hang yourself, let you dare to dream of stealing dog food. So Lily's plan not only fell apart, but also conveniently earned her a beating with the rod. Watching the host get beaten, the system could only shake its head in exasperation. After all, it had tried to advise her, but Lily brought trouble upon herself. This beating was well deserved. At the same time, elsewhere, Emperor Ming was lecturing the fifth prince. "Tell me, why can't you do anything properly? I've always taught you all, Men sometimes need to be tough on themselves, grit their teeth and endure. I only made you eat diet meals, what's the big deal? It's not like I'm not letting you eat at all, is it? Can't you handle it? Think about it, years ago when I was fighting enemies at the border and got surrounded, forget about eating, I didn't have a single grain of rice for 3 days and 3 nights. So what? Didn't I still persist and get through it? It was precisely because of that that I won that battle, and you all have the good life you have today. If you can't even endure this little hardship, I'm afraid you would have surrendered long ago. The fifth prince hung his head, being scolded until he didn't dare say a word, but in his heart he was secretly grumbling about this topic again. This is really getting tiresome to hear, clearly you're not convinced inside. Emperor Ming still wouldn't let up, continuing. Look at Lily, hasn't she also been eating diet meals recently? You know about this too. Even a young lady can endure this hardship, yet you, a prince, can't even match Lily. Just then, a little eunuch came to report. The shadow guards have sent word. There's new gossip from little Lady Chen's side. Emperor Ming was getting tired from talking, so he had eunuch read the message. Who would have thought the news was that little Lady Chen wanted to raise a dog, and because of this she had been beaten by Lord Chen. Emperor Ming was momentarily stunned, beaten for wanting to raise a dog, then immediately reacted. Good heavens, so little Lady Chen also wanted to steal dog food. When he heard that Lily had said something about raising her own dog and sharing some delicacies with it, how could that be called stealing? He was even more speechless, thinking about how just moments ago he had used Lily as an example to lecture the fifth prince. At this moment he was so ashamed he wished he could dig up the entire imperial palace to hide in. Indeed, he had overestimated Lily. Just now his thinking was really problematic. How could he use her as an example for the fifth prince? The princes, hearing this, couldn't hold it in anymore. They were all red-faced from trying to suppress their laughter. Paaft, it's truly little Lady Chen, why is she so hilarious? During the day she was still mocking fifth brother for secretly eating dog food. Who would have thought she herself would come up with this idea? Paaft. If Lord Chen couldn't hear her inner thoughts, who knows if she might have fooled him? At this moment, the fifth prince, who had been hanging his head, immediately looked up. Though he said nothing, his eyes were clearly saying, "See, father told me to learn from little Lady Chen, but clearly she's learning from me. This is enough proof that I haven't done anything wrong. That diet food really is both awful and unsatisfying." Emperor Ming finally came to his senses, seeing the fifth prince's aggrieved expression. How could he not understand what the boy meant? But still, as a prince, how could it possibly eat dog food? To save face, he awkwardly said, "Ahem, we must learn from the good and avoid the bad, do you understand? Don't learn Lily's bad habits. You should think about the hardships I endured in my youth. Learning from my determination back then will only benefit you." At this moment, Lily was lying in bed, wailing pitifully. "Wah, I just wanted to raise a dog. Why did they beat me?" The system said, "Sometimes I really don't understand what you're thinking. Didn't I warn you beforehand? You just wouldn't listen. And you call that wanting to raise a dog? You clearly wanted to steal dog food. Besides, when your parents disagreed, you should have just dropped it. What was so important about it? Yet you still planned to throw a tantrum with crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide. Who else would they beat if not you?" Lily replied, "Fine, I was just unwilling to give up and wanted to put on a little act. Why did they beat me for that? Wah, I've never seen parents hit their daughter so hard. How could they bear to hurt my delicate bottom? I'm telling you, I'm definitely not their biological child. And you too, you useless system, just standing there watching the show. When my parents were beating me, why didn't you activate the protection mechanism?" The system replied, "Master, you're being completely unreasonable. Why are you blaming me now? I warned you beforehand, but you wouldn't listen and even said I was too talkative. Moreover, you yourself said you didn't need me to activate the protection mechanism." Lily asked, "Did I really say that?" The system, faced with such a thick-skinned master who went back on her word, didn't know what else to say. In any case, it absolutely wouldn't activate the protection mechanism for something like this. That stuff consumed too much energy. And with Lily's personality, getting beaten was as common as eating meals. If it activated the mechanism every time, she'd probably drain all the energy had accumulated. Besides, Lord Chen and Lady Chen both lived in the mansion. They could beat Lily whenever they wanted. Would it have to keep the protection mechanism running continuously? At most she'd just suffer some physical pain. But it didn't dare say these words out loud. If Lily threatened to stop letting it eat gossip, that would be a real loss. So the best response right now was to play dumb and pretend not to hear anything. Sure enough, Lily cried for a while until she was too tired to continue. Only then did she realize her stomach was growling with hunger. Touching her flat belly, she sighed. Ah, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have been so reckless. That diet food may not taste good, but it's better than having nothing at all. Thinking this, she felt even more sorry for herself. Her parents were truly heartless. After beating her like this, they didn't even bring her a bit of food to comfort her. Didn't they know she hadn't eaten anything at lunch today? And Alex Chen, Jack Chen, Grace Chen. These three didn't care about their sister at all either. Ah, I'm so hungry. I wonder if they threw away that diet food. Lily's stomach was now rumbling loudly. Maybe I should go to the kitchen and check. But no, I just clearly said I'd rather die than eat it. If they discover me, won't I be laughed to death? From now on, won't they treat my words like empty air? No way. Ah, Lily is a person with backbone. If I said I wouldn't eat, then I won't eat. Even if they kept that diet meal for me, I absolutely won't touch it. The system rarely saw Lily being so stubborn, and couldn't help but silently praise her. But the very next second, Lily said, "System, quickly check for me. Did my mother throw away my diet meal? System, didn't you say you wouldn't eat?" Lily replied, "I'm just asking to see." The system said, "Fine, master, wait a moment. Found it. That diet meal is still in the kitchen." Lily exclaimed. Finally, they have some conscience left. They must be worried I'd go hungry, so they kept it for me. Well then, I won't disappoint their good intentions. I'll reluctantly eat a little. Hi. She finally found herself an excuse to back down. Whatever, pride can't fill your stomach. Filling your belly is what's important. Lily was about to carefully climb down from bed when the system spoke up. I think your mother's exact words were, "You want. Don't if you don't, but since it's already cooked, we can't waste it. Reheat it tomorrow morning and use it for breakfast." Lily said, "System, you're definitely wrong." The system completely failed to realize Lily was making excuses for herself and seriously objected. "How could that be? Master, I'm never wrong. Your mother really did say that." Lily replied, "I'm telling you you're wrong, so you're wrong. This stupid system has no emotional intelligence at all." After saying this, she didn't bother arguing further and limped straight toward the kitchen. Alex, Jack, and Grace were secretly hiding outside the door eavesdropping, nearly bursting into laughter. They immediately ran to report the situation to Lady Chen. After hearing this, Lady Chen's curved slightly. "I knew this little rascal wouldn't last long. She'd definitely sneak around looking for food. I just didn't expect that after enduring for such a short time, she'd already lost her resolve. It seems I still overestimated her." A few days later was the Northern Dynasty's grand sacrificial ceremony held once every 3 years. Lily received special permission from Emperor Ming and didn't have to participate in this grand ceremony. The reason she received this favor wasn't because Emperor Ming felt sorry for her after her beating, but because he had considered it carefully. The grand sacrificial ceremony was a solemn occasion. If they let Lily participate and she started thinking random thoughts that offended the spirits, it would cause major trouble. When Lily heard this news, she was overjoyed. Finally, she didn't have to attend early court sessions. For the next few days, she could sleep in comfortably. The grand sacrificial ceremony had nothing to do with Lily, but according to Northern Dynasty tradition, before the grand ceremony began, every family had to visit and pay respects to their ancestors. The civil and military officials were no exception. In other words, tomorrow everyone had to go tomb sweeping to honor their ancestors. Only after completing the ancestral worship could they officially begin the grand sacrificial ceremony. Early the next morning, Lily was dragged out of bed by Lord Chen. Lady Chen had already ordered the servants to prepare all the ceremonial items: roasted chicken, roasted duck, fish pastries, sweets, fruits, wine, everything. The ancestral tomb was located outside the city. Though it was quite far from the inner city, to show respect for their ancestors, everyone walked there on foot. The Chen family was no exception. Along the way, they they encountered many colleagues also hurrying to sweep tombs. When the officials saw Lily, they all came over with bright smiles to greet her. Of course, the reason they were so enthusiastic was mainly because they'd heard about yesterday's incident where Lily demanded to raise a dog and got beaten, which made them laugh until their sides hurt. But today Lily wasn't in a good mood at all. Yesterday she'd just been beaten and her bottom still hurt, and now she had to walk. This alone was enough to make her miserable. Moreover, her plan to raise a dog had failed, and for the past few days she hadn't had a single satisfying meal. It took great effort to finally reach the burial ground. Lily felt like her legs were about to break. She really just wanted to plop down and sit. But when the servants brought out the ceremonial items, Lily's eyes suddenly lit up and her spirits lifted. Oh my goodness, so much delicious food. To show sincerity, all these ceremonial dishes were freshly made this morning on Lady Chen's orders. There were crispy pastries, fragrant roasted chicken, aromatic roasted duck, preserves, sweets that looked absolutely appetizing. Oh heavens, these were all things she loved. On the way here, the servants had been carrying the items behind them, so Lily hadn't seen them. Now, seeing so much delicious food, her eyes were glued to it, unable to look away, and her mouth was watering continuously. Lily quickly glanced around and seeing everyone was busy, she quickly grabbed a piece of roasted chicken and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes immediately brightened. Oh, absolutely delicious. The system watched this scene in shock. Good heavens, she's not planning to steal the ceremonial food, is she? Although the system world didn't have such rituals, as a system, it knew how terrible it was to steal ceremonial offerings. If Lord Chen discovered this, there'd definitely be another beating. So it quickly reminded her, Master, have you forgotten about your bottom? Fortunately, the system spoke quietly enough that no one else heard. At this point, everyone had finished preparing the ceremony and was ready to pay respects to their ancestors, so even if Lily wanted to target the ceremonial food, she didn't have the opportunity. Lord Chen led the entire Chen family to kneel down and recite prayers, asking their ancestors for protection. Everyone worshipped sincerely. Only Lily kept staring at the roasted duck, drooling. Finally, the ceremony ended and everyone prepared to stand up and return home. But Lily still stood there, reluctant to leave. According to Northern Dynasty customs, ceremonial food would be left behind and not taken home. Lily had been craving all morning but hadn't found a chance to steal any. Now she was even less willing to leave. Lord Chen didn't know what she was thinking and seeing her standing there dazed, asked, Lily, let's go home. Lily was reluctant but couldn't say so directly. After thinking for a while, she finally found an excuse and stammered, Father, I can't walk anymore. How about everyone else goes back first? You don't need to wait for me, I'll slowly follow behind. Haha, wait for them to leave first, then the roasted chicken, roasted duck, sweets, and preserves will all be mine. Lord Chen and the others. What? Did we hear wrong? What did Lily just say? She's not planning to steal the ceremonial food, is she? The system was also speechless. Master, yesterday you just got your bottom beaten. Have you forgotten? And you're still thinking about stealing. If your father finds out, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Lily put on a dismissive expression. Oh, system? Why are you so cowardly? If I don't eat these things here, they'll just be eaten by mice or wild animals anyway. Wouldn't that be wasteful? Besides, after they finish the ceremony, they won't come back anytime soon. This matter, heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. How could they find out? Lily's analysis sounded reasonable enough that even the system was convinced, but she didn't notice that Lord Chen was already so angry his nose was practically smoking. What on earth was this child thinking? Alex, Jack, and Grace also stared wide-eyed, as if they'd heard something unbelievable. How did they feel like Lily was about to be in big trouble? The servants who heard Lily's words were all so shocked their jaws dropped. Was their young miss really planning to steal ceremonial food? Didn't she fear divine retribution? For them, ancestor worship was an extremely sacred matter. Forget about stealing food offered to ancestors. Even having slightly disrespectful thoughts during the ceremony could result in divine punishment. Yet their young miss clearly wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, she was shockingly bold. And what's this about heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know? Couldn't she see that her father's eyes were already blazing with fury? Lord Chen truly felt his hands itching, but in front of his ancestor's tomb, It wasn't appropriate to lose his temper. So he suppressed his anger and said, "If you can't walk, that's fine. Didn't we bring a stretcher to carry the ceremonial items? Now that it's empty, it's perfect for carrying you home." Lily, what? I don't want to lie on a stretcher. I just want to stay and eat meat. Lily really hadn't expected her father to suddenly pull this move. Thinking that her excellent plan was about to fall through, she hurriedly tried to refuse by instinct. "Father, that stretcher is very hard and uncomfortable to sit on. How about I just slowly walk home instead? I have this cushion. Put it on and it won't be hard anymore." Grace pulled out a cushion from somewhere and added, "Look, this cushion is very soft and comfortable." Lily, no way, why is my sister getting involved too? She really didn't know what else to say. Why was it so difficult just to want a piece of meat? Grace thought to herself, "I'm doing this because I'm afraid you'll get beaten again." Lily was about to find some other excuse when Lord Chen couldn't be bothered arguing anymore and directly picked her up and placed her on the stretcher. "Let's go home. Stop dreaming about stealing ceremonial food." Lily wanted to struggle, but the servants had already very cooperatively lifted the stretcher and quickly headed forward. Lily truly wanted to cry but had no tears. Lately she'd really been cursed with bad luck. Why did everything she wanted to do fail? Looking at Lily's dejected appearance, the servants nearly burst into laughter. "Haha, so you planned to steal ceremonial food, but you never expected to be seen through by the master." The shadow guards hiding in the darkness also couldn't help laughing. Haha, although Lady Chen was usually very cunning, who could have predicted that everyone could hear her inner thoughts? So how could Lord Chen let Lady Chen's plan succeed? Just like that, Lily was carried back to the Chen mansion. Along the way, she kept wailing, "Why am I so miserable? I just wanted a piece of meat. Why does everyone seem to be deliberately opposing me? Ah, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat." Lord Chen felt his ears were about to be deafened by her shouting. But that wasn't even the worst part. The most embarrassing thing was that her loud wailing made everyone on the street turn to stare at them. And some people were trying so hard not to laugh their faces turned red. That evening, Lily lay in bed. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't sleep. Every time she remembered that roasted chicken still sizzling and steaming, her mouth would uncontrollably water. No way. Tomorrow I absolutely must find a way to sneak out. "System, Master, you haven't forgotten about those ceremonial dishes, have you?" Lily replied. "Of course not. It's winter and so cold now. Leaving them overnight won't spoil them. Not eating them would truly be a waste." The system didn't know what else to say. It knew its master was now only thinking about those pieces of meat. If she couldn't eat them, she definitely wouldn't give up. Since it couldn't persuade her anyway, it decided not to say anything more. As for Lily, she was determined, so she went to bed early that night. The next morning, Lily got up very early. She knew that Lord Chen had to participate in the grand sacrificial ceremony these days, so she deliberately waited for him to leave before getting out of bed. Then, while Lady Chen was busy, she casually made an excuse and slipped out. Lady Chen didn't stop her. After all, Lily often went out before, and she had shadow guards secretly following her, so nothing would happen. Lily finally got her wish and snuck out, feeling absolutely thrilled. Without hesitation, she immediately headed straight to yesterday's tomb site. To avoid meeting acquaintances on the road, Lily deliberately chose a small path. Before long, one person and one system could see their family's ancestral tomb section from afar. Initially, the shadow guards didn't know what Lady Chen was planning to do. Only when they saw her heading directly toward yesterday's tomb site did they truly become stunned. They couldn't believe Lady Chen was so persistent. It had been a whole day and she still remembered those ceremonial dishes. However, because Emperor Ming had given strict instructions that unless absolutely necessary, they shouldn't let Lady Chen discover their whereabouts, they only observed Lily's every move from a distance. At this point, Lily could already see yesterday's tomb from afar, and she couldn't help but quicken her short little legs and rush over. Thinking about yesterday's fat duck and roasted chicken, her mouth was already watering. Charge forward. Fat duck, roasted chicken, here I come. But when she reached the tomb, Lily was dumbfounded. She saw that the area in front of the tomb looked like it had just been robbed. There wasn't a trace of the fat duck or roasted chicken. Forget the fat duck and roasted chicken. Even the fruits, pastries, preserves, and wine had all completely vanished. Lily immediately felt her heart turn cold and hurriedly asked, "System, what's going on? Where did all the offerings go? I clearly remember yesterday when we left. We didn't take any of those things with us." The system said, "Wait a moment, let me check." After a while, the system said, "Found it. It turns out last night all these ceremonial offerings were stolen by a group of beggars." Hearing the system say this, Lily was immediately so shocked she stood there dazed. What? They were stolen by beggars? How could that happen? The system explained. Here's what happened. Those beggars had actually been eyeing the ceremonial items here for a while, so when evening came and no one was around, they snuck over and made off with all the offerings. Hearing this news, Lily felt like she'd been struck by lightning. She had struggled through such a long journey to get here, only to have the juicy meat slip away from her grasp. The feeling of heartbreak was absolutely real. But she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "What about the offerings from other families? System, quickly check for me. Are there any offerings left from other families?" Lily knew that according to Northern Dynasty tradition, all ceremonial offerings would not be taken home. This was an entire large cemetery area. Surely the beggars couldn't have taken everything. There had to be something left, right? Even just a small piece of meat would be fine. At least then her arduous journey here wouldn't be completely wasted. But the system's words made her completely despair. System. The offerings from other families were also taken clean by them. Completely clean without leaving a single item, nothing left at all. These beggars had been waiting for this day for a long time. The ceremonial offerings were all delicious food. How could they pass them up? Schnody. Audio includes promotional message for BU audio channel. Lily. System, why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me walk all this way for nothing. I was even thinking I'd get to eat my fill today. This morning I deliberately kept my stomach empty to come here. Now I'm starving to death. You're absolutely useless. The system replied, Master, you never asked me either. Lily. If I don't ask, you don't tell. You useless thing. But there was no point complaining now. Since she couldn't find meat to eat, staying here longer was pointless. So Lily could only dejectedly hang her head and prepare to go home. But just then, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Lily was startled and panicked. Oh no, why is someone coming at this hour? Wasn't the ceremonial worship supposed to be finished yesterday? Oh no. Could it be that my parents discovered I snuck here to steal meat? What should I do? If they catch me here, I'll definitely get another severe beating. This is truly trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. Not only won't I get any meat, but I'll also get an unfair beating. I'll really cry myself to death. The system said, Master, quickly find somewhere to hide. Lily. Right, hide first. Lily looked around and immediately spotted a neglected tomb nearby. Perfect, that tomb has a collapsed hole, and no one has visited it for years. Hiding there would be ideal. Without hesitation, Lily immediately used her short little legs to rush to the tomb. The system saw this scene and was immediately shocked. Good heavens, is she really planning to crawl inside there? Before it could stop her, Lily had already squeezed into the system. After crawling into the tomb, Lily hurriedly grabbed the wild grass scattered in front of the tomb to cover the opening of the hole. Whatever, just hide for now. The footsteps grew closer and closer, then suddenly stopped right in front of Lily. Lily thought the other party had discovered her and was so scared she didn't dare breathe heavily. Just then, a thud sounded from outside, as if someone had knelt down, followed by a choked voice saying, Father, your unfilial son hasn't come to visit you for years. Hearing that the person had only come to pay respects, Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. She curiously looked out through the gaps in the wild grass and happened to see that the person was a man about 30 years old. The man knelt on the ground and continued, Father, your son is worthless. These past few years I've been struggling to make a living outside, and couldn't even scrape together enough money for travel expenses to come back. That's why I couldn't come visit you. Fortunately, with heaven's help, this year I managed to earn some money and hurried back to see you. It's just that I arrived in the capital yesterday evening, so I only managed to get here now. Father, please don't blame your son. Next, Lily saw the man take out a large roasted chicken and a roasted duck and place them in front of the tomb. What a coincidence. The plump rear end of the roasted chicken was pointing straight at Lily's face. After placing the offerings, he continued, "Father, look. Today your son brought delicious food for you. This roasted duck and roasted chicken are the dishes you loved most when you were alive. I specially bought them this morning. They're still hot. Father, please eat your fill." Indeed, Lily could see the fat chicken was still steaming. The fragrant aroma drifted through the opening into the tomb, making her mouth water. This was truly like searching everywhere with iron shoes only to find it effortlessly when you weren't looking. Lily was so tempted she kept swallowing her saliva. She hadn't eaten anything this morning, and her stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Initially she planned to wait for the person to leave before making her move, but the man seemed to have opened the floodgates, crying and talking endlessly. From his appearance, it seemed like he wanted to tell all about his hardships over the past few years before he'd stop. Lily couldn't wait any longer, so while the person was bowing his head to wipe away tears, she secretly extended her small, soft hands, carefully detached a chicken drumstick and popped it into her mouth. Oh my, exactly this taste, absolutely delicious. After eating the chicken drumstick, Lily secretly looked through the gap and saw that the person was still hanging his head and hadn't noticed her recent actions. So she became decisively bolder and pulled the entire tailless roasted chicken into the hole. Without much ado, she immediately tore off a large chicken thigh, stuffed it in her mouth, took a bite, and grease filled her mouth. Just as Lily was eating happily, the man outside suddenly wiped away his tears, quietly raised his head, and suddenly discovered that the offerings he'd just placed had disappeared. The person was stunned, thinking he was seeing things. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. The roasted chicken he'd just placed there had truly vanished into thin air. The man immediately felt his heart pounding. What's happening? I've been here the whole time and haven't seen anyone else at all. How could the roasted chicken just disappear like that? He uneasily looked around again. Indeed, there wasn't a soul around. Could it be that he'd encountered ghosts? While he was thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of munching and chewing. Listening carefully, the sound seemed to be coming from inside the tomb. The man was so scared his limbs went limp, he swallowed hard and tremblingly asked, Father, is that you returning?" Lily was eating happily inside when she heard the man's words and suddenly realized she might have been discovered. Her mind spun quickly as lightning, and suddenly an idea struck her. So she immediately altered her voice and called out, "Jari, you unfilial child. You haven't bothered to visit me for so many years. It was so difficult for you to come once, yet you only brought this little bit of offering. How is this enough to eat?" The man was already terrified to the extreme, and now hearing the voice coming from inside the tomb, he didn't dare think any further and immediately collapsed to the ground, continuously apologizing. Father, please don't be angry. Next year your son will definitely bring much more delicious food. I guarantee you'll eat your fill." Seeing that the other party didn't recognize her, Lily immediately became excited. She again altered her voice and shouted, "What? Next year? You unfilial child, if you wait until next year to bring it, I'll have starved to death in here." Hearing this, the man panicked and hurriedly said, Father, please don't be angry. Tomorrow your son will bring delicious food right away." Hearing the other party say this, Lily was satisfied and replied, "That's acceptable for now. Remember, tomorrow bring lots of meat. It must be fatty meat, the fatter the better, and grilled fish too." Yes, I understand, Father. Tomorrow I'll definitely bring it for you." After the man left, Lily laughed like crazy inside the tomb. Lily, haha, this person is so easy to fool. Looks like tomorrow I'll get to eat meat again. The system didn't know what to say either. This master's brain really grew in some inexplicable way, full of bizarre ideas. Stealing food was one thing, but she actually went and deceived people too. The shadow guards hiding in the darkness were even more stunned by Lily's operation. Lady Chen really had nerves of steel. What was she thinking? Crawling into a tomb. When they saw Lily crawl in earlier, they nearly fell out of their hiding spots. Forget about a young lady. Even they wouldn't dare casually crawl into a tomb if they didn't have to. Moreover, what they hadn't expected was that when discovered by someone, Lady Chen didn't panic at all, but instead pulled off a stunt like this. Didn't they see how the man was so scared he nearly wet his pants? Puffed, ha. They had to admit that in this regard, Lady Chen was truly a talent. Moreover, the voice she mimicked just now sounded exactly real. It sounded just like a man's voice. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have known Lady Chen had this talent. That poor man was also pitiful. He was probably so scared he went stupid just now, otherwise he wouldn't have failed to recognize his own father's voice and been so thoroughly fooled by Lily. Now they were starting to get curious about whether the man would think it over when he got home, and whether he'd discover anything suspicious. At the same time, on the other side, the man had run all the way into the city. When he truly couldn't run anymore, he stopped, looked back, confirmed that nothing strange was following him, and only then slowed his pace, walking while panting heavily. When he had calmed down, he began to recall what had just happened. It was all his fault for not visiting for so many years. His father down there must be very angry. But thinking about it, it made sense. His father had always been a food lover in life. Now in the underworld, seeing other families offering fish and meat during festivals while he was left as a lonely ghost with nothing to eat or drink. If he were in that position, he'd be angry too. Oh, but it seemed like father said he was about to starve to death earlier. But wasn't father already dead? Could dead people starve to death again down there? Thinking of this, the man was somewhat puzzled, but then he quickly convinced himself. After all, he'd never died before, so who could know for sure? This was originally his fault anyway. As an unfilial son, if father wanted to eat, then he should just buy it. Oh, and he'd noticed earlier that father's tomb had a hole in it. Tomorrow he'd conveniently call some workers to repair father's tomb and pull the weeds in front of it while he was at it. At this point, Lily had finished eating the remaining roasted chicken, but clearly she still wasn't full. Seeing no movement outside, she carefully poked her head out of the hole and looked around. Confirming no one was there, she quickly reached out and pulled the remaining roasted duck inside. Without hesitation, she immediately tore off a duck leg and began gnawing on it. Taking a bite, grease filled her mouth. Oh my goodness, this roasted duck was even more delicious than the roasted chicken from earlier. The skin was crispy and rich but not greasy. Absolutely satisfying. The shadow guards outside were nearly driven to tears of envy by Lily. This morning they'd only eaten a little before following her here. And now they were starving. Now smelling the aroma while listening to Lily continuously praise how delicious the roasted chicken and duck were. Who could stand it? Even the system couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is it really that good?" Lily answered seriously, "Of course. I can responsibly say this is absolutely the most delicious roasted duck I've ever eaten. There's no second place." Whether it was because she was too hungry or because stolen food was inherently more fragrant, Lily praised this roasted duck endlessly. The system could only sigh, because as a non-human it couldn't taste the flavors of the human world. As for Lily, she ate happily, not even leaving the duck's tail. It wasn't until only a pile of bones remained on the ground that she satisfyingly patted her round, full belly and crawled out of the hole. Today I really ate to my heart's content. Refreshing, truly refreshing. Haha, I really am a genius. If I hadn't been quick-witted, I would have been discovered. Now it's perfect. Not only does that person not suspect anything, tomorrow he'll definitely bring even more delicious food back. Oh my, just thinking about it makes me dizzy with happiness. The system asked, "Master, you mean you're coming again tomorrow?" It had thought earlier that Lily was just deliberately teasing that man. Lily replied as if it were obvious, "Of course I have to come. With so much delicious food like that, why wouldn't I come? Tomorrow happens to be a day I don't have to attend court, so I can come here and have another hearty meal. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It's decided." After saying this, Lily patted her bottom and prepared to go home. But to avoid being discovered by her parents that she'd been eating on the sly, on the way home she even found a small stream and carefully washed the grease off her face before continuing home. By the time she got home, it was already dusk. "Where did you run off to again today? Look at you, covered in dirt like that." Seeing Lily return with her hair messy as a bird's nest, with several blades of grass stuck to her head, and her whole body muddy and dirty, Lady Chen was furious and quickly asked. Only now did Lily unconsciously touch her head. "Oh my, it must have been when I was climbing around the tomb earlier that I accidentally got dirty." But she still pretended to be calm, acting as if nothing had happened. saying, "Mother, I went out to play today and accidentally fell, so I got dirty like this. I'll go take a bath right away." Lily's lying was now as smooth as flowing water. No blushing, no racing heart. Lady Chen looked at her and helplessly shook her head. "When will this troublesome child ever stop worrying me?" "Fine, go take your bath quickly. It's almost dinner time." Lily paused and then said, "Mother, I'm very tired today. After my bath I want to take a nap. I won't eat dinner tonight. Everyone else can eat without me." She had just swallowed an entire fat roasted duck and a large roasted chicken. How could she possibly eat anything more? Lady Chen asked suspiciously, not eating. "But we've already prepared your meal." This girl was usually the most enthusiastic about eating. Why didn't she want dinner today? Lily waved her hand dismissively. "Mother, tonight I really don't want to eat. Those awful diet meals that are hard to swallow. Whoever wants to eat them can eat them. I definitely can't stomach them today anyway." Lady Chen thought, why is she suddenly becoming so picky? But considering that the girl normally loved meat and had been eating diet food for several days, being a little cranky was reasonable. So she smiled and said, "Lily, tonight Mother specially had someone prepare a chicken drumstick for you." Indeed, this chicken drumstick was specially prepared by Lady Chen for Lily, also wanting to reward her for persisting with the diet meals these past few days. Lily hadn't expected her mother to suddenly have a change of heart today and prepare a chicken drumstick for her. Unfortunately, she really couldn't eat anything right now, but she couldn't bear to waste the chicken drumstick, so she said, "Mother, I really don't want to eat right now. How about you save that chicken drumstick for me, and I'll eat it tomorrow morning after reheating it. I'm going to take my bath now." After saying this, she rushed off like a puff of smoke. Lady Chen looked at her retreating figure with suspicion. What's wrong with this child today? Hasn't she always been clamoring for meat? Now when there's meat, she won't eat it. But this child was inherently clever and often didn't follow common sense. Since skipping one meal wouldn't starve her to death, Lady Chen let it go. On Emperor Ming's side, when he received the report from the shadow guards, he was completely dumbfounded. Although he knew that Lady Chen's style of doing things had never followed rules, how could he have imagined that this girl would hide in someone else's tomb, and moreover hide in the tomb to steal ceremonial offerings? Good heavens, this was truly an unbelievably bizarre incident. Moreover, this girl was planning to return tomorrow to continue stealing. Wasn't she afraid of being caught red-handed? Oh my goodness, thinking about it, it seemed like his fifth prince was still somewhat more reliable in comparison. Fortunately, he was wise enough not to let Lady Chen participate in today's grand, sacrificial ceremony, otherwise who knows other trouble would have been caused. Thinking of this, Emperor Ming couldn't help but take a sip of water to calm himself. At this time, Lily had finished bathing and was lying in bed, but now she was wide awake and didn't want to sleep. So she crawled under the covers and continued reading her romance novel. Today's novel still maintained its characteristic style as usual, but how should one describe the story? It was somewhat old-fashioned, typical of the miserable beginning, happy ending genre. The novel was about a princess who was also the female protagonist opening a harem. This female protagonist, like countless other female leads in romance novels, not only possessed unparalleled beauty, but also had an extremely perfect figure. According to the illustrations in the novel, she had to be at least a 36G cup. In short, she had the kind of figure that would make even a girl like Lily drool just looking at her. But in the early stages, this female protagonist suffered from severe lovesickness. Despite having the best conditions imaginable, she went and groveled before some scumbag male lead who, apart from having a decent face, had nothing of value. That scumbag male lead had been targeting the princess's status and position from the beginning and didn't really love her. After marrying the princess and feeling he had her securely in his grasp, he began secretly keeping mistresses outside. Yet the princess was completely devoted to this scumbag. Not only did she trust him unconditionally, but she constantly worried that she wasn't doing well enough. As a result, the first half of the story made Lily grind her teeth in frustration. But as mentioned, the plot of this novel was miserable beginning, happy ending. From when the princess accidentally fell into water and was rescued, her life began a spectacular turnaround. Even so, the author of this novel didn't write the reason clearly. In any case, after waking up, the princess suddenly had an epiphany. The first thing she did after regaining consciousness was to castrate that man and send him to the emperor's palace to become a eunuch. Then she began inviting all kinds of handsome men to the princess's mansion, opening a magnificent harem right in her residence. And those men were all outstandingly handsome, with perfect figures and pleasing faces. Just looking at them was enough to make someone eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Of course, she didn't just stop at admiring them. The female protagonist's greatest joy was sitting and watching those men compete and be jealous over her. This story was truly something that even Lily found hard to describe, but she couldn't deny that the artwork was beautiful. This was exactly the type where the plot was nonsensical, but the illustrations made up for it. It felt like they just randomly made up a story to draw handsome men. Like those action movies from later eras, they basically had no worthwhile content and simply taught you a few action moves. But ordinary people were fascinated by them, and the novel Lily was reading was exactly the same. Although the story was somewhat forced, the artwork was beyond criticism. Looking at those muscular, built physiques, Lily's eyes were glued to them and couldn't look away. Seeing its master smiling with an infatuated expression, the system asked suspiciously, "Master, didn't you say you didn't want to get married? Why are you staring so intently at these handsome men?" Lily didn't bother looking up and casually replied, "System, your thinking is really narrow. Not wanting to get married doesn't mean I don't like looking at handsome men. Moreover, I don't just like handsome men. I also like beautiful women. For me, as long as they're beautiful people, I love them all, because they represent beauty. Probably no one in this world doesn't like beautiful things, right?" The system replied, "What you say seems to make sense." One person and one system continued hiding under the covers, completely absorbed in reading until they lost track of time. Before they knew it, it was late, but since she had to go steal food at the cemetery tomorrow, Lily still got up quite early the next morning. Unexpectedly, her parents had gotten up even earlier, and her siblings were nowhere to be seen either. Early in the morning, only the servants remained in the mansion. Upon inquiry, she learned that today her father was attending the grand sacrificial ceremony, and her mother had taken her siblings to the temple to offer incense. Lady Chen had seen her sleeping soundly, so she hadn't woken her. A maid said, "Breakfast has been kept warm, and there's yesterday's chicken drumstick that Lady Chen specifically told us to save for you to eat when you wake up." Hearing that no one was home, Lily was overjoyed. "Isn't this heaven helping me? With them not here, it's so convenient. I don't have to make excuses when going out." But she didn't forget about the chicken drumstick either. Although the drumstick was small, it was still meat after all. So Lily went to the kitchen herself, planning to gnaw on the chicken drumstick before leaving. But as soon as she saw the drumstick, she immediately wrinkled her nose in disdain. "The drumstick is so tiny it wouldn't even fill the gaps between my teeth. Mother is really stingy. Never mind, today there's a feast of meat and fish waiting for May. I don't need this drumstick." As for that diet meal, Lily couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Without giving it another thought, she immediately prepared to set out for the cemetery. The maid behind her, seeing the unched diet meal, hurriedly asked, "Miss, where are you going? You haven't eaten breakfast yet." Lily waved her hand dismissively. Not eating. I'm just going out for a bit." "Then let this servant do your hair before you go. Going out like this, people might laugh at you." Looking at Lily's messy bird's nest hair, the maid hurried to get a comb. But Lily waved her hand grandly, saying, "It's fine. A great hero doesn't worry about small details." Then she tossed her head and strode outside. "After all, I'll be crawling around in tombs later. What's the point of doing my hair neatly?" The maid behind her asked another maid in confusion, "What did Miss just say?" The other maid scratched her head and answered uncertainly. "It seemed like she said something about tombs." "What tombs?" "I don't know either. Maybe I heard wrong, or maybe Miss thought up some new word again." The maid nodded and didn't pay it any mind. After all, their young miss was inherently clever and often said strange words they didn't understand. They were used to it by now. On this side, Lily's goal today was very clear. As soon as she left the house, she headed straight for yesterday's cemetery. Fortunately, she arrived early and the area around the tomb was empty. Clearly that person hadn't arrived yet. Lily skillfully crawled into the hole, but today she waited and waited without seeing anyone. She was dizzy with hunger, and having gone to bed late last night, she fell asleep inside. The system called and called but couldn't wake her, so it had to let her continue sleeping. The shadow guards, secretly hiding outside, hearing the system trying to wake Lily, stared wide-eyed in amazement. How can Lady Chen hide in a tomb and not only not be afraid, but actually sleep in there? After who knows how long, Lily finally woke up, but not because the system called her. She woke up from hunger. The first thing she did upon waking was to quickly look out of the hole to see if that person had brought food. Unexpectedly, it was still empty outside. Lily said angrily, "Ugh, what an unfilial child indeed. Yesterday he spoke so nicely, but it turns out it was all lies. He made me get up early and wait for nothing." She kept cursing and swearing, her language quite crude. The system remained silent. This was the first time it had seen someone who stole other people's food yet still acted so arrogantly. The shadow guards watching also found it both amusing and exasperating. They had told her, who would be that stupid? That man yesterday was clearly scared out of his wits, which is why he fell for Lady Chen's trick. Once he got home and thought about it, he would definitely realize something was wrong. Not trying to find the impostor who stole his ceremonial offerings and scared him half to death would already be merciful. How could he possibly bring more food? This time Lady Chen had clearly miscalculated. Lily waited and waited but saw no one, and was about to crawl out of the hole when she suddenly heard footsteps. She quickly crawled back and secretly looked through the opening. Good heavens, that man today had indeed brought so much delicious food. Besides yesterday's fat duck and roasted chicken, there was also a large pig's knuckle and a grilled fish. The man placed the items in front of the tomb, knelt down respectfully and said, "Father, I was busy with work today so I came late. Please don't blame me." "Father, look, here's the fatty meat you mentioned yesterday. I specially brought this pig's knuckle. It's rich, greasy, and fragrant. And this grilled fish was just finished cooking too, Father. Please try it." The shadow guards watched in amazement. They hadn't expected this guy to really come today. Not only did he come, but he brought so much delicious food. It seemed he hadn't suspected anything about yesterday's events at all. Meanwhile, Lily looked at the pig's knuckle still sizzling with grease and the grilled fish, and her mouth began watering again. Fragrant, truly fragrant. Don't say that although this guy seemed foolish, he really had an eye for choosing food. Just looking at this pig's knuckle made her want to eat it immediately. Lily was starving, so while the man was bowing his head, she reached out her hands. This time she couldn't get the pig's knuckle, but she managed to grab the grilled fish. Under the dim light filtering into the hole, she could vaguely see the fish was still sizzling and looked very delicious. Well, grilled fish it is. I'll eat this first and save the pig's knuckle for later. Without hesitation, Lily stuffed the fish into her mouth, but this time she was too careless and ate too hastily. A fish bone got stuck right in her throat. She panicked and quickly used her hands to try to dislodge it from her throat, making gagging sounds as she did so. This noise terrified the man outside. He trembled, having already stood up but now collapsed to his knees again, stammering, "Father, Father, what's wrong? Is it because I came late that you're angry? Father, I beg you, please don't be angry with me anymore. I was unfilial before, not visiting you for years, leaving you to suffer on the other side. But Father, rest assured. This time when I returned, I'm not leaving again. I've already decided to find work in the capital, so I can visit you regularly and won't let you go hungry and cold in there. Knowing you're uncomfortable in there. When I returned yesterday I already thought about hiring people to repair your tomb. The reason I came late today was because of this matter. The workers are already on their way. Just now I was afraid you'd be hungry so I brought food first. Father, don't worry. Let me go check how far along they are." After saying this, he kowtowed 3 times and then ran off. Hearing this in the hole, Lily was so scared she jumped and dropped the grilled fish to the ground. Tomb workers. What's this about? Wait, he's not planning to have people seal up this hole, is he? Oh no. System, what should I do now? The shadow guards hearing this were also stunned. They hadn't expected this seemingly slow-witted guy to actually be such a devoted son. Not only had he thought of repairing the tomb, but he'd acted so quickly and already hired workers. "Lady Chen, what are you waiting for? Crawl out quickly. If they seal you in there, it'll be disastrous. Seeing this situation, the system also panicked and hurriedly said, "What else can you do? Master, quickly crawl outside. Hurry, the workers are coming soon." At this point, Lily couldn't care about the fishbone in her throat and quickly lay flat, preparing to crawl outside. But just as she poked her head out, she heard footsteps again. This time the footsteps weren't from just one person. It turned out the man had run only a short distance before meeting the tomb repair workers coming along the path, so he led them back. Hearing the commotion, Lily quickly pulled her head back in. If she went out now, she'd definitely be discovered. She couldn't help crying inwardly. It's over, it's over. Now I can't get out even if I want to. If these people discovered that she had impersonated his father and stolen ceremonial offerings, she'd probably be beaten to death. She quickly retreated deeper into the hole. The system was also panicking and hurriedly said, "Master, how about just going outside first? At worst, I'll activate the protection mechanism for you." Lily was stunned but shook her head. "Forget it, what's the use? You can avoid the first day, but not the 15th. Even if the system activated the protection mechanism to help her escape this predicament, if the other party tracked her down to complain to her parents, she still wouldn't escape a beating." Thinking of her still, unhealed bottom, Lily decided to gamble everything on one throw. She figured that ancient tomb repair work probably couldn't set immediately. Once they left, she should be able to break through the hole. With this thought, the man had already led the people over. Lily quickly retreated deeper into the tomb. Even though the fish bone stuck in her throat was painfully killing her, she gritted her teeth and didn't dare make a sound. Sure enough, after a while several people arrived and began clearing the weeds around the tomb, then worked for a while and finished repairing the hole on top of the tomb. Seeing the tomb clean and tidy, the man nodded with satisfaction, paid the workers, and let them leave first. Hearing it gradually becoming quiet outside, Lily in the hole breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could feel happy, she heard the man's voice ring out again. "Father, I've had people completely repair and tidy up your tomb. Please see if you're satisfied with it this time. Moreover, to prevent mice, wild animals, or rainwater from damaging the freshly patched area, I've specially placed a large stone to block the entrance to the burial chamber. Rest assured, in a few days when the patched area has completely dried, I'll come back to remove the stone. This time I'll definitely make you comfortable and content in there." After speaking, he kowtowed 3 times loudly and then quietly left. As soon as the person left, Lily inside couldn't help but cough violently and frantically. Cough, 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 cough. Oh heavens, she'd nearly choked to death just now, but this violent coughing fit still couldn't dislodge the fish bone stuck in her throat. On the contrary, she could taste blood in her mouth. It seemed the fish bone had punctured her throat. Not only that, Lily felt waves of pain in her throat, and every breath felt like needles pricking her. It was extremely uncomfortable, as if someone was strangling her neck. She was in unbearable agony and at this moment just wanted to rush outside immediately. So she endured the pain and tried to push the tomb door, but no matter how hard she pushed, the door remained completely immobile. This push immediately plunged Lily into despair. It's over, this time I'm really done for. The burial chamber entrance has indeed been sealed shut. No matter how I push, it won't budge an inch. Cough, cough, cough. The more tense she became, the more violently her throat coughed. It hurt so much. Never mind that. First I need to figure out how to get this fish bone out of my throat. Under the severe irritation from the fish bone, Lily didn't care about anything else. Without any tools, she didn't bother worrying about whether her hands were dirty or not. She just stuck her hands into her throat to try to fish it out. Gag! After struggling for a while, Lily finally managed to extract the fish bone stuck in her throat, and only then did she feel somewhat better. Although her throat still hurt from being scratched by the fish bone, and she'd used too much force with her hands just now, at least she could breathe freely again and no longer felt like she was being strangled. Having dealt with the fish bone, the next problem was how to get out of here. But no matter how hard she pushed, the burial chamber entrance still wouldn't budge. Moreover, because the entrance had been blocked, the light that had been filtering in from outside had also disappeared. Inside the tomb it was now pitch black, and Lily was completely panicked. She couldn't understand how, even though there was a stone blocking the outside, The entrance could be so solid that she couldn't push it open when it had just been repaired. It's over, it's over. This time I'm afraid I'll be killed by that man's filial devotion. System, you need to think of a way for me quickly. At this point, the system was also in a complete muddle. It was just a small system after all. It had truly never heard of such a bizarre situation before. This was really too difficult for it. But who told it that Lily was its master? So it reluctantly replied, "Master, wait a moment, I'm thinking of a solution." Meanwhile, in another development, after Lady Chen finished offering incense at the temple, she led Alex, Jack, and Grace back to the mansion. As soon as they entered and didn't see Lily anywhere, she just shook her head, thinking to herself that this child had probably run off somewhere again to watch some drama unfold. But she didn't think much of it. After all, this child liked to run out and play every few days, and she was used to it by now. She went about her own business, but when evening approached and Lily still hadn't returned, Lady Chen began to worry. She quickly called the maids and servants over to ask, "Did Miss say where she was going when she went out today?" Willow shook her head. "Miss just said she was going out for a bit. She didn't say specifically where." But then Jade suddenly remembered something she'd heard the young miss muttering about this morning. Though since she hadn't heard clearly, she hesitated about whether to mention it. Lady Chen quickly asked, "But what?" When Miss left, it seemed like she muttered something about tombs, Jade replied. Lady Chen was puzzled. "Tombs? Yes, madam. We servants aren't sure what it was either. Miss just left after that." Willow quickly added. Lady Chen thought and thought but couldn't understand what tomb Lily had mentioned. At this point, Grace standing nearby suddenly slapped her forehead and hurriedly said, "Mother, could Lily have run off to the ancestral burial ground?" After hearing this, Lady Chen asked suspiciously, "The ancestral burial ground? What would she have to do there?" Grace then recounted the entire incident of their tomb sweeping trip, especially how Lily had refused to leave at the time and wanted to stay behind to steal the ceremonial offerings. After hearing this, Lady Chen's eyes widened as she silently exclaimed that something was wrong. Good heavens! Did that child really run off to the cemetery looking for food? She suddenly remembered how when Lily returned yesterday, she was covered in mud, wouldn't eat dinner, and didn't even react when offered chicken drumstick. Could it be that yesterday she had already gone there to steal ceremonial offerings? The more Lady Chen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She quickly turned to ask the servants, "When you washed Mrs. clothes yesterday, did you notice anything?" Maid Peach thought and answered, "Yes, there was a lot of dirt on her clothes." "Oh right, and there were grease stains too. I thought it was strange at the time, so I smelled them. It seemed like the smell of roasted meat." Hearing this, Lady Chen felt like spitting blood. Heaven and earth, spirits and gods, it looks like this child definitely went to the cemetery to steal ceremonial offerings. We must quickly go get her back. With this thought, Lady Chen prepared to go out and search herself. Alex also wanted to go along after hearing this. They had just reached the gate when they happened to encounter Lord Chen returning from the ceremony. When Lord Chen saw everyone's panicked expressions and learned the details, he was so angry he nearly fainted. That damn child. Did she really dare to do such a thing? Without another word, he told Lady Chen to stay at the mansion while he led Alex to rush to the cemetery. He didn't bring anyone else, because if this was true, it would be extremely embarrassing. Back at the cemetery, Lily was anxiously asking the system, "System, have you figured out a solution yet? If you don't think of something soon, I'm afraid I'll suffocate to death in here." The system immediately replied, I've thought of a way, master," immediately lit up as she hurriedly asked, "What way?" "System, tell me quickly." The system answered seriously, "Master, back up a few steps and go deeper into the tomb." Although Lily didn't understand, she still followed the system's instructions and backed up several steps. It was completely dark inside the tomb now, so she couldn't see anything. As she backed up, she seemed to bump into something, but didn't pay attention and hurriedly asked, "System, I've backed up. What's next?" "System, did you just bump into something? It's right next to your left foot now. Pick it up first." Lily followed the instruction again and indeed felt something hard, but after feeling around, she still couldn't tell what it was, so she asked suspiciously, "System, what is this?" "System, it's a skull." What? A skull. Lily was so scared she trembled and immediately threw the skull in her hands away. She nearly had a heart attack. System. Are you deliberately teasing me? I asked you to think of a way for me to get out, so why are you telling me to pick up a skull? The system replied with a puzzled expression and answered seriously, this is exactly the solution I thought of for you. Lily asked in confusion, System, are you sure you're thinking straight? How can this skull help me get out? The system replied, of course it can, Master, don't you know? Skulls are very hard, and right now there's no better tool in here besides the skull. You can try using that skull to smash through the hole that was just sealed up, then figure out how to push the stone in front away. Otherwise, how could you possibly push the stone with just this layer of bricks? Lily asked. System. The system replied, of course, Master. I wouldn't need to joke with you about something like this. Lily pondered and thought it seemed like there really wasn't any better option. She'd have to try it, but having been scared earlier, she'd thrown the skull somewhere. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and, following the system's guidance, felt around and found the skull again. Then, holding the skull, Lily put all her strength into continuously pounding at the opening. At this moment, the shadow guards hidden in the darkness had been hesitating about whether to intervene, but hearing the sounds from inside the tomb, they decided to observe further. After all, unless absolutely necessary, they didn't want to reveal their identities either. At the same time, on the other side, Lord Chen and Alex had arrived at the ancestral burial ground, but they couldn't see Lily anywhere. They only saw that all the ceremonial offerings on their family's ancestral tomb had disappeared. Lord Chen's first reaction was that Lily had definitely stolen them. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anger rising to the top of his head. That damn child. She dared to come here and steal ceremonial offerings? What absolute audacity. Right now he just wanted to find Lily and give her a proper beating. But first, Lord Chen quickly pulled Alex to kneel down, kowtow several times before the ancestral tomb, and said, Your descendant begs our ancestors' forgiveness. I promise that tomorrow I'll have people bring new offerings, and I vow to strictly discipline my children. Please don't punish us this time, ancestors. After standing up, Lord Chen didn't leave immediately. An ominous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The offerings on their family's ancestral tomb were gone, so why hadn't Lily returned yet? Could she have secretly gone to steal offerings from other families' tombs? This thought made Lord Chen's blood run cold. Stealing from their own family was one thing, but if she really went to steal from other families, then it would truly be the end. So the father and son immediately decided to walk around the cemetery area to see if Lily was stealing offerings from anyone else's tomb. Just as they passed by the tomb where Lily was hiding, they heard thumping sounds coming from inside the tomb, as if someone was smashing something. It wasn't completely dark yet, but it was getting dim, so they could only vaguely make out shapes ahead. Suddenly hearing sounds from inside a tomb, Alex was so scared his legs went weak. He instinctively backed up behind Lord Chen, trembling as he asked, Father, did you hear anything just now? Lord Chen was also startled and equally frightened, but still tried to stay calm and softly reassured him. Maybe it's just mice digging holes. But his words didn't make Alex feel any better. He quietly asked, Father, is it really mice digging holes? It doesn't sound quite right to me. It seems like it's coming from inside this tomb. Could it be ghosts? Lord Chen was also scared to the point of trembling legs by now, but still kept a stern face and said, Nonsense. I've lived this long and never seen any ghosts. Don't scare yourself. Before Lord Chen's words were finished, suddenly a loud thump rang out. He quickly looked carefully and saw that the tomb next to them had suddenly been smashed open, followed by a stone near the tomb rolling toward them. Alex also saw this scene clearly. Before they could react, the father and son suddenly saw a pair of hands emerge from inside the tomb. Lord Chen and Alex could no longer maintain their composure. Both cried out in unison, Ah! Then, as if they'd lost their souls, they immediately turned and ran for their lives. The shadow guards in the darkness hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when they saw the father and son from the family disappear in a flash. Seeing this scene, they were puzzled about what had happened to those two. Since Lord Chen's conversation just now had been very quiet, the shadow guards hadn't heard clearly what they were saying. When they turned back to look, they saw Lady Chen had crawled out of the tomb, looking disheveled and dirty. If they hadn't been keeping watch here the whole time, they probably wouldn't have recognized her. Remembering the scene of Lord Chen and Alex just now, the shadow guards finally understood. Paf ha! So Lord Chen and Alex thought Lily was a ghost. No wonder they ran so fast. But thinking about it, it made sense. They had been keeping watch here the whole time, so the sounds from inside the tomb didn't surprise them. But Lord Chen had no idea that Lady Chen was hiding inside. Suddenly hearing thumping sounds from a tomb, and then seeing the tomb break open with hands emerging. Who wouldn't be scared enough to wet their pants? The father and son from the Chen family's reaction was already quite good. If you were more cowardly, you might have been scared to death on the spot. Haha, this is really too funny to bear. The terrified screams from Lord Chen and Alex just now also startled Lily as she crawled out of the tomb, but she couldn't see clearly who it was and just muttered, "Who was that? Why were they screaming so miserably?" Just then, her stomach rumbled loudly. Lily suddenly remembered that from morning until now, she'd only eaten a few bites of fish. So she didn't bother thinking about the strange screaming from just now, stood up and dusted herself off, then turned back to the tomb, and picked up the large pig's knuckle to start gnawing on it. The system had originally planned to investigate what exactly had happened, but seeing Lily eating happily, it couldn't resist either and began frantically absorbing energy. Yes, this was exactly how it ate and drank to sustain itself. So one person and one system just stood there in front of the tomb eating and drinking to their heart's content, which left the shadow guards watching in amazement. This one person and one system really had nerves of steel, especially Lady Chen. She had just nearly scared Lord Chen and his son to death, yet she remained completely nonchalant, and was now sitting here eating happily. If Lord Chen didn't know the truth, that would be one thing, but if they found out that the person who just scared them half to death was Lady Chen, her bottom would be in trouble again. Puffed, haha. Just thinking about that scene made them want to laugh like this. At this moment, the father and son from the Chen family had run from the cemetery area back toward the Chen mansion. It must be said that these two ran really fast. Lord Chen exerted all his strength, even faster than when he was chased by wild dogs as a child. Unexpectedly, while running, he lost one of his shoes. But remembering the terrifying scene just now, he didn't dare stop to pick it up and just kept running straight home without looking back. Even when stones scraped against the sole of his bare foot, he didn't feel the pain. Not only that, Lord Chen's hairpin had fallen off somewhere too. So his appearance right now was truly indescribable. Disabled hair, 1 foot with a shoe and 1 foot bare, running like a madman through the streets. This scene would probably become a lifelong stain on Lord Chen's reputation. What a coincidence! Just then, Scholar Ming from the Hanlin Academy and Minister Lam from the Court of Judicial Review were chatting on the street and saw everything. These two had once had some conflict because their sons were bullied by the young master from Prime Minister Li's family. After several interactions, their relationship was now quite good. They had just met on the street, and were chatting when they saw two people rush past like the wind. Scholar Ming looked at their retreating figures and thought they looked familiar, saying suspiciously, "Hey, doesn't that person look like Lord Chen?" Minister Lam standing nearby disagreed. How could that be? Lord Chen has always been refined and composed in his daily behavior. Look at that person running around in such panic, not even bothering to pick up his fallen shoe. How could that be Lord Chen? Moreover, look at that person's disheveled hair on the street. While our Lord Chen always pays attention to his appearance and is always neat and tidy wherever he goes, how could he appear in such a state? Scholar Ming thought Minister Lam made sense and didn't think about it further. At this moment, Lord Chen and Alex had run breathlessly back to the Chen mansion gate, just in time to meet Lady Chen, who was waiting anxiously. Seeing the two return in such a panicked state, Lord Chen with his hair disabled, looking miserable, his eyes full of terror, Lady Chen was frightened, having never seen him like this before. She quickly asked, "My lord, what on earth happened to you? What's going on?" At this point, Lord Chen and Alex were so exhausted they could barely speak. But Lord Chen still managed to pull Lady Chen into the courtyard, gasping for breath while shouting at the servants, "Quick, quick, immediately lock the gates. Don't let anything in. Remember, tonight no matter who knocks on the door, absolutely do not open it. Do you hear me clearly? The servants didn't know what was happening, but seeing their master in such a state, they knew something big had occurred and didn't dare ask many questions, hurrying to comply. Once inside the manor, Lady Chen finally asked in panic, "What on earth happened to you all? What's going on?" Alex pointed outside, saying in terror, "Ghosts, ghosts, mother, there are ghosts. Mother, father, and I just saw a ghost." "What? You?" "Say that again, what did you see?" Lady Chen thought she had misheard and hurriedly asked again. Although people in ancient times were quite superstitious and often believed in ghosts and spirits, everyone had only heard stories, no one had actually seen them with their own eyes. So when Alex said this, it was inevitably terrifying. It was a ghost, a ghost. "Father and I just saw a ghost break open a tomb lid and crawl out from inside the tomb." "Mother, it's real, both father and I saw it." Lady Chen looked at Alex, then at Lord Chen. At this moment, Lord Chen clearly hadn't yet recovered from the terror just now, his eyes still showing traces of horror. "Then there's no need to ask anymore. It must be real." Lady Chen had never encountered such a thing before and was momentarily flustered, while the servants, hearing about ghosts, immediately panicked even more. Butler Lamb, who had been in the manor for many years, quickly suggested, "That's right, master. I've heard that pasting god paintings on doors will prevent ghosts and spirits from easily entering. We originally planned to paste them at New Year's. Why don't we paste them now?" In the Northern Dynasty, there had long been a custom of pasting god paintings on doors at New Year's, symbolizing warding off evil and avoiding ghosts, protecting homes with peace and good fortune. They never expected to actually need this now. Hearing this, Lord Chen quickly ordered servants to find god paintings and paste them on all the doors in the Chen manor. After a flurry of activity, finally every door in the manor had god paintings pasted on them. Only then did the servants lock all the doors tightly. To be extra safe, they even took several large wooden beams to firmly barricade the doors. Once everything was done, everyone hurried back to their rooms and locked their room doors tightly. On the other side, Lily had now eaten her fill. Although the food had gone cold from sitting out, it still tasted very good. It must be said that although today's eating process had been somewhat indescribable, fortunately she was ultimately satisfied and full. Lily touched her round belly and saw that the sky had already turned dark, so she didn't linger and immediately got up to run back toward the Chen manor. Lily was in a very good mood, humming her favorite song as she ran. "Dinosaur, dinosaur, dinosaur." Only now did Lily notice that her voice sounded hoarse and strange. She thought it was probably because the fish bone had scratched her throat earlier, but being naturally carefree, she didn't pay much attention. After all, in her previous life she had encountered this before, and resting for a few days would cure it. So she didn't stop and continued running back to the Chen manor. But on the system's side, there was a bit of a malfunction. Just now it had accidentally eaten too much, consuming a large amount of energy. Moreover, these past 2 days Lily had been busy eating secretly and hardly took it to eat any gossip. So when it had just stopped eating, it suddenly discovered that its energy was about to be depleted. The system panicked. Oh no, if the energy ran out, it would shut down. What to do? It was all because of its own greed. That's right, eat gossip. Quickly eat gossip to replenish energy. So it hurriedly called out, "Host, would you like to eat some gossip?" "No." Hearing this, Lily was unhappy. She thought the system was mocking her hoarse voice, deliberately making her stutter to laugh at her, so she was somewhat annoyed and said, "System, how dare you mock me for eating gossip? No eating, no eating, dream on." The system replied, "I didn't mean that." But it no longer had enough energy to continue speaking, because if it spoke more, it would shut down. Since the host now refused to eat gossip, it had no choice but to preserve its last bit of energy and return to the system realm to temporarily borrow energy from others to get by. But Lily had no idea about any of this and continued running back to the Chen manor. In the Chen manor, only Lord Chen and Lady Chen remained in the bedroom. Only now did Lord Chen tell Lady Chen about everything that had happened at the cemetery. How all the offerings at the Chen family ancestral tomb had disappeared, how he suspected Lily had stolen them, and fearing she might go steal offerings from other families' tombs, he and Alex had searched throughout the cemetery, only to unexpectedly see a ghost crawling out from a tomb. Lady Chen got goosebumps listening, thinking this was truly bizarre. "Husband, according to what you're telling me, Lily ran there to steal offerings, and moreover not just from our family, but very likely also ate offerings from other families. So could it be that this angered the spirits of the underworld, causing them to lure ghosts out? As soon as Lady Chen mentioned this, Lord Chen also thought it made perfect sense. If not, why would ghosts suddenly crawl out of tombs when everything had been peaceful? They must have been provoked. Thinking of this, Lord Chen gritted his teeth in anger. Lily, that damned girl, it's her causing trouble again. That's right, Lily, the couple said almost in unison. Oh no, Lily still hasn't come home. Lady Chen immediately panicked and hurriedly asked, Husband, what do we do now? What should we do? Lord Chen was equally worried. Although he often disciplined Lily in daily life, she was still their child. The love he had for Lily was no less than what he had for his other children. Lady Chen felt the same way. Lily was the child she had carried for 10 months, a piece of flesh that had fallen from her own body. To her, whether Lily was mischievous or not, both the palm and back of her hand were flesh, so they absolutely could not stand by and watch Lily face danger. Lord Chen thought for a moment, then still mustered all his courage and decided to go out to search. After all, even if Lily had some kind of protective mechanism, what she was facing now were ghosts. Things none of them had ever seen before. What if the protective mechanism couldn't handle them? Moreover, if those ghosts had appeared because of the offerings incident, they certainly wouldn't spare Lily. He couldn't let Lily take such risks. Lady Chen was uneasy and also wanted to go along. But Lord Chen couldn't bear to let his wife face danger. Even though his heart was beating rapidly with fear at this moment, he still gritted his teeth and decided to lead a few servants to search by himself. Alex, Jack, and Grace heard the commotion and also hurried out. Jack said he also wanted to go look for their little sister. Although Alex had just been frightened, thinking of Lily still being out there, he really couldn't feel at ease. As the eldest brother especially, he couldn't just stand by and watch his little sister face danger. So he mustered all his courage, wanting to go help. Grace was equally worried. Lily was alone outside. If she encountered ghosts, thinking of this, she was so worried she almost cried. Although she was also afraid of ghosts, as an older sister, she couldn't just stand by and watch. So she also gathered all her courage and said she wanted to go search for Lily together. Seeing his children so united, Lord Chen was very moved, but this was no joke. As the head of the family, he couldn't shirk his responsibilities. The children were still young, and he couldn't bear to let them take risks. Therefore, Lord Chen decided to have them stay in the manor while he led a few strong attendants from the Chen manor to search outside. But just as Lord Chen had stepped to the manor gate, suddenly from outside came a series of door-knocking sounds. Knock, 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 knock. Hearing this terrifying knocking sound, Lord Chen's hand that was about to open the door immediately froze. Could this sound be ghosts coming to the Chen manor? Thinking this, his legs began trembling. The servants were even more frightened now, hugging each other in a group, their whole bodies shaking. It's over, it's over, could the ghosts really be coming? What to do now? Just as everyone was terrified and didn't know what to do, the knocking suddenly grew louder and louder, making the entire door shake violently. Not only that, but from outside came an eerie, hoarse voice. Quickly open the door for me. Quickly open the door for me. This time everyone couldn't take it anymore. They all turned and ran back to their rooms. Even Chen immediately ran back to the bedroom. Who would dare open the door at this moment? If they didn't run quickly, the ghosts would surely charge in and devour them all. Forget about searching for Lily. They feared that not a single person in this manor would escape. But in reality, the person frantically knocking on the door outside was none other than Lily herself. Just now, when she had run to the Chen manor gate, she was surprised to discover that the main gate was tightly locked, and there wasn't even a single guard outside the door. She had never encountered such a situation before. By logic, the Chen manor couldn't close its doors this early, and moreover, no matter what, there were always people guarding the door inside the manor. Lily immediately became anxious. She gently knocked on the door but got no response, so she knocked harder, but still no one answered. This time Lily became even more urgent. She hurriedly asked the system what on earth was happening, but the system didn't respond. Having no choice, Lily had to knock on the door even harder. Knock, 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 knock. She made sure those inside the manor could hear her knocking especially loudly. While knocking, she also shouted, "Quickly, quickly open the door for me." But because her throat was hoarse, the voice she made sounded bizarrely strange. Yet no matter how much she knocked, no one opened the door, and instead she disturbed the servants of Minister Sun's household next door. Hearing the commotion from the Chen manor, they thought something big had happened and curiously ran out to look. But seeing young Lady Chen with her face dirty knocking on the door, their first reaction was that young Lady Chen must have caused trouble outside again and was being locked out by Lord Chen as punishment. After all, everyone knew young Lady Chen's reputation, and this happening to her made perfect sense. So they watched for a while, chuckled secretly, then went back to their rooms. But the continuous knocking and that strange, hoarse shouting transmitted into the Chen manor became something entirely different. Everyone thought the ghost from earlier had followed them all the way here. At this moment, Lord Chen had already run back to the bedroom, nestling in Lady Chen's arms and trembling with fear. "Wife, it's over, it's over. Just now Alex and I heard similar sounds at the cemetery, then saw a ghost crawl out from a tomb. It seems this ghost is really targeting our Chen manor. It seems this ghost is really targeting our Chen manor. What do we do? Our Chen manor is about to face a great disaster." Lady Chen was also full of terror but still tried to comfort Lord Chen. "Husband, don't worry too much. Aren't all the doors in the manor now pasted with door gods? The ghosts definitely can't get in. After knocking for a while, it will probably leave." But speaking of Lily, Lady Chen still felt uneasy. She didn't know how Lily was doing now, a young girl alone outside. If she encountered ghosts, who knows how frightened she would be. But if they opened the door now, the ghosts would definitely charge in. Even though she worried about Lily, she couldn't ignore the safety of the entire household. What to do now? Lady Chen fell into a deep dilemma. Seeing his wife in pain, Lord Chen also felt uncomfortable. After much consideration, he reluctantly made the heartless decision to wait for the ghosts to leave before going out to search for Lily, all for the safety of the entire household. Now he could only hope that Lily's protective mechanism could keep her safe. Outside the Chen Manor gate, Lily knocked for ages and shouted until her voice was completely hoarse, but there wasn't the slightest response from inside. She had no choice but to run to the back door, only to discover that the back door was also locked. Something's wrong, something's definitely wrong, something big must have happened tonight. Having read many novels, she suddenly thought of a plot device. Oh no, could something have happened inside the house? No, she had to get in to see if her parents and siblings were okay. But just then, the system still didn't respond. Lily had originally planned to climb the wall, but with her short legs, how could she possibly climb it? She scratched her head and thought hard, finally remembering. That's right, her house used to have a dog hole, she could crawl through there. So Lily immediately went around to the back to look for the dog hole. It took her half the day to find this place. When she was little, she used to crawl through here, but it had been many years since she'd touched it. The grass in front of the dog hole had grown very tall, and Lily had to work hard to clear the grass for quite a while before cleaning up the entrance. Without saying another word, she immediately bent down and crawled into the dog hole. Fortunately, this hole was wide enough for Lily to crawl through smoothly. Stepping into the manor, Lily first looked around. The entire manor was empty of people, and the doors to all the rooms were basically tightly closed. She hurriedly ran straight toward her parents' bedroom, thinking as she ran, "Father, mother, big brother, second brother, big sister, nothing must happen to any of you." At this moment in Lord Chen's bedroom, Lord Chen noticed that the terrible knocking sound from just now seemed to have stopped. He secretly poked his head out from Lady Chen's embrace and said, "Wife, that thing seems to have left." Lady Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. Let's wait a bit more. Once that thing goes far away, we'll immediately go search for Lily." "Yes, I'll listen to whatever you say, wife." Lord Chen gradually regained his composure, only then realizing he was nestling in his wife's arms. He scratched his head awkwardly, but he had to admit he had truly been scared out of his wits just now. This was the first time he had witnessed a ghost personally pry open a coffin lid and crawl out from inside a tomb. Too terrifying from inside the tomb. Moreover, that ghost had even followed them all the way back to the Chen manor. It seemed Lily had really angered someone, hadn't she? Lord Chen sighed and said, "Wife, although that evil spirit has left, who knows when it might come back to take revenge on our family. How about tomorrow we go buy some more things, and take them to each tomb in that area as offerings to apologize, hoping they'll forgive Lily." But just as Lord Chen's words ended, that terrible knocking sound suddenly rang out again. Even more frightening. This time it was knocking directly on their bedroom door. Lord Chen and Lady Chen immediately embraced each other in terror, trembling like leaves. They stared at the door in horror, not even daring to breathe heavily. Could the ghost not have left yet? Moreover, could it have broken through the door gods and charged straight into the Chen manor? Oh heavens, what should they do? But Lily at this moment had no idea that her knocking had scared her parents out of their wits. She knocked while calling out in her hoarse voice, "Is anyone in the room?" But when Lord Chen and Lady Chen heard this eerie voice, their whole bodies trembled even more violently, and even their teeth chattered against each other. Lily knocked on the door for a long time without getting a response, so she ran over to knock on the window next to it. Thump 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 thump, she knocked the window until it rang loudly. At this moment the moonlight outside was brilliant, and Lily's silhouette was clearly reflected on the window. The north wind blew fiercely, and the scene in the eyes of Lord Chen and Lady Chen inside the room could only be described in 4 words. Absolutely terrifying. The two of them were nearly scared to death, but the shadow guards who enjoyed watching this entertainment were about to die of laughter. They never could have imagined that events would develop to this point. Who could have expected it? Young Lady Chen stole offerings, and in the end was mistaken for a ghost by Lord Chen, who even thought it had come to the Chen manor to claim lives. Ha ha ha, they couldn't stop laughing. They really couldn't stop laughing. These shadow guards were truly wicked enough. Initially they had just hidden in trees to secretly observe. But to see more clearly, no. To be able to vividly report to Emperor Ming about what was happening at the Chen manor tonight. Several of them had very cooperatively climbed onto the roof of Lord Chen's bedroom. They quietly lifted a few roof tiles, so the scene of Lord Chen embracing his wife and trembling was clearly visible to them. Ha ha ha, this time Lord Chen's dignified image probably couldn't be maintained anymore. On Lily's side she knocked on the window for ages but still got no response, wondering to herself what on earth was going on. Could her parents not be in their room tonight? Well then, maybe she should go check on her big brother, second brother, and big sister. So after knocking on the door unsuccessfully, Lily prepared to go care for her siblings. Throughout that entire night, Lily continuously knocked on one room's door then ran to knock on another room's door, occasionally not forgetting to knock on the servants' and maids' room doors, but strangely, not a single door opened. By the end, she was truly too tired to knock anymore. It seemed that truly no one was home tonight, so Lily had no choice but to return to her own room and fall asleep soundly. Probably because she was too tired, that night she slept like the dead, dreaming peacefully and happily. She slept blissfully, but the entire manor was in misery. Everyone was so frightened they didn't dare close their eyes all night, only fearing that the evil spirit might charge into their rooms at any moment. Lily slept soundly, and the next morning she rarely woke up early. She cleared her throat gently and found that her throat no longer hurt. Trying to say a few words, fortunately her voice wasn't as hoarse as before either. She was about to go outside to see if her parents had returned when suddenly the system spoke up. Host, good morning. It had borrowed energy all night and finally managed to borrow a little. Energy in the system realm was inherently not easy to borrow, mainly because systems like Lily's that pushed themselves to the brink of shutdown were truly rare and hard to find. Anyway, it had now returned to normal. The first thing after recovery was to hurriedly find Lily to eat gossip. After all, in the system realm, credibility was paramount. The energy borrowed last night had been promised to be repaid today, so now it had to immediately earn energy. Therefore, the first thing the system did was say, "Hey, wanna go eat some gossip first?" But when Lily heard the system say this, not only was she not happy, she actually puffed her cheeks in anger. You damn system, why didn't you answer last night? What happened to 24-hour on-call service? I thought you had crashed. How did you come back to life? How did you come back to life? The system answered somewhat awkwardly. Sorry, there was a small glitch yesterday. Of course, the system couldn't conveniently say that it had carelessly consumed all its energy due to momentary greed. It had to find a random excuse to get through this. But at this moment, Lily was busy wanting to see if her parents had returned, so she wasn't in the mood to eat gossip. Today was a court day. Even if they had business and hadn't returned last night, her father would definitely have to return this morning. But just as she reached her parents' room door, Lily nearly bumped into Lord Chen, who was just stepping out. Seeing Lily standing dazedly in front of him, Lord Chen was moved and quickly pulled her over, looking her up and down, left and right. After confirming she was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Last night he had felt guilty toward Lily for abandoning her alone outside to protect the entire household. Last night he had even secretly sworn in his heart that as long as Lily was safe, he would absolutely never hit her again in the future. Thank goodness, heaven had blessed them and now Lily was fine. But Lily was confused by this series of actions from Lord Chen. She asked curiously, "Father, what's wrong with you?" Lord Chen's eyes were already glistening with tears as he gently stroked her head and said tenderly, "Nothing, Father is fine. As long as Lily is okay, that's all that matters. Although this little girl is quite mischievous, as long as she's safe and sound beside her parents, what could be more precious?" Lily found it even stranger. What was wrong with her father today? Why was he suddenly so gentle? But seeing the huge dark circles under Lord Chen's eyes, she suddenly remembered last night's events and hurriedly asked, "Father, couldn't you sleep?" "That's right. Where did father and mother go last night? I kept thinking you were home." "Father doesn't know. Last night you kept knocking on the door but no one opened it." Lord Chen's hand that was gently stroking Lily's head suddenly froze. "What? Last night's door knocking? Could it have been impossible?" He stared at Lily in shock and asked, "Last night, it was you knocking on the door?" Lily nodded vigorously. "That's right, it was me knocking. Look, Father, my hands are swollen from all the knocking." "Father, where on earth did you and Mother go last night? Why were all the doors in the house closed? There wasn't a single person. I thought something had happened to you and Mother. I was worried sick." Lord Chen still couldn't believe it and tried to remain calm as he continued asking, "Oh, so Lily, how did you get into the house last night?" Fortunately I'm clever," Lily answered. "Do you remember the dog hole in our back courtyard? I crawled through there." Lily continued chattering away, but the system was panicking. It had just noticed something unusual in Lord Chen's reaction and hurriedly investigated. The more it investigated, the more alarmed it became. It's over, host, don't say any more. If you say more, I'm afraid you're going to get beaten again." Hearing the system's words, Lily's chattering mouth immediately shut. She hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, system? What's over?" Lord Chen tried to suppress his anger and decided to hear what this hateful daughter of his had actually done last night. "Host, you're in danger now. It seems your parents found out about your going to the cemetery last night to steal offerings. Your father and eldest brother even went to the cemetery to look for you last night. They searched for ages without finding you. Then heard the sound of you using a skull to knock inside the tomb. Just then they saw someone crawling out from inside a tomb." "What? You mean they thought I was a ghost?" The system is certain that's exactly what happened. At the time they didn't recognize that person as you. They only saw a pair of hands suddenly emerge from a tomb and were scared out of their wits. So without thinking, they hurriedly ran home. Your father even dropped a shoe on the way. When they got home, your father was afraid the ghosts were chasing them, so he had the servants lock all the doors tight, and then what happened afterward occurred." Lily snorted with laughter. "Ha, is my father really that cowardly? So they thought it was ghosts knocking on the door last night. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. No wonder I knocked for so long and no one answered." For some reason, hearing the system's account, Lily found it hilarious. Mainly because in her eyes, her father normally always carried himself with a cold demeanor, afraid of neither heaven nor earth. She truly couldn't imagine her father being scared to such an extent. Although she was laughing hysterically inside, on the surface Lily still tried to maintain a calm appearance and restrain her emotions. The system continued. "Don't say it's not true. Host, you don't know, do you? Last night you truly scared them to death. Your father held your mother tightly all night, and didn't let go for even a moment. And also, it seems your father was so scared last night that he wet his pants. Paffed. Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha, father actually wet his pants, wet his pants, wet his pants. The system finally breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness, finally recharged with enough energy. But Lord Chen just felt his head buzzing. The three words, wet his pants, echoed continuously in his head like surround sound. His nose was so angry it was about to smoke. Very good, Lily, last night you nearly scared father to death, and now you dare to laugh. Watch me not beat you to death. With that, he prepared to remove his belt. The system, having just escaped from its excitement, finally realized something was terribly wrong and hurriedly shouted, "Host, stop laughing, don't you see your father is removing his belt? Why aren't you running?" Only then did Lily come to her senses and tried to run, but after only taking 2 steps, she was caught by Lord Chen. He dragged her into the room and immediately delivered a solid slap to her bottom, beating her while scolding, "Lily, if I don't beat you to death today, then my name Victor Chen will be written backwards."